Wow! What a brilliant little car.
The only thing is, if you turned up on a track day with this, people might look at you and think, well, that's just a road-going Caterham. I mean, that's the only disappointing thing about this 170.
Tiff Nadell, today's your lucky day because let's pull in here and learn the hold. Look at that!
Ah! Flipping boy racer. Oh, look, a nice suede Momo steering wheel. Very funny, very funny. Obviously, this is a left-hand drive demonstrator. Oh, but it comes with it's like a very handy optional extra and a little press pack here. So this is the 170R version, same 85 horsepower. But it's 440 kilograms. That's 25 kilograms lighter. Better power to weight ratio, 192 horsepower per tonne. Sport suspension pack, a bit stiffer, I'm sure. What else is different? The price, £1,000 more. But those prices, 23,900, is the build yourself price. So in fact, the S that Paul was showing is more like 25,000, and this is more like 24, 26,000. So yes, more than we thought at first. Limited slip differential. Now that was important because that'll help me beat Paul, although I'm going to beat Paul anyway, but it'll be easier to beat him. I think he's a racing driver nowadays. A few Caterham races, Formula One, Le Mans. Anyway, let's put the steering wheel back where it belongs. Sort out my racing harness to get in. Slide into the lovely carbon race seat. Don't sit on your belts when you're getting in. It's always a big error. Make sure you lift them first. Then it's just click number 1, 2, 3. Pull them all nice and tight. Don the optional extras. Crash helmet might be better on track days, but not for today. Ignition on. Starter. Bye.
Looks like the Red Baron's in the mirrors. Time to let the fun begin.
I got 5th instead of 3rd. I've lost ground and I'm wild. Oh.
He's off the track. He's off the track. Oh, now he's coming. He's coming. Down the inside. He's going down the inside. No, he's not. Got it. Block him. Block him.
Shut me off.
Whoa, who does he think he is? Formula One driver.
I bet with his windscreen on, he doesn't care about his hair. Let us state of mind.
Whoa.
The wrong gear, Tim. Oh no, I've lost him again.
Come on then, Tim. What's he got? Oh, he's going down the inside. Whoa! He's got me off the brake.
We nearly crashed. I've got him now.
He got me with a massive lock-up.
I can't hear the engine, so I keep on hitting the limiter. Where is he?
Welcome back to Donington Park for day 2 of this 4th round of the Caterham Motorsport 2022 season. We had 6 absolutely brilliant races yesterday, and we've got 5 more to bring you through the course of today. You can see that the weather is again glorious out there at this Donington Park Circuit. We're on the national circuit this weekend, 2 miles, 3.1 kilometres around, and it never fails. It's always a fantastic Caterham event and leads to some great racing. You can see out there that we have the 7 Championship UK cars lining up in the assembly. They are going to be our first racing action that we're going to bring you to you today. We are going to bring you 4 other races after this, so do make sure you keep that stream on all day. I understand that Sam Parker is down on the assembly area, and Sam Parker is with him, ready to tell us what's going on in this race.
Yes, good morning everybody. Thank you, Chris. I'm here next to Chris Kirby. It's Chris Kirby's first season in Caterham racing, and he's gone straight to the 420s. And Chris, good season for you so far, isn't it?
Yeah, it's good. I'm really enjoying it. It's good fun. The racing's super close, and yeah, it's tough. It is hard. These guys are quick, very, very, very quick. But no, I'm learning a lot. Each weekend I get a little bit better. So yeah, doing well. I'm pleased.
But seeing as it's your first season, and you're doing really well. This is a great position to be in.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there was a big crash yesterday, so I got promoted a little bit. But yeah, if I can keep some of these guys behind me, it'll be a good race. So looking forward to it.
Excellent. Thank you very much for talking to us. I wish you all the best. I'm just going to move along now to Mark Farmer, who starts just behind Chris Kirby. Good morning, Mark.
Hello. Hi.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you. A little warm.
Yes, it is very warm already, isn't it? So, Mark, you've made the transition from, well, previous Caterham driver, then into British GTs, so GT driver racing an Aston Martin, and now back into Caterham. How have you found the transition?
Yeah, it's great. I mean, the car's fantastic. It's such a hoot. Really quick. I mean, the lap times are kind of, getting on for GT4 lap times. The car's really good to drive with the slicks. The grip is fantastic. The standard of racing is really high. Super, super competitive. A couple of tenths and you're way back or way up. It's really good fun.
And you missed a couple of races, but, you're back here this weekend in the sunshine, enjoying it.
Yeah, I'm doing quite a lot of historics, so I'm doing as many of these as I can when there's not a clash, and I just find it really, really sharpens me up. It gets me really focused and really concentrating.
Excellent. Well, thank you for talking to us, Mark. Wish you all the best for the race.
Thank you.
So yes, I'll find some more interviews for you, Chris, but I'll hand back to you for the moment.
Thank you, Sam. Yes, we had a race from the 7 Championship UK cars yesterday. So they raced 3 20-minute races over the course of a weekend. So this will be the second of those 3, and we'll have another one to bring you later on today. So in that race yesterday, Aaron Head came out on top of he was quite up there. Other than a bogged down start, he made a good fist of that, and he was out front for majority of the race. And it was James Murphy was his companion out front, but Lewis Thompson and Henry Heaton just managed to grab them back on the last lap, and we had a sort of epic final. We had a bit of an incident on that first lap, so we'll hope to avoid that this weekend, today. Yeah, they're ready to go, and we, as Mark Farmer was alluding to there, the racing is so close, and Chris Kirby mentioning as well, that it's really is a tenth of a second here or there, and you are at the front of this grid or at the back. Anyway, the starting order for this race is the finishing order for our race yesterday. So Aaron Head does start on that pole position with Lewis Thompson. The person he sort of dominated the 310R grid last year, and he's taken the step up this year. He missed the opening couple of rounds while he's getting his car together, but now he is out there, and he's immediately injected himself straight onto all the podiums. And another person joining us for the first time this weekend is Stephen Lyle. He was in the 310R. He's taken the step up, and Sam's with Stephen Lyle now to have a chat.
Yes, that's right. I'm next to Stephen Lyle. Stephen, first race in the 420s. How will you find the transition from the 310?
I mean, we're quicker than I thought we'd be. We've been right bang on the pace all the way through testing. We were bang on the pace yesterday, but it's the racing with them. Everything's happening so much quicker, and the braking zones are much smaller. So we'll get there. We just need to get that little bit of aggression back that we had in the 310 and start picking my way through them a bit quicker. Whereas I ended up following quite a few yesterday, and that's frustrating for me. I'm normally one who likes to get stuck in.
That's great. Well, I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So yes, there we go. He's doing really well, I think, considering the step up, you know, after not doing a full season of 310s. Don't you think, Chris?
Like 5 seconds a lap quicker around this Donington National Circuit, and this isn't a long track, so yeah, it's a big step up, and as he said, the braking zones are smaller, so you're going faster and you've got smaller braking zones. So yes, we've got like lots to pack in throughout today. So after this 7 Championship UK, we have got the road sports, but and then the 310R, the 270R, and again we'll have the final race of today with these cars once more. An exciting season so far for this championship, and it's great to see so many cars out there. Like I said, we had a little bit of incident turn 1 yesterday, which we're going to hope to avoid, so we can have everyone finishing the race today. Just going down, we were talking about Lewis Thompson before we went to speak to Stephen Lyle, and Henry Heaton finished 3rd place in the race yesterday. He's been on that podium so many times this season already, and he currently leads the championship coming in to this race weekend, although Aaron Head, by want of his wins, well, by the time we get to drop scores, will probably he's got a slight lead over that, but Henry Heaton has been consistently on that podium throughout this year. James Murphy been a bit unlucky, finished 4th yesterday. You can see him there in that orange sort of festoon, dark car with the orange roll cage and markings on it, and he will be looking to get there. He was in that comfortable 2nd place following Aaron, and they're pulling a gap on the rest of them, but unfortunately Henry and Lewis Thompson caught them just at the end, and he was in the firing line and got manoeuvred wide out of McLean's and dropped back to that 4th place, which I'm sure he was disappointed with, but nevertheless he starts from a good position, ready to race again. And again, as all the drivers have been saying, it's so close. We spoke to Johnny Jarrett yesterday briefly about the Oakmore Motorsport Group. Let's hear how he got on yesterday and what his plans are for today. He's down there with Sam.
Yes, thank you, Chris. Johnny, not quite the race you were hoping for yesterday, but, you know, hopefully today will go better for you.
Yeah, well, I'm blaming you, Sam, to be fair, on the basis that you interviewed me just before I went out, and it didn't even make 2 corners. So no, yeah, I think I remember in my academy days that we were told that you're never going to win a race on the first corner of the first lap. But it appeared yesterday some of my fellow competitors disagreed with that. So yeah, my team did an amazing job, got the car back together yesterday, worked tirelessly. We were there till about 9 o'clock, but the cars all back together, hopefully driving in a straight line. So yeah, fingers crossed. 2nd time lucky, eh?
I hope so. I wanted to break the curse. Hopefully it wasn't me. Wish you all the best. Thank you, Johnny.
Thank you.
There we go. Hopefully he'll have a good race today, but I'll hand back to you for now, Chris.
Thank you, Sam. Yes, I think we can bring you some quick highlights of the racing from yesterday. So we can show you the racing of the first race. Exciting it was too. So let's take a look at what happened. So we said a little bit of an incident coming out of turn 1, just as Tom Eden in that yellow car, he drifted off wide, and as he rejoined, there was a sandwich with him and Mark Farmer and Mike Evans, and the cars got sprayed everywhere, didn't they? The little bodywork flying as well. Tim Dickens also sent wide out towards the barriers, but they all got it back together. A little bit of a shoulder barge with Aaron Head and Lewis Thompson, both trying to use the same bit of tarmac, and Lewis Thompson at that point had drifted back to about that 5th place, but we needed the safety car, the Ford Mustang GT 5-litre safety car to bring them all back together. And at the restart, Aaron Head and James Murphy sort of scampered clear a little bit. You can see they were in a sort of 2x2 formation with Lewis Thompson and Henry behind, and then Luke Stevens, Swan and Lyle there. You can see the gaps that developed, but by the end they had managed to close up. Worth saying, Jake Swan in that white car we're following through there also set fastest new lap record around here yesterday, so well done to Jake. Here was the last, coming into that last lap though, Aaron Head just being able to sweep around the outside. You can see James Murphy there coming under attack from Henry Heaton around the outside, and Lewis Thompson. We lost Barry Benham late to a spin, unfortunately, into the gravel trap, and that's the end of his race at that point. This after that, James Murphy's been shuffled back now to that 4th place. You can see he'll be disappointed without, and out front we've got Aaron Head just bringing a small gap ahead of Lewis Thompson and Henry Heaton over that line. So some action-packed racing for their first 20-minute race, and we have those, say, 2 more 20-minute races for the 7 Championship UK, the Avon sponsored 7 Championship UK, for you to bring you. We have an interview with Barry Benham lined up, so we saw him spinning into the gravel, so not the way he would have wanted to end his race, but I'm sure we'll be looking forward to the racing today, and Sam's got him down in assembly.
Yes, thank you. Barry, not the race you wanted yesterday. It was a bit messy after Redgate, wasn't it?
Yeah, sure. It was a bit unfortunate. I mean, it was a tough race, and
yeah, I was hoping after the first corner incident on the first lap that we could take advantage of that, particularly with the safety car. The pace was there. We're getting closer and closer to the front now, and I was really looking forward to joining in that leading group of 10 cars. But yeah, a bit unfortunate. Got a bit squeezed off the track going into Redgate, and yeah, by the time I braked, I was too tired, 2 wheels on the grass, and inevitably the car just spun round. So yeah, obviously lesson learned, and let's see if we can go forward from today, really.
Yes, definitely. Well, thank you very much. I wish you all the best, Barry.
Thank you.
Yes, there we go. Hopefully a nice clean race today.
And Barry there driving a car I'm very familiar with. It's the car I was driving last year. Yeah, so very familiar with that car, and I'm hoping that he can do it justice and move it up the field. Like you said, he's new in this year to this 7 Championship UK, and it's not an easy car to jump straight into, as we've been hearing from other drivers, including Mark Farmer there, British GT driver, saying how competitive it was. So the fact that he's jumped in and he's putting for that top 10 positions is fantastic for him. So Barry Benham, his best result is 8th so far, so he has broken into that top 10, and the other results for him have been just outside that top 10, so let's see whether he can today move himself up a little bit. But you can see we've already mentioned the weather. It's going to get to 26 degrees by the time today is out, so a real scorcher, absolute blue skies going on. Just a gentle headwind again coming into the corners. You can see the British Motor Show Ford GT safety car there in the background. 18th to the 21st of August. Caterham will be there with all of our racing cars for you to chat to. And yeah, for all that, for any action, if you want to understand what's going on with the Caterham Motor Show. And Sam, I'm not sure, are you going to be at the Motor Show this year?
I certainly am, yes. I can't wait. Next month, yes, I will be there. I will be getting in the car as well to have a go round drifting it. So have to dust off the cobwebs. But yeah, I can't wait. Can't wait. You're going to be there, Chris?
I am going to be there, so hopefully I'll be doing some presentation on the live arena show. So yeah, do join us down there. But the racing yesterday was absolutely fantastic. I don't know how much of it you got to see, but you certainly got to chat to quite a few hyped up drivers in that the Parc Fermé after the racing.
Yes, I'm not sure James was too happy, James Murphy, after yesterday's race, because obviously he was, on for a podium. So I think he's going to be, trying to make his way to the front today.
Yeah, we didn't catch exactly what happened. We just saw him wide out of McLean's. It looked like he might have been manoeuvred out wide, so he lost out on that podium. And that's disappointing for him after a disappointing season for his high standards. He's a multiple Caterham champion, so he expects high things. But, like him, like everyone else, wants to be at the front, and they can't all win them, can they?
Well, no, that's right. And also, now Lewis Thompson's involved in the mix, it's not always the usual 3 on the top, is it?
No, so Lewis Thompson, last year's 310R champion, stepping up and missing the opening couple of rounds, but he's been on that podium, I think, every race since he's joined us back. What a result that is.
I know, amazing in these cars as well, because, the guys that are at the front have obviously had so much experience in these cars, and that's why they're at the front, because they've had that seat time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, for him to some clear talent, hasn't he?
Yeah, you just broke up a little bit on me there, Sam, so I missed some of that question. But yeah, it looks like we've got the whistle, so they are all being released to the grid now. So yeah, getting ready for this Avon Tyres 7 Championship UK race. Then exciting times ahead. All right, here we are to Henry Heaton. You can see there in the chrome, sort of the turquoisey chromey, number 10 car. Common sight at the front of these fields, and he will start today's race from that 3rd place. You can see how bright that sun is as the cars all come down onto this Donington National start-finish straight. Slight headwind as they head towards the camera. There's Mike Evans, got caught up in that opening accident, and will be looking to really move his car forward. He has been rapid when at times this season when he hasn't got caught up in incidents. We saw him unfortunately retiring out of Silverstone as well, but he will be right up there in the mix, no doubt, along with plenty of others. As we've been saying, this is the top flight of Caterham Motorsport. This is the 5th step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder. The fastest cars we run, 180 horsepower, 6-speed sequential gearbox, pull for a gear. You don't need to use the clutch on the way up, and there are many champions, Caterham champions champions on the grid. They have been driving these cars, some of them for many years, and therefore know all the tips and tricks. A field of 21 cars for you this weekend, and let's see what they can do for the second race of their 3 that they will have this weekend at Donington Park. Absolutely pristine conditions. You can see the track is in absolutely fantastic working order. The drivers will now get to see what it's like out there, see whether we can break that lap record once more, currently held by Jake Swan, as they get waved off onto their formation lap then. A chance for them to get heat in those slick tyres. We also heard in one of the post-race interviews, I think it was Aaron Head, saying they were running older tyres yesterday. So it means that they've got potentially a brand new set of slicks to drop into the mix this weekend, so into the race today, whereas some of them will have been running those new tyres yesterday already. So we can have one brand new set of slick tyres per race weekend. So some choosing to run from the second Silverstone set. Here is the starting grid then. Aaron Head starts on pole alongside Lewis Thompson. Henry Heaton is 3rd. James Murphy lines up 4th. Then we've got Jake Swan with that new lap record. Luke Stevens, Stephen Lyle, Chris Moore lines up 8th. Lee Bristow, Timothy Dickens, Andrew Lees and Simon Griffiths is 12th. Then we have Ian Sparshott, Chris Kirby, Barry Benham and Mark Farmer. And then we roll it with Dale Head, Tom Eden, Mike Evans, Johnny Jarrett. Round out this grid of the 20 cars that are starting with us today. So some of those cars at the back would have been the ones caught up in that opening incident. Others sort of did finish the race but had to fight their way back through, including Tim Dickens, who we saw out by the barriers. They'll all be looking to have a better race. Remember, the finishing order for this race determines the starting order for the last race, so they still do have to take caution, make sure they are going to finish this race in a good position and not try anything too rash. Although from the outside, for anyone who's not been watching Caterham Motorsport, strap in and get ready for this. The action is fast and frantic and will not relent until the checkered flag is shown. 20 minutes to go. We run 3 20-minute sessions in this top flight of Caterham because the cars are so physical. It was considered just a bad form to put drivers through half-an-hour races in these. So actually it brings us 3 race starts and everything that comes along with that, and it's fantastic format for the drivers and really makes the race weekend busy and really quite tactical as well. So the races are often tactical because of the tow that you even get in this, even with this extra power of the 7 UK car. There's still a lot of tow to be had. The aerodynamics of the Caterham are not fantastic, and therefore a car following will gain speed, especially with this slight headwind. You can see the flags just gently fluttering towards the cars as they head down then towards the starting grid, where the marshals will all line them back up onto their starting positions. So they've got to find their grid spot that they were allocated last time and pull back onto there, otherwise they will get a penalty for that. You can see Mike Evans and the final cars just coming around here. There is Johnny Jarrett in the number 21 car there. Oakmere Motorsport, he'll be looking for a better result. Getting around more than 2 corners would be a better result for him. So let's see how that goes. Who is going to make the best start? With those slick tyres, it can be tricky to get these cars off the line well. And so let's see how they manage it today then. We're getting ready. Looks like we're all lined up and ready. The green flag is flying at the back of the field as the final cars pull onto their position. So looking out for the lights in the top right of our screen, and we'll get this Avon Tyres Caterham 7 Championship UK race underway, the second 20-minute race. And here we go. Henry Heaton Lewis Thompson got a good jump away, and Aaron Head was a little bit slow again and getting maybe swamped into that pack, but he just tucking on the inside, a little bit of contact there. James Murphy is following around the outside, but it looks like it's Lewis Thompson holding the inside line, so he'll have inside as they go through Hollywood and down the Craner curves for the first time. This time they have all made it through turn 1, so some of them have definitely gone further than they did yesterday already. So Aaron Head, a little bit of a break there ahead of Lewis Thompson. James Murphy around the outside of Henry Heaton, able to hold that momentum in these early laps. Henry sort of giving that space, and Stephen Lyle's made a good progress already up, and just following him is Chris Moore. And we've got Luke Stevens behind him and Jake Swan with that new lap record from yesterday's race in that top 10 as well. But Aaron Head, maybe he has strapped on those new slick tyres. Certainly looks like he's showing a clean pair of wheels. That's Andy Lee's been pushed out wide into the gravel. He's going to make it to that grass. He's got a bit of dust on his tyres, so it's going to take a little while to clean them off. but that's not the start of the race he would have wanted out of McLean's there. There he is in that golf-coloured car. But Aaron Head trying to shake the toe already. He has really got, he's come out here, all guns firing. Henry Heaton locked up down the inside. He didn't want to lock up too many times in case he gets that flat spot, but he has gained that position, and he is ahead now of James Murphy in that 4th place. James Murphy looking though back down the inside of Redgate, and it's not far behind him. You've got the 2 DPR teammates of James Murphy, Stephen Lyle and Chris Moore, both looking to see what they can achieve. So James Murphy does get back through past Henry Heaton, with Stephen Lyle just having to tuck in behind them right now. We heard Stephen Lyle was going to be keen to try and push his way a little bit further forward and be a bit more elbows out rather than just sitting there passively. So we'll see if he can manage that. But this lead duo have got a little bit of a gap already, haven't they, after lap 1? And that's unusual to see. We generally see that being pulled back. Stephen Lyle a little bit wide out there of Old Hairpin. Needs to be careful of the track limits, which again is another feature of Donington and is another feature of Caterham racing, as it is for all national racing in Great Britain currently. So they're allowed to use all the grey bits. They can use the red and white curbing, but they shouldn't be going onto any of the green bits around the track. If they get called up for that, or if they trip a sensor, that some of these corners have sensors on, they will get a penalty, eventually starting with a 5-second penalty. We'll keep an eye on whether that develops. But for 2x2 again, as we mentioned from yesterday, Aaron Head is in that lead ahead of Lewis Thompson, Henry Heaton. Certainly Aaron Head able to carry a lot of speed through the Roberts chicane that time. Is he going to be able to pull away? Like I say, maybe he is on those new slick tyres. He was not able to pull away, and Lewis Thompson is straight back past him. But these two look like they're in a dangerous position, and James Murphy's going to have to be, and Henry Heaton's going to have to be cautious of that and work together to try and fight back. It is possible for 2 cars and drivers to work together to pull that gap. A little bit of understanding about not going side by side through bends, and they will be able to make it back across. Lewis Thompson, though, new into this series. Last time out he got 3 podiums, and he got another 2nd place yesterday, so he's not been off the podium in any race he's been on in these cars just yet. And impressive performance leading this field of drivers around currently. Chooses not to run with that the side screen door on his Caterham, so you can see his elbow waggling around in the wind, and you can see how much input they put into the steering wheels of these Caterhams. They really are dancing on that ragged edge of grip all the way around this lap. You can see as they come up into Coppice, the car sort of jinking their Dale Head, sort of doing a good demonstration. He clipped a little bit too much of the curb, and the car became unsettled. And yes, he just got it all back in alignment though. A little bit further back, it looks like Swan and Bristow are just sort of sitting in a watching brief there behind this battle with Chris Moore and Luke Stevens. Over the line again then for this 3rd lap completed. Aaron Head did cross the line in the lead, but he will be taken by Thompson as they turn into Redgate. Luke Stevens up the inside then of Chris Moore, and giving a little bit of a hand signal halfway through the bend, saying let's go and make sure we catch up with these. So now I've taken over your position, let's work together. So do see a lot of hand signals in Caterham. Some of them are broadcastable, some of them are not, but that was definitely a work with me hand signal to say we're going to go back and catch this group. Whether Chris Moore will comply with that, it's unknown. We'll watch out for that, but certainly that move that Stevens made has dropped them away from the back of Lyle, who will be seeing whether he can protect that. So Lyle definitely having a good start. There is that first Luke Stevens and Chris Moore battle, but into the over the top of Coppice, into the blind apex as they monster that curb and then try and make sure they get the edge of the track. It kind of dips in at you. It really pinches back right on the exit of that corner, and the drivers all just about there making sure they stay within those bounds. Again, we're going side by side into the chicane this time through. That's not good for speed, and it will let these other drivers catch up. As soon as you see the drivers going side by side, they are going to lose that ultimate speed that they have, and plenty of speed they do have. They're taking most of these corners at sort of motorway type speeds, so incredible pace that the cars have as they head around Redgate and now down into Hollywood, which is absolutely flat out. Then you've got to pick your turn-in point for the left-hand section of Craner Curves. Make sure you can keep that foot pinned. Make sure you always drag it to the left-hand edge of the track to make them as wide as possible into this old hairpin and carry as much speed as you can up the other side and towards Schwantz Curve. Again, you can see one of the differences you'll see between this 7 Championship UK drivers and the others that we see this weekend, certainly in the lower formulas. We've got the Roadsport with us. They will have a bit more of an inconsistent line around some of these bends as they're learning their craft and learning their cars. There is the fastest lap so far with on the screen there, James Murphy at 12.6, so nearing a couple of tenths back from that new lap record, but getting closer. and so we'll see whether this race today is going to produce any more fast racing. But one thing is for sure, in a group cars like this, there's not necessarily anything you can do. James Murphy going to shove that 3 wide down the inside. He's locked up the wheel. Can he get it stopped? He just gets it stopped up the inside and does make a fantastic move to take both of them. You can see he's keen to get a move on in this race and actually assert himself. He was in that 4th place, and now we're overtaking 2 coming into that corner, and I think he was even 4th place coming onto the back straight. So he now leads. We've got Aaron Head swooping around the outside. Lewis Thompson, the sandwich in the middle there in the number 79 green car. And you've got Henry Heaton in the number 10 blue chrome car. Lewis Thompson just clipping a little bit of the dust there as he goes through Hollywood on the outside of Henry Heaton. He'll have the inside potentially for this next bit, but Henry Heaton moves slightly wider to protect that, and they all will drop back in alignment there. A little bit further back, Chris Moore has dropped back through the field a little bit, so he got under attack from Stevens, who is still on his way forward. They've come across that gap, and now he is in front of Stephen Lyle as well. So Stevens got some serious pace, and the blue machinery there you can see in that 5th place has come all the way through he was started 6th on the grid, so he's dropped back initially a little bit, but he's now back into that battle and looking to make his way forward. Henry Heaton, Luke Stevens, nose to tail and manoeuvring Lewis Thompson out of that train. Can Lewis get himself back in that train before he gets dropped to the back of it? We are going 3 wide in front, so there's going to be plenty of tow on offer to drag him back in. Stephen Lyle, though, looking down the inside. They can't all make it through the corner 4 wide. They are 4 wide. Luke Stevens down the inside of all of them. He makes through 4 places where whatever James Murphy did, Luke Stevens just did one better that time. Stephen Lyle getting dropped out a little bit out of that train. So a little bit of contact in the background there. 2 cars looks like are together coming out of the Roberts chicane. Not sure who that was, and that looks like Andy Lee's also scattering to the inside of the track to avoid that. So it all kicked off a little bit further back. Sometimes you get a concertina sort of ripple effect as the lead group are battling all together and going side by side, but the following group didn't manage to make it out. Let's hope that all those cars are able to move away and that we don't have a safety car. Barry Benham back in that with a little bit of crumpled rear end and front end. It looks like he was a bit of a sandwich in that as he exited out, and you can see where the sort of tracks lead to where he ended. It's a strange place to be, but unfortunately it does look like that will be a safety car to come and snatch that car because I can't see it. So driver out and okay, hits the back. Oh crikey, there's a car on its side going almost upside down, hitting that tyre bale and getting all confused. Who's that? It looks, is that the number 93? Is that Mike Evans? So if it was Mike Evans, that's him driving around there. So I can't believe it is. Anyway, that's unbelievably unlucky to hit that tyre stack and cause a reaction between him and the other car. So yeah, Barry Benham walking out of the car and the drivers walking out as well. So all drivers confirmed out the car and okay. But Barry Benham's car is still stuck there on that inside of the curves. How are they going to deal with this? Will they go across the line and then throw a safety car? At the moment, it does look like they've reduced the pace, doesn't it? So I think the safety car boards have been released. Yes, it looks like they're all under safety car conditions. I can see on the timing screen that yes, the safety car is now on track. So a scary incident there coming out of the Roberts chicane. It looked, so I was concentrating on the front of the field, and just in the background I could see cars sort of spraying left and right onto the track, and it does look like there's a nasty incident. But everyone back up. They build these cars very strong. They've got all incredibly strong chassis and performance designed deliberately to be able to cope with accidents. And looks like if that was Mike Evans that we saw sort of on the edge of his car, he's driving around the track still. And there's Barry Benham, who we did see in that gravel. So unfortunate end to another race for Barry Benham there. He won't be remembering Donington with too much happiness right now. But Luke Stevens, after that incredible move coming down into the chicane, 4-5 wide, and he sort of made it stick down the inside. He's come out on top currently. He leads them through under this safety car. There is the safety car. So Luke Stevens is our safety car whilst we wait for the Ford Mustang GT 5-litre Mustang here to pick them up as they'll come down the straight next time. They will then be able to extract that car from the gravel. It shouldn't take too long as it's right next to the pit entrance, and then we can get the racing back underway. We still have just under 10 minutes, so we're just over halfway through this 20-minute race as we see them all coming down here. Some choosing to keep temperature and keep their tyres warm by weaving, others sort of choosing at this point to maintain the life in them. Remember, they've got to keep these tyres for the next couple of races at least, so they want the life left in them for the end of race 3. So a little bit of management there. You can see Barry's car ready to be retrieved and the safety car ready to pick up Luke Stevens. So he's done a great job of holding that field. He noticed the flags early, and therefore he could bring them all under control and did the job that he's expected to do. So now they can all compress up behind that safety car. Yesterday we saw a few, I'll call them snoozing drivers. They certainly lost out on the restart, so I'm sure they'll be looking to do better this time through. And certainly in some of the other formulas, the restarts were a little bit strung out, where you wouldn't necessarily expect that. So I'm sure everyone will be more awake today. Still got most of this field all circulating around, and after the first lap incident yesterday, it's great to see the battles develop. The marshals, they're all tiding away. A good opportunity to thank all of our marshals, all of the sort of circuit volunteers, staff, and people who make us and make these race meetings possible. Without marshals, who spend their weekends looking after us, making sure they put all the cars back out, picking up all the pieces that we drop around, making sure we're safe when accidents do happen. It's fantastic to have them all here, and like I say, we cannot do this without them. So from all the drivers, and I know all the supporting staff, and thank you very much to the work you do. As we look around, we've still got the lights on the safety car this time through. Obviously, they've still got to get a snatch vehicle to that car at the chicane to then be able to move it out of the way. It will be sort of fully embedded in that gravel. As we watch Mike Evans, there is that 93 car. The car's looking in good condition. He had an issue in that first lap, didn't he? There is that snatch vehicle. Looks like it's got a bit of a way to travel down the exhibition straight to go and pick that car. Oh no, there is a snatch vehicle there. The other one is sort of making its way down. So we are going to have at least a couple of laps of safety car. And we've already mentioned the British Motor Show, 18th to 21st of August. Caterham are going to be there in full effect. They will have the drift taxi that Sam was talking about. So if you want to ride in one of these, see what it's like to actually sit in a Caterham and get flung around in what is controlled mayhem, then definitely have a look at that drift taxi. Yeah, we'll have on the live performance shows showing off all of these cars, and there's plenty of people on hand. If you ever want to get involved in Caterham action, it is a fantastic way to get involved in motorsport, and Caterham put on a full package of racing for all of our drivers, starting with the Caterham Academy. If you want to enter the Caterham Academy, you cannot have held a race license or a karting license in your past, so it's a complete level playing field. You buy a car from Caterham, the Caterham Academy car. It costs a little over £30,000, and then included in that price is your full season's racing, including testing, getting your ARDS license, which is your racing license, to turn you from someone watching on the couch to being an actual race driver. You get your ARDS license, and then off you go. And they offer a package of sprint racing and circuit racing. We saw them, the green and white group. So many people like to join the academy every single year that it sells out, and we have to run them as 2 grids. We can't fit them all onto 1 grid. We've got the 2 grids, so we white and green, and we saw them yesterday racing around, and congratulations to our 2 winners from those 2 races. Roger Patke and Ben Timmons were the 2 winners of the 2 separate races yesterday. Also mention out to Duncan Mallett, who set new lap record for the Academy, a 122.685 around this Donington National Circuit. So congratulations to all those Academy, and if you want to join them, if you want to get into motorsport, you're wondering how, well, Caterham Academy package is a fantastic thing, and contact Caterham. You can get on their website, but the British Motor Show would be a great chance to come and chat to drivers, including myself out there, who'll be happy to talk to anyone that's interested in doing that. I once was that person watching all these streams and all the racing out there, and decided in 2013 that it was my turn, and it was a fantastic step. And 10 years later, still very much involved, as you can hear here in the commentary box, watching many of the people I've raced against in those previous years, all having fun in this 7 Championship UK and throughout the other championships as well. So we're going to have another lap at least. You can see the lights on that safety car. So it will be at this, well, just a bit earlier than this, where the lights will have gone out on that safety car to signal that it will be pulling in, and we'll hear the roar of that 5-litre engine as it sort of scrambles away, and then Luke Stevens will be the new safety car effective driver. But you can see that snatch vehicle is pulling them out. So it's taken a little while to get that snatch vehicle to the car and to pull it out the way. So we said it was about 10. We've been under the safety cars about 5 minutes. We've got another lap to go. So what are we looking at? Maybe 1, potentially 2 laps once the safety car is round for the next time through. So let's hope that we can get at least that 2 races. You can see that car is now behind the barriers as it gets dragged away. As you can see them now, we are seeing some drivers weaving to get tyre temperature back in, and also if they run over any dirt or gravel or dust that's brought onto the circuit, weaving will also clean off the surface of those tyres, ready for them to head into this at full racing speed the next time through. So there's a little bit of queuing going on, as some of them do, a little bit of sweeping and the final pick-up job to get the track back to racing order. Gravel is one of the sort of signifiers of Donington. It's these cars don't run windscreens, but we did see several smashed windscreens yesterday where the gravel gets kicked up. You can see how important it is to have visors and helmets. All sorts of things can head your way when you're driving out here on the circuit. So sweep on down this glorious looking Donington Park National Circuit that we're running in the Caterhams this weekend. It's the top flight of that Caterham, the 5th step of the motorsport ladder. Multiple champions, including this man here, Aaron Head, multiple Caterham champion, and won plenty of times in the 420 car as well, which is the preceded to this 7 Championship UK Championship. The lights are out on that safety car, so are we going to see the cars all get back together? They're sort of scrambling to make sure they are nose to tail with with Luke Stevens, who sort of pulled them away a little bit there to sort of say, hang on, I can go already. You can see how the safety car is put his foot down, and off he goes down and through the chicane. Luke Stevens looked, is he going to go early? He's gone early, he's seen a gap, and he's caught them snoozing again. Aaron Head and Luke Stevens caught them both snoozing. They didn't see that the safety car had gone so quickly off through the chicane, and he's got an absolute blinder there. Him and Aaron are way and clear if they can maintain that, and James Murphy's now got to have to protect from that 4th place rather than being attacking going forward, and that's is that Lewis Thompson, I think, to the outside then of James Murphy, and behind him Lyle and Henry Heaton also battling as they come into this turn 1. So it is Thompson still in that 3rd place, taking that back from James Murphy. He'll be disappointed with that restart. He got caught napping, and Luke Stevens was very aware to spot it, but Aaron Head right back on the tail of Luke Stevens immediately. We have 2 minutes of this race to go, so it looks like we will have this race, this lap and the next one before we call it time out. 2 minutes though of action, and there's plenty going to happen in that 2 minutes. We've got this battle for the lead between Luke Stevens and Aaron Head, and in the 3rd place you've got Lewis Thompson fighting with James Murphy, and James Murphy will be keen. He's manoeuvred Lewis Thompson out onto the grass. He's nowhere for Lewis Thompson to come back on, so Lewis Thompson was officially off of the circuit by the time he got onto that green, so James Murphy didn't let him have any room to come back on that circuit, and it means he's spent longer than he wanted on that grass. James Murphy saying in a bit of intent there, but that's going to rile Thompson up, I'm no doubt, and he's going around the outside of James as they head down into the chicane. He's sweeps across, got contact in the lead though. Aaron Head and Luke Stevens have come together, and Aaron Head spun. That's going to drop him all the way down the order. They're all running nose to tail after that safety car. He's not going to have anywhere to rejoin. That's a disaster for Aaron's race, and Luke Stevens also dropped back there after that contact. So who's our new leader? Lewis Thompson, after that grassy experience with James Murphy just behind him. They're going to have something to say, aren't they? I said everything can happen in this last minute or so, and we've got that minute left, so I think we're on to that last lap now with Lewis Thompson out front, ahead of James Murphy, ahead of Luke Stevens. Jake Swan coming up. It always seems to come good at the end of the races. Jake Swan, new lap record holder. Then we've got Henry Heaton just into that 4th place ahead of him, and Lyle then it looks like it's Bristow and Dickens. Bristow going up the Festival of Speed hill climb a few weekends ago, and this time he is at Donington Park flying around these hills, and there is Lewis Thompson out front. Mike Evans joining the back of that lead group as well, and Tim Dickens fighting with Lee Bristow in that orange machinery. Battles nose to tail that safety car. We've got 30 seconds left. Are they going to make it round to that start finish line? What was the timer when they went over it? It's going to be ever so close, isn't it, as they come down there might well be another lap, I'm being told, so that we should be able to get one more action, but I don't know if the drivers will know that. Lewis Thompson is currently in the lead. We are going to make it through to the start of this final lap then. They will be shown that last lap board as they all fan out, all trying to be second at the moment. That is the position that's under contention, but it's Lewis Thompson with a little gap. Luke Stevens back into that 2nd place, protecting down the inside, trying to stop Jake Swan going on there, and he's got Henry Heaton and James Murphy to his outside. James Murphy being shuffled back again. He's not going to be happy with that. Jake Swan up his inside as they go down through the Hollywood and down into the Craner curves. Crikey, there's a lot of action going on in there. Lyle might be outside the train just a little bit. He might get shuffled backwards, but Luke Stevens has fought his way back into the lead of this group after that contact with Aaron Head out of the Roberts chicane a short while back, but Luke Stevens there back into that second place. Can he hold off against Henry Heaton? Henry Heaton looking to continue his run of podium positions after his third place yesterday. Can he go one better? He is currently one better in that second place, but Lewis Thompson is also one better. We've got more contact, we've got wings, and we've got Lee Bristow spreading out. So some sort of wing incident there, got a wing ping that then they've all picked up, and that can damage your radiator, so it's important that they avoid that. We saw that yesterday. Barry Benham punctured his radiator from hitting the other contact with another car, but it's Lewis Thompson coming down. We've got 3 wide for second place, so Luke Stevens pinching across on Henry Heaton. He does manage to just get ahead. Henry Heaton, though, in that third place. It looks like Jake Swan is in that fourth place, and then we got Murphy behind him. So Lewis Thompson takes an uneventful end to that race for him, but everything else was eventful, wasn't it? Stevens rolls over in second. Henry Heaton takes that third place. Swan was fourth. Murphy, Dickens, Lyle, Moore, Evans, Dale Head, Bristow, Eden, Lees, Head, and that's Aaron Head down in 14th position. Kirby, Farmer, Griffith, Jarrett, and we lost Sparshot and Benham. Sparshot there. That is Sparshot just crossing the line there. He is missing that wing, so I wonder whether that's partly his wing. But what a cracking race. Certainly eventful. I'm not sure all the drivers will have enjoyed every single aspect of that racing, but Lewis Thompson certainly will. After taking a bit of a grassy moment alongside, that is Mike Evans, I think, stopped there just on the after the line. And in fact, James Murphy also with a radiator popped there, so he's going to have to kill that engine. A little bit of steam coming out there, so I'm not sure where that happened. Was that outside of McLean's? Was that what all that sort of bumping and boring was? Anyway, let's confirm the provisional result. I'm sure there'll be a bit to tidy up down here. For Lewis Thompson came through in that first place. Luke Stevens second. Henry Heaton third. Jake Swan is in fourth. James Murphy fifth. Tim Dickens sixth. Stephen Lyle came home seventh. Chris Moore eighth. Mike Evans ninth. Dale Head in 10th place. Lee Bristow was 11th. Tom Eden 12th. Andrew Lees, Aaron Head, Chris Kirby, Mark Farmer, Simon Griffiths, Johnny Jarrett, Ian Sparshot, Barry Benham classified in that 20th position. Crikey, quite a lot to digest there. It was all going quite smoothly until it all kicked off. So we had a big accident at the chicane, and all drivers okay, everyone out and off up the road, and that signalled the safety car, and it was then a 3-lap dash to the line, and in that 3 laps we lost some people, we gained some people, but Lewis Thompson pinged off the front and took that win over Luke Stevens, who squeezed his way to that second place just coming down at that chicane, and Henry Heaton had to make the decision to back out of it, otherwise he was going to get collected, and he did that to take that third place. I'm sure there was a little bit of championship thought going through his mind there, especially with Aaron finishing all the way down after that contact. We didn't see what happened between him and Stevens, so we'll wait and see what the stewards have to say about that as they all get directed towards the holding area, the parc fermé area. Nobody can work on their cars now, so the stewards will have a look, and I'm sure that we'll get to hear Sam talking to these drivers. But there's Lewis Thompson lining up in that lead position there. We will await his extraction from the car. You can see he doesn't run with those side doors, so it's a little bit easier to see what's going on. Getting all the car sort of turned off and ready. There's Ian Miller with bottles of water for our drivers. Ian Miller, the chief scrutineer for Caterham. And he will be looking at aspects of these cars to make sure they all comply with the regulations. We all work hard to make sure these cars are absolutely even. So Aaron Head having a word with Luke Stevens to understand what went on there. I don't think either of them are agreeing that they know exactly what happened, but disappointing for Aaron there. And another sort of result to add to his list that he will be chucking away, hopefully, by the end of this season. But he's still in a good position. But there is we've got Thompson here, and Sam, you can see there, ready to chat to him. So let's head down to Sam and hear what he's got to say.
Yes, Lewis, congratulations, another podium for you and a win. That's brilliant. Congratulations. How was it from your point of view?
Absolute carnage. I'm just absolutely made up to have won on the road. Yeah, just there's a little bit of a little pig in, just centred at the inside everywhere, and then James come up me outside with I think it was 2 to go. And he just didn't make it stick, and it compromised, and it backed him all up, and I was able just to have a nice, easy last lap. But there was a load of debris just outside. I don't know what the name of the corner is, but yeah, it sort of just had to avoid all that, and yeah, it wasn't easy, but yeah, just absolutely buzzing finally. So yeah,
yes, you've done it. Congratulations.
Yeah. Thanks to everyone at the team and everyone that's watching. Thank you very much.
Lovely. Thank you. Right, let's grab a word with Luke.
Yeah, cheers.
Congratulations, Luke, second place. It was you sort of came suddenly there, weren't you? It was great. You did some great driving.
Yeah, we've bided all the time. We hadn't driven the car until Friday, so it's the first time we've been out for 3 years. First time I've driven on slicks for 18 years, so it was pretty special to be at the front again.
Definitely. It's quite a challenge, isn't it, driving these cars?
Yeah, I'm definitely not fit enough, as you can probably see, but it's with the slicks and stuff, and testing Friday, qualifying, racing yesterday. The heat doesn't help. But yeah, massive thanks to Hannafin, my sponsors, and all my supporters, the boys who built the car. Awesome job, thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll move on to Henry in a moment. He's just talking to the circuit chap. Thank you. Congratulations, Henry. Another podium for you.
Yeah, another podium. Yeah, relatively happy with that, to be fair. I mean, considering that when the safety car was out, it seemed like it was taking an age, and I was like, oh, let's go. Let's get going, let's get racing, because I was in, I think I was in 5th or 6th, and, you know, when you've only got 2 or 3 laps to go, you know, that's a tall order to get past. But, yeah, we had a good go at it at the end. 2 laps I think we had, and I'm relatively happy to come home with P3 and kept my nose clean again, and consistent result, and yeah, looking forward to the race again this afternoon.
Yes, but consistency is the key, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, but I do want to win one.
Of course.
Yeah, I do want to win one. It's been, I won the first race this year at Brands. That seems like an absolute age ago. So, yeah, I'm sure I've still got it in the locker somewhere up there, but I just need to find it again. So, yeah, good race again, you know, but, yeah, happy with that P3. Let's go and do it again this afternoon.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Congratulations. I'll hand back to you, Chris, for some highlights.
Thank you. Yes, let's see what we just watched. That's what highlights of the race coming to you. Here we go then. A relatively even start from everyone at the beginning there. Aaron Head did make it out of pole position into that lead, but Lewis Thompson and James Murphy started their race-long battle with each other as they turned on through. And the rest of the field all making it through the opening laps this time. Andy Lees was sprung off up at McLean's, but he was able to rejoin a little bit later. You can see the battling happening between Aaron Head and Lewis Thompson. They were kind of consistently up front in this early part of the race, but there is Luke Stevens starting to make his manoeuvre through. He dropped back a little bit at the start, but he came back through, and this was a 4-wide move that he came up the inside of everybody to take the lead of this race down everybody. So Aaron Head and Luke Stevens and James Murphy, there we had that frightening frightening accident there coming out of the Roberts chicane with the drivers all okay. We had the safety car period then, and it was prolonged while they extracted that car to get the snatch car, and Luke Stevens caught them all napping as Aaron Head just about managed to get back to him in his tow, but everyone else was left snoozing at the back there. Lewis Thompson was given a grassy ride by James Murphy, nowhere to join back into that train, and this was their little contact between Luke Stevens, who just tucked down the inside and did drift a little bit wide into Aaron Head there, so I'm sure that'll go up to the stewards. Lots of debris up at McLean's as cars sent scattering, including Lee Bristow, an uncomfortable ride up the inside, but Lewis Thompson had a really comfortable run to the finish line, didn't he, as he came across with a nice gap in front, but it was not clear who was going to come second and third until the last second, but Luke Stevens did take that second place over Henry Heaton, Jake Swan taking that 4th place. So yes, quite an exciting race there to open our proceedings today, and we have plenty more Caterham action for you. 4 more races throughout the rest of today, but let's got Aaron Head down in the Parc Ferme with Sam to hear. I'm sure he's very disappointed after the end of that result.
Yes, a very disappointed Aaron. Oh, Aaron, talk us through what happened.
Yeah, just safety car. Thought I'd leave a gap to Luke on the restart just so that I could chase him down for the lap, get him on the back straight, and guys behind left a gap to them to hopefully leave them. It was perfect, you know, timed it brilliantly. And unfortunately, coming into the chicane, I was past Luke thought he'd try and send it, and I saw his front right, and I thought, right, well, I'm not going to make contact, so I'll just leave enough room. He said he just went straight into the curb and it just sent him into me. You know, he's admitted that it was his fault, and unfortunately it just ruined our race for that. You know, it should have been a nice easy race win again, and yeah, unfortunately we were quite far back in the end.
Well, hopefully best luck this afternoon. You can make your way through the pack.
Yeah, hopefully. It's quite enjoyable doing that, so.
You've done it before?
Yeah, a few times.
Thank you, Aaron. And back to you, Chris.
Thanks. Yeah, so The finish result of this race does mean that the start result of the next race is, it's determined by the finishing result. So he will have to start deep in that field. I think we said 14th-ish was where he finished that race. So a lot of work for him to do. A lot of action, like I was saying just before we went down there, to come. Including next up we have the road sports, but we've got a slight gap before the road sports are there, and you can see that we've got some spectators out on the banks in this hot weather. Some of them looking for that shade, and it's unsurprising given the temperatures out there and what we're expecting today. It's not going to relent all throughout today, so hoping everyone out there is drinking lots of fluid and getting out of that sun when they can. But we do have a slight gap after the podium celebrations before the next race, so it's a tight chance for you to get yourself a cup of tea, but don't turn that stream off, leave it there, and we will be back racing before you know it. You can see all the cars though, the bits of Barry's car there being put together. There is Henry Heaton and his mum, Carol, just giving him his third place trophy. We've got Luke Stevens there taking that second place and picking up his trophy thing. Congratulations to Henry, so well done to Luke. Back in his car, back in with the slicks, and you could hear how out of breath he was. I'm sure he won't like me pointing that out, but he was certainly had a physical race. But there's Lewis Thompson taking that top spec, second yesterday, not been off the podium since he jumped into this car, continuing his form from that 3 to now. What a racing he's turning out to be. I'm sure moving on to great things. Will he be able to come back and be the British Caterham champion? That's what all these drivers are fighting for as they take that champagne. Again, don't think we'll see too much exuberance, just they're not on the last race yet. We might see more champagne. Luke Stevens giving them a little bit of soaking, not following the structure there. But well done to all of our podium from that 7 Championship UK race. 20 minutes or so then before we get the next racing action. That will be the Caterham Roadsport, the second of their racing for today. Roadsport, 20 minutes on offer from that Roadsport, the Lovecars Roadsport Championship, and we'll be back with you in about that 20 minutes. So grab your cup of tea and we'll be back before you know it.
Welcome to a distinctly blustery Brands Hatch for round 6 of the Caterham Academy, where the cars headed out for qualifying on a rather slippery surface after some early morning rain.
It actually started quite well, even setting the early pace for a very, very short time. And as the track started to dry, almost everybody got faster, but my provisional pole position slipped down to 3rd, and from there on in I never really managed to link anything up and finished a modest P6 ready for the race.
And so to our very own Paul Woodman, on pole position after lap 1, 3rd on the grid after 5 laps, 6th on the grid at the end of qualifying. Paul, it was all there, it faded.
I don't think I faded, I didn't change at all. Everyone just got a little bit better and I just stayed where I was. But it was nice when it was really wet, but there's not much grip out there.
We're all waiting for the Lovecars podium, and surely, Theo's not usually up the front pack. You could just get to the left of him up to paddock. One of those demon starts. Can you produce another one?
I think if it's dry, it looks like it's going to be dry this afternoon now. I'm hoping we get another good start. Round the outside, don't tell the boys. Round the outside, slot it into second behind Fred and see where we go.
Nice trouble-free race. Oh, I can't wait. Podium. Can I come on the podium with you if you get there?
Let's not jinx it, but we've got to be due a podium, surely. We've got to be due a Lovecars podium at some time. Sometime.
We'll be there. Me and him. Champione. Pole position at Brands Hatch was a bit of a surprise because 8th in the championship out the blue. Boom. Ian Harris on pole.
Yep, very happy with that. This is my local track, so I've done plenty of dry track days here, but never in the wet before. And yeah, I was very surprised. As I came in, everyone was doing the finger to me, and I thought they were being rude maybe, but no, apparently I was on pole position, so on the last lap as well, so really happy with that.
It literally was. You jumped from nowhere to the pole. Were you using these wet lines where you go around the outside of the corner?
I was ignoring everyone because everyone was trying to do your typical wet lines, and I was just trying to find grip on the track, and slowly by slowly I worked out each corner where I had more grip and less grip, and then on the last two I linked it together, thought I've only got a few minutes to go, you've got nothing to lose if you come off, you might as well go for it. It paid off. Now I've got to do well, and this afternoon when I was going to have a relaxing race, I thought.
Crazy Horse, a motorbike dealership that also sells Caterhams, and it's where our championship leader Fred Chiddick's got his. Fred, championship lead, a bit of pressure, but with the points dropping, you need wins, don't you? Because Jeff's got 3 wins to your 1, so very important today's race.
Yeah, it's a really important race. It's a shame that we're dropping 2 rounds out of 9. I could really do with only dropping 1, but quite liking the mixed conditions. Definitely a better qualifying than Silverstone, starting higher up, so looking forward to the race.
And possibly, if you know the Brands Hatch grid, happy that you're not on pole.
It's worked in my favour, apparently. I don't know, but I've been told. So yeah, looking forward to it.
Yeah, the pole is the famous hole here at Brands Hatch, where the pole man's stuck on the inside in a bit of a dip. So every chance of leading into Brands and then getting your head down and disappearing, Fred.
That will be the plan.
McCat Motorsport. No idea what that's about, really. A complete office layout in the trailer. Must be a big businessman or something. Brought his office with him. But surprisingly, 3rd on the grid, from nowhere, still putting on his sponsor's jacket. Theo the artist. Theo, what's with the McCat?
What, the name? Yes. A blend of McLaren and Caterham.
You have a McLaren?
I do, yes. 5
What colour it's going to be? Do you think it's orange, perhaps?
It's bright orange.
Oh, brilliant.
Ventura orange, with orange sparkles. Very nice.
So quite a different car, an orange McLaren and an orange Caterham. How do you find comparing the two?
Do you know what? I prefer this. I prefer this. This is far more fun. You know, you can put this at full chat and not kill yourself.
I say this to so many people. When they go on track days, they get a radical or something that's glued to the track and they don't slide around. But these, you have so much fun, don't you, without risking killing yourself?
Fantastic fun. And, you know, with the McLaren, 15 grand to replace the rotors and the brakes, 50 quid. So, you know.
Anyway, let's get back to the racing, because, you know, you've been, you know, we've seen you doing well-ish occasionally in the academy race, and then boom, 3rd on the grid. Where's that come from?
It's the luck of the weather gods. The rain fell, and I'm not afraid of the rain. I don't mean that to sound arrogant, but I quite like it. So I just put my foot down, found the grip on edges where clearly others didn't, and managed to eke out 3rd place. But I didn't know I was 3rd until I came in and somebody went like that. It's usually 1 finger salute when I come in, so it was nice to have a bonus of 2.
Mark, 4th on the grid today, 2nd in the championship. You had loads of podiums, but you're still waiting for that win.
Yeah, always the bridesmaid, unfortunately. So hopefully today, home circuit. I've been here since I was walking, so fingers crossed for a podium or even a win. So
you've got a fan club here cheering you on?
Mum and Dad in there, my niece is here, all my friends are here, so yeah. They've got banners, hopefully, cheerleaders.
Now, whilst the Caterham Academy brings fierce racing on track, it's also brought together people who become friends. Almost a bromance here. 12th and 13th in the championship. Joe and Paul. See, you can't stop them talking. Joe, Paul, I understand, you know, there's a bit of friendship developing here. You know, you've never met before, but now you're just best buddies.
Well, yeah, hang on. We'll see how it ends up later.
Oh, now you're putting your racing hats on, are you? But you found you live just 20 miles apart. I mean, this could be a huge friendship.
10 miles, really close. Yeah. Never met before, and now it's like a family, isn't it?
Yeah.
Fantastic.
48 and 84.
Yeah, exactly.
That's when Paul was born, and that's when I was born.
I hadn't seen yet, even the numbers. It was destined to be, wasn't it? This is, you know. But now, you're 12th and 13th of the championship. You're lining up today, 12th and 13th. I mean, the friendship has to disappear, does it, when the lights go out?
Maybe on the last race. It's all still a laugh at the moment.
He's a gimme. He's got to give you the position by the sounds of it. You're going to just take place?
Well, I think Paul's whole thing, Paul's got a lot of time on his hands, so he spends a lot of time on track, a lot of practicing. I'm a very busy man. I turn up, I do my thing, and so it's quite interesting, the dynamic. So yeah.
So you've done a lot of track days preparing?
No, I had never been on a circuit until April.
sorry, Paul, when were you here this week?
Wednesday.
Wednesday. I thought it was Tuesday.
Wednesday and Thursday.
Wednesday.
As you can see, these two have become friends for life. Probably forever.
We all know motorsport can be dangerous, but for the thousands of marshals up and down the country and all over the world, mostly volunteering to make sure we can race, sadly, the unthinkable happened exactly 1 week ago to a beloved Brands Hatch marshal, Robert Foote. Robert sadly lost his life during a race event on the 31st of August 2021, which was honoured by the Orange Army and race fans from across the UK. It was an honour to have been part of this, and our deepest condolences go to Robert's friends, colleagues and family.
Lining up then for 20 minutes of frantic Caterham Academy. The big question is, can Paul make one of his legendary demon starts from the outside of row 3?
The answer was no. A positively average start, in fact a completely rubbish start, opening the door for all sorts of challenges going into the first corner. But somehow I managed to make up a place going around the outside and slot into 5th behind Theo, who I have to say was the bane of my life at the beginning of this race, making his little orange Caterham the widest car in the world.
The demon start didn't quite happen. Paul dropped back to about 7th or 8th, but he's now fighting for 5th. No, he's lost 5th to 6th. He's going to be unhappy, but he's got the championship favourite behind him.
And with Caterham Racing, you try and gain a position, leave an inch, and the people behind you will take a mile. And Mark Kendall didn't need any invitation to move up into 5th place. Trying to defend and also attack is an art in itself, but I managed to hold off Jeff down the main straight and took enough speed out of paddock to get P5 back with a nice move up the inside of Market Druids, the hairpin. Now all I'm thinking is to try and get a move ready on Theo to ditch the pack behind, but that wasn't as easy as it sounds, and I had to catch him first. But I was fast through paddock again and took the speed up the hill to Druids, where another tight undertake managed to get me into P4 and past the widest man on the track, Theo Theato.
He's up the inside of Druids. A great line round Paddock Hill Bend, got the momentum. He's through to 4th. He needs now to catch up with Mark Jones and who is it, Ian Harris battling over 2nd. But he's gone very wide.
Yeah, thanks Tiff. I was worried about the contact at the inside on Graham Hill Corner, so I made sure there's plenty of room. Now, I wanted to get a good exit around clearways so I could protect the inevitable onslaught at the end of the main straight, which would mean I could then start to make some headway. Easy as that. But then the most incredible, crazy, brave, call it what you want move from Theo going into paddock. Just when I think I've kept the position, he gets a massive tank slapper on, almost loses control. I back off for the inevitable crash, but he pulls off the most miraculous move I think so far of this championship. But I still had the momentum going up the hill, though this time he defended well and put me back into the dreaded chasing pack again.
Chinnix is escaping. There's a great battle for 2nd, but they're pulling away from this frantic battle for 4th. And Paul's back behind Teo, which isn't what he wanted to do, because now he's back in the crazy pack.
seen the movie I Am Legend with Will Smith and all those zombies, where he leaves the door open an inch and he's swamped with all these zombies coming in? That's what Caterham racing is in a nutshell. Lost a few places, managed to get a couple back, and with Jeff pushing hard to catch the lead pack, I thought to slot in behind him and things would start to look up a little bit. Flipping Theo and what seemed to be a Caterham twice as wide as anyone else's was really causing me problems.
Twice Paul got past Teo into 4th place, but now he's back to 6th, and it's Jeff Newman, the championship favourite, trying to get past Teo, but Paul's ready to pounce if either of them make a mistake. Newman's now inside Teo, Paul's queuing up, it's a huge battle for 4th while the 3 out front are well ahead.
And then, like Jeff at Knock Hill, it was my turn to suffer from an innocent backmarker. Completely out of shape and a big slide at the foot of the hill meant the zombies, I mean my fellow competitors, rushed through and punished my error.
Another wild ride through paddock, almost in the gravel, and Paul's lost a 1, 2, no, 3 more places. No! Desperate to make that ground into Graham Hill, Ben Paul's had to get out of it, went sideways, and he's now back in 188th place.
It certainly felt like 188th place. I couldn't believe it. I bottled it going into Graham Hill Corner as I was desperate to keep my nose clean, and I didn't want to touch big Chris Fraser on what would have been quite an aggressive move. So again, it was just another case of damage limitations and trying to get some places back.
He's 14th. 14th from 4th. Today was going to be the day. We were going to be on the podium, but... Oh, he's going for 13th, up at Druids. This is good, back to 13th. Paul loves recovering, I think. This is what he loves doing.
I'll be honest, I'd love a podium more than getting through this pack, but I knew I had more chance of getting a pint out of Joe Priday than getting my elusive podium now. Then, just as I thought I'd get the move on Paul Castle, his bromance buddy Joe seemed to get a mystical tap from behind and span off the track, scuppering my chance of getting past his new BFF. Paul then proceeded to do a Theo and planted himself in the middle of the track, making it super difficult to overtake. Plus, of course, with his sensational ninja-like driving skills. I've had 2 crashes this season, neither of which have been my fault, but all I could think was to avoid crashing at any price, which is probably not the best mentality to have as a racing driver. But time was running out and I had to try and get in front of Paul Castle, and to make matters worse, Phil Clark was all over the back of me. Finally, Paul ran wide, and next up to try and pass was Rob Domain, who surprisingly very politely let me through with very little challenge.
battling back. He's hoping to get to the top 10. He gets up the inside at Paddock Hill, can't quite make it. Looking to at least get to 9th, but he could get to 6th or 7th if there's much time left. Meanwhile, Chinnix is doing a masterclass out front.
Then, I'll be honest, possibly the scariest moment of my short racing career. Fully committed down the inside of Surtees when I thought John Vincent was going to turn in on me. A real heart in my mouth moment, but thanks John for being so aware. And next up was Mark Williams. Well, at least that was the original plan. I went for the same move up the inside of Druids that had been so successful all race, but realised Mark was not going to yield and he turned in, which he had every right to do as it was his corner. 2 wheels on the grass, and the thing I wanted to avoid the most happened. I didn't care about my race, let's be fair, that ended several laps earlier. All I could think about was Mark and how gutted he must now be. I'll be honest with you, I was very close to driving in the pits, had a sheer despair for spinning Mark around, but I knew that really was not the right thing to do. So for the remainder of the race, I just sat 100 yards or so behind Mark, gutted that I made contact, but there was no way I was going to challenge his position. So huge congratulations to Fast Freddy with a brilliant recovery drive from Jeff in 2nd place and another podium for Mark Vin Jones. And so much for my podium, my worst result of the season, way down in 13th place, but I did manage to get 3rd fastest lap overall for the 2nd race running behind the 2 leaders. Seems I've got the pace, just not the brains.
Oh, it seems like you get to 4th like you did at Silverstone and then your world falls apart. You got through the 4th twice. How did you lose the places?
It was so competitive. I didn't like those tyres. Look, no excuses. No, absolutely no excuses, but I wish I put some different tyres on. It's just all over the place. I was sliding all over the place, and the boys are fast now. There's hardly anything between anybody. It's brilliant racing. Poor old Mark Williams. I went up Druids quite aggressively and tapped into Mark, span him around. That's the thing I feel worse for. I don't care about my position because I feel so sorry for him, but he took it so humbly and said, look, that's racing. Stuff happens. But what a brilliant race. It looked exciting. But
it was fabulous. It's just you got through the 4th. We thought, right, if you could get away from Teo. Teo was sort of holding you back, and you got Teo, and then you lost it straight away with just trying too hard at the next corner.
No, he did the most unbelievable.
Welcome back to Donington for the 4th round of the Caterham Motorsport season of 2022. We are back here. You can see the absolutely brilliant conditions out there, and we're getting set up ahead of the 2nd race of today and the 2nd race for the Caterham Roadsport Championship this weekend. And the Roadsport is the 2nd step of that Caterham Motorsport ladder. We've already had 1 race from them yesterday. A great thing that was. And we've also got this race for them, but we've got plenty of other Caterham action. You can see them all there lined up. The drivers are actually out of the cars at the moment because we've still got 6 minutes of the current racing. But I believe that Sam is down on that assembly with Tom Noakes, so we can find out how he got on yesterday.
Yes, I'm here with Tom Noakes in his Minty car. That's his nickname. Tom, you had the best qualifying you've had all season on Friday, but yesterday's race wasn't quite as planned, was it?
No, it definitely didn't go to plan. I was super happy with quali, most happy I've been with anything, like you say. But I made the mistake of thinking that if I had a plan and I stuck to it, it would work out. And then when the plan didn't start going to plan, everything went out the window. So I was sort of driving a bit hot-headedly and slowed myself down. No major incidents, so I'm planning to just be a bit cooler today, even though it's hot, and just try and have some fun. and then see how well we can do.
Yes, be cooler mentally.
Yeah, exactly. That's all I can manage, I think. Yeah, we'll see.
Well, enjoy it. Thank you for talking to us, Tom. Good luck. I'll move on to James Moon now, who's just ahead of Tom. Mooney on his number plate in his nice blue and pink car. Good morning, James.
Hi, Sam.
How's your season going so far?
Yeah, it's been pretty tough. I think we realised this year is everyone's got a lot faster. So sitting in 15, it feels like it's a pretty good position for me, actually. And you know, it was disappointing to hear the commentary yesterday from Cheesy to say that I was on declining form or something along those lines. That was good to pep me up this morning, but hopefully I'll start going forwards again.
We'll get him to say some more positive things, shall we?
That would be nice if you could. Yeah, have a word. Thank you.
Noted. All right, all the best. Thank you.
Cheers.
There you go, Chris. Have you taken note of that?
I have taken note of it. Must remember to be positive. Yeah, apologies, James. It's always good to see you at the front of the grid, and we want to see you back up there. So, yeah, great set of results for him, and long may he continue to move forward as well from that 15th position that he finished in yesterday. So, really good to see him up there. They've been out there in assembly area, so they assemble up on this sort of Grand Prix track, and they've been there for a little while now, so they'll have been sort of slowly cooking themselves in this temperatures out there, and I've fixed my commentary box air conditioning. It means I'm in nice cool, in fact verging on chilly, which I'm sure they'll be jealous of, but these drivers will be ready and getting ready to, you can see them all strapping in now, getting their helmets on and getting themselves prepared as we've got a few minutes left of the action out there. But also saw Louise Deason yesterday coming through the field and really doing very well indeed. So let's see how her race went on. Sam's down with her now.
Yes, got Louise here in her lovely pink car. Louise, how was the race for you yesterday?
Yeah, it was brilliant actually. Some really great close racing. A bit iffy after the safety car restart, but overall it was really good fun.
And how did you find the academy last year? Because you come straight from academy into the road sports, which is the ladder.
Yeah, academy for me was an interesting one. I gained the nickname Spinderella, so hopefully that tells you all you need to know. I had a great time, and obviously just looking to get better and better. So yeah, really looking forward to kind of this year of Roadsport.
Excellent. I wish you all the best. Thank you, Louise. Yes, I was going to ask her about Spinderella, why she had that on her number plate. Obviously, you know, for obvious reasons, I assumed. But I'm going to try and grab a word with Paul. So in the meantime, he's a bit further up the grid. So in the meantime, I'll hand back to you, Chris.
Great to hear from Louise Deason back there, and she, like I say, she was having a fantastic race, sort of in that towards that top 10, and the safety car restart then left her a little bit further back, but I'm sure she'll be wanting to move forward, and a great result for out there. And so we're going to go and speak to Paul Woodman, who we saw up in those podium positions sort of earlier in the race. We're really fighting it out up there. There's Lovecars, so it's the Lovecars Roadsport Championship, and Paul Woodman is the leader of that Lovecars, and he's sort of having an adventure in motor racing, shall we say, and certainly he ended up in 7th yesterday, so I'm sure he'll want to move forward. I can see that Sam is next to him there, so I'm sure we can go and hear from his point of view how the race went yesterday. So Sam, over to you. Let's hear how he got on.
Hi, Paul. Yesterday's race was, you know, looking good for you at one point, wasn't it? But after the restart, not so great.
It was really hard yesterday. It was probably the most brutal race I've ever been in, actually, without getting sort of beaten up. The car came back in one piece, which is good, but it's so close now. It's real wheel to wheel, and because it's a closed tight circuit as well, short circuit, there's no chance of really getting that breakaway. So it was hard yesterday.
And I wanted to ask you about your run up the hill in the 420 Cup. What a privilege.
You know what, that's a real bucket list. I've done some amazing things. I'm so lucky with cars. I've done some amazing things through Lovecars, but the things I've done with Caterham have been much more enjoyable, they've been much more memorable than anything else I've done. And that, like you said, it was a real privilege, a real honour. I was a bit timid, I'll be honest with you. I didn't do it justice, but I enjoyed every sort of 60-odd second of it, but it was great.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, I should just say that was Goodwood Festival Speed that Paul got to drive the 420 Cup up the hill, but you did great from where we were watching, so well done. I wish you all the best in today's race.
Thank you, Sam. Thanks.
Yeah, so Goodwood Festival Speed, he was driving the 420 Cup, which is a bit of a difference to the road sport cars, isn't it, Chris?
A few more horsepower under your right foot and the sequential gearbox to deal with. So yeah, lots of new stuff, and you only got a few runs, or if not the one run up the hill, so it's a lot to take on. But he certainly sounded like he enjoyed himself, and continues on his journey into motor racing. We've seen him get a couple of podiums this year, which has been great to see. One where he inherited his podium off the back of someone else's penalty, and another one where he actually got to stand there and spray the champagne. So really bucket list stuff, as he says. We can, though, also watch what happened in yesterday's race. So here are the highlights of that race yesterday. Charlie Lower initially making that good start and heading the pack, and we saw Theo Theato up there sort of consistently in that early racing. You can see Theo in that orange car there, and Charlie Lower behind Jeff Newman. Jeff Newman was a firm stalwart at the front of that grid. A little bit of wing goes flying from Mark's car there as they exit the chicane, but we'd see him back up towards the front of the grid towards the end of the race as we went 3 wide down through the Craner curves. A little bit of an issue there for the number 88, so that's Charles Vincent getting it all pointed in the right direction again though, and headed off. A little bit of grass tracking and gravel from some of the field. Banton we saw having an epic race until he lost the rear end, just took too much speed into Redgate and ended up in the gravel. We did have a small safety car intervention while they got it all together, and Jeff Newman held them all back. There's a bit of confusion further back where Lewis Deason ran backwards through the field a little bit, but Jeff Newman managed to maintain that lead, and Theo Theato offering plenty of defensive action behind him to try and hold this thirsty pack back. Charlie Lower a little bit lower down the order, and that was Neil Perry we saw running through the gravel in that retro livery there. Fantastic looking car. But Jeff Newman led them as they came down and through the chicane. You can see Freddie Chiddicks had made his way all the way up from a 20th position in the qualifying to get to that second position. So well done to Freddie Chiddicks and to Mark Jones, who had losing that wing early on, but made his way all the way back up to that third place. So I understand that we have got the paddle up auction platform, Joe Priday, there with Sam to talk us through his race.
Yes, I think we've got a few more minutes, well, maybe a minute. Joe, how's the race season going for you so far?
Yeah, no, it's going well. Found out I had some damage from last season, actually, sort of deep inside the car that got fixed at Silverstone, and Silverstone result was really good. And yeah, sort of come here, car's feeling good, possibly a bit hot for the tyres, etc. But yeah, overall, yeah, loving it as always.
Oh, that's great to hear. And have you got a plan for today?
Try and avoid any first corner. Yesterday, unfortunately, I did have some first corner, and then I did get hit under the safety car in a bit of an incident on the start-finish straight, which sort of got dealt with. So, yeah, I sort of 3 knocks yesterday. So just want to be clean. Simple as that.
Definitely. Well, I wish you all the best. Thank you. Yes, so nice, clean racing. That's what everybody wants.
Finishing 11th yesterday, so he starts in that near towards that top 10. I'm sure he'll be looking to try and go forward from that position, but it is Jeff Newman out front, our championship leader, coming in here with also already 4 wins under his belt this season. They're really going well. He took that win yesterday ahead of Freddie Chiddicks, who had to recover after not having full throttle in that opening in the qualifying session in the morning. So obviously deep in the field, I think 20th. If you're not running with 100% throttle, then you're certainly not going to be towards that front. He was 20th on the grid and did pull his way back through, but there is that Jeff Newman car, very distinctive out there with the blue and the bright yellow livery. Another blue car out there, though, is Philip Clark, and Sam is down with him on the assembly.
Yes, a blue and orange one, this one. Very nice Riviera blue, I think that is.
It certainly is.
How's the race season going for you so far, Philip?
Pretty good, mixed bag, but great to be here. Looking forward to the race. Hopefully good race like yesterday, so safe and good racing. So yeah, it should be good. Looking forward to it.
Excellent. And you know, have you got a plan for? Not many people have plans, but some people do have a plan of action for the race.
Just to see how it unfolds, to be honest with you. See if we can make some places up at the first turn, and then through Craner curve down into the old hairpin, and go from there. Really, it'll probably be absolute chaos, but that's the way it is. So we'll see how it goes.
What's your favourite track?
Well, I quite like this one actually, but Snetterton as well.
one of the favourites. Silverstone's always good, and of course Knockhill. So I would say Knockhill actually, if I had to pick one.
Anglesy's next. How do you feel about that one?
Looking forward to that. If it's dry, it'll be great. If it's wet, it'll be interesting. So yeah.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I wish you all the best for the race.
Thank you.
I'll hand back to you, Chris.
Yeah, Anglesey coming up next after we complete all our action here at Donington on the 13th and 14th of August. And again, if you're up the north of England, North Wales, why not come to join us on at Anglesey? It's always fantastic, regardless of the weather. Just make sure you pack for all conditions. Can't guarantee that we're going to have weather like we've got here on the Costa del Leicestershire in Donington here. Great though to see everyone. Like I say, they've been out there waiting a long time for the conclusion, but I can see that all the track is getting ready. Definitely ice cream weather out there. I would be joining you if I wasn't on this comms. It's Chris Hutchinson here in the commentary box. We've been hearing all the morning from Sam Parker down there in the assembly and in Parc Fermé as well, and everyone ready for more action, and the road sports are going to bring us that action shortly. Just as we get this tidied up, you can see that heat haze again as we look across, and again that wind has changed direction very, very slightly. We've got more of a crosswind now coming down the start-finish straight, and that can affect things. It can slightly affect, the speeds and also the tow that's on offer. So where we've been having super tow going down to Redgate and into the Roberts chicane, it might start reducing slightly. But in this road sport, which is the second step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder, they've still got their windscreen, they've got all the lights and things like that. So their tow in these cars is pretty strong, regardless of wind direction. And so these cars still fully road legal. You can see that they're running with the number plates as well, although they choose to do their personal one. And yeah, I understand that Sam is down on with Rocco Ainscoe on the grid.
I'm just admiring Rocco's lovely livery on his car. Loving the design on your car, Rocco.
Thank you very much.
How's the race season been for you so far?
I really wish the livery would reflect my driving standards, but it doesn't. Season's been a bit iffy so far. Had a bit of what's the word? Coming togethers at Brands and Snat. So I'm just looking forward to some clean racing and having some fun. Really great guys that we drive with. We're all sort of getting to know each other more, and sort of trust each other and race clean and fair and have a good race. So yeah, that's what we're after.
And how have you found the transition from academy to road sport?
It's actually a very natural step, to be honest. It's not been too difficult. The cars are a bit faster. We're obviously all just a bit of a higher standard, but actually very, very simple. I mean, getting a bit bored of maintaining the car on my own, but I can understand why people make the step up to team support. But yeah, it's been really good, really good.
Excellent. Well, that's the whistle gone, so I shall let you get ready. Thank you, Rocco. Wish you all the best. So there they go. They're heading out now. I'll hand over to you, Chris.
Thank you, Sam. Yes, as we heard there, though, in the road sport, the second step of the ladder, we were just going through that. What are the differences between road sport and academy? Well, they would all run in this same car, but in academy formation last year, which means when they get to road sport, they strap on the new Avon ZZS tyre, and they will run with that same tyre now all the way through to the 310R Championship. They also get a new rear anti-roll bar and a brake balance adjuster if they so wish. So a few little changes to the car, not substantial changes. The tyres, though, do make a significant difference to lap time, and they run something on the order of 2 to 2.5 seconds fast around this Donington National Circuit, so you can see how influential that tyre is on the speed generated. But they're all, as they also said, getting used to driving, as Rocco told us on the grid. They're getting used to driving, they're getting used to racing, all the formalities, procedures and everything that goes on, and all this sort of getting lined up on the grid, that all becomes more familiar. You've seen it all before, and you get 2 races per race weekend as well, so you double up your experience levels. And this is the Lovecars Roadsport Championship, ready for their second, or getting ready for their second race of this fourth racing weekend that we've got of this Caterham Motorsport Championship 2022 season. Can Jeff Newman continue his winning ways? It was Jeff Newman ahead of Freddie Chiddicks and Mark Jones yesterday. Theo Theate, though, was right in that lead battle. We're getting that green flag to say that they're getting ready for their formation lap, but Theo Theate was a constant force at the front of that race yesterday, and it was great to see him up there, and he just drifted to fourth just in the last lap or two. So let's see whether he can make that step onto the podiums. I think for the first time it would be for a little while, actually. And then we've also got Mark Kendall, who we regularly see out there. Charlie Lower in that 21 blue and white car. We can just see on the right of our screen there. And Paul Woodman just behind him. All of those drivers have been on the podium. Charlie Lower been one of our winningest kart drivers. Opening 2 rounds of the event season, he won. So Charlie Lower will be looking to pick up from that finishing spot on 6th place. I'm sure we can go through that grid as well. Here is the starting grid then. Jeff Newman starts on pole position ahead of Freddie Chiddicks. Mark Jones starts 3rd. Theo Theate starts 4th. 5th is Mark Kendall. Charlie Lower starts 6th. Paul Woodman 7th. David Rook 8th. James Cook starts 9th. Patel, Friday and Roebuck rounds out the top 12. Castle, Clark, Moon and Williams make up the top 16. Aaron Stevens in 17th. Tom Noakes, Louise Deason in 19th. Chris Roberts 20th. Rocco Ainscote 21st. Ray Radford 22nd. Rob Mason and Neil Perry 24th. 25th, Alan Bateman, Michael Banton. Vincent and Jodie Lees lines up 28th. So 28 cars look to be taking this second race start. The Lovecars Caterham Roadsport Championship. Second step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder. Last year's academy all combined into one grid. There's Philip Clark. We spoke to him on that grid. We also spoke to Rocco about the team support. So in Roadsport, you are fully supported by Caterham directly, so you cannot run with teams, and therefore everyone's got equal support and everyone's got equal cars underneath them with the regulations. Next year, when they upgrade to the 270, they can start employing teams if they'd like a team to run their car for them. But if in this championship, they must maintain their own cars, and Caterham are there to help them put it back together if they knock bits off. But as they're coming down here then to line up on the grid, Jeff Newman bringing them to a stop on that pole position on the left-hand side of our screen, right-hand side of the track, the inside for Redgate Corner, which is turn 1. Here is the final cars coming through to line up themselves on the grid. So we're nearly getting ready then for more Caterham action. Can they put on as good a show as the 7 Championship UK cars did? Let's find out. The final cars are just about lining themselves up back into their grid spots. Can Jeff Newman make that start? Can Charlie Lower come back from deep in the field? Will Paul Woodman get another podium? Can Theo Theate have a good race and get himself some silverware to take home? See Mike Banton just lining up there at the rear. Will we soon be given the green flag? Then we'll look for the lights in the top right-hand side of our screen. There they go. Ready for the Roadsport race, the Lovecars Roadsport race, second of 20 minutes racing, and Jeff Newman looked like he got a good initial reaction, but again, it may be bogging slightly. Everyone else has made a relatively even start. Can't see any issues as they fan into Redgate all the way across this track, but Jeff Newman is up the inside, protecting from Mark Jones on the inside, and Freddie Chiddicks on the inside, and Charlie Lowe has had a great start from about 6th or 7th on the grid to make it up to that second place, so he is eager to make amends for yesterday's result. See Neil Perry there in the background in that retro livery coming through as they all filter down through Hollywood, then into the Craner Curse for the first time. Jeff Newman, though, still out in the lead. Theo Theate makes it onto the gravel, managed to gather it all back together again, and I don't think he's going to make it to the gravel on the outside, therefore he will be able to continue, but he will have lost some momentum as they go up the hill. You can see there's a gap in front of him now where he has lost touch slightly, but he's plenty of opportunity to get that back. Charlie Lower, though, up into that second place behind Jeff Newman, then Freddie Chiddicks, then Mark Jones, then Theo Theate, managing to hold on after that scary moment going through the old hairpin as the rest of them filter through. Is that Mark Kendall dropped a long way back through the field, so I'm not sure what's happened to him in those early phases, but he's dropped behind quite a number of cars there, and he would hopefully he's going to be coming back through. They head on down then towards the Roberts chicane for the first time. Charlie Lower looking to the outside. Jeff Newman, though, is intent on protecting that inside line, whereas other people have sort of worked together. He is happy to maintain that lead for as long as he can and defend as much as he can towards it, and he's certainly got the pace in his car to be able to do it. Also trying to jink away from that toe a little bit just to make his life a bit easier as they come into Redgate. Theo Theate now looking up the inside of Mark Jones into Redgate for this second time of asking. Freddie Chiddicks sweeping around the outside. They're going to filter back into that order. Did see a wing on the outside of the track there, so someone did collect a wing, and one of the marshals will get a nice souvenir as this race ends towards the end of this 20 minutes. Newman, though, is still in the lead and looking threatening, isn't he? Charlie Lower dropping wide there. You don't really want to be all the way out there. It compromises your line through the old hairpin and therefore his speed all the way up through up Schwantz and into McLean. So there's a slight uphill drag as they go here. They've got the wind with them slightly. But there's Mike Banton in his colourful car. He's saw him end in the gravel after carrying too much speed, but he's going to be looking to move up through. But Newman is still just in front of them as they head into the top end of the track. So we're at the top of the hill here at Donington and coming around Coppice, blind apex right-hander, and still we start coming back down the hill along the Exhibition Straight. Jeff Newman there heading the field like he has done for most of this yesterday and most of today, starting from that pole position as well. So a great result so far. Can he continue that momentum? Charlie Lower, though, is holding him to the inside. So where Jeff Newman's protecting that inside, Charlie Lower was holding him there, and that compromised him. He had to get on the brakes slightly earlier, and that does give the lead, therefore, to Charlie Lower. So for the first time in a while, Charlie Lower leads this Roadsport grid, looking to pretended to jink to protect for the toe, but then Jeff Newman actually got him, and he's also going to return the favour, holding him right to the inside. Freddie Chiddick's looking to see whether he can have a momentum around the outside. Jeff Newman sweeps across, though, takes that racing line, should be able to have enough speed out down onto the Hollywood. Lower having to protect from Freddie Chiddick's there quite heavily as they went through into Hollywood to keep his car in front, which he manages to do. Theo Theato still there or thereabouts, looking up the inside of Mark Jones. Is that in that fourth place? Just about hanging it all together. He's having an exciting run down through this crane of curves, absolutely flat out in these road sports until you have to sort of lightly-ish brush the brakes as you head into that old hairpin corner. It's certainly a lot of momentum you want to be able to carry through that, to carry your speed all the way up here to this corner. McLean's at the top of the hill. Jeff Newman managing that situation very well, back out in front, so temporarily deposed down to second place, but he's back out in front where he has been for the majority of the time. So if Theo Theato can get his car all pointed in the right direction, keep it on the grey stuff, I think he's got some pace there, and he will looking to try and get that podium. And behind him we've got Rook, and remember he did very well yesterday. It was Cook and Rook line astern, and he's back up into that sort of sixth place there. So firmly ensconced in this battle so far. We have battle with just currently. Battle for the fastest lap is being led by Paul Woodman, 21.9, so still a bit of time to go before we get to a lap record period, but Paul Woodman got pace in that car, and he's looking down the inside. You can see him just tucking to the inside of Mark Jones. Is he going to try and get past two of them? He's going to have to haul on the anchors to get it slowed up. Charlie Lower and Jeff Newman tripping over each other as they go through Redgate, and that's going to give Freddie Chiddick a good run on both of them. I doubt he'll have anywhere to use that extra speed as they come down here, but the front three have broken away from Mark Jones and Theo Theato, and Paul Woodman did make it past a car to put himself into there, and Rook's just behind him with Cook. So it's a Rook and Cook show again as they go side by side into the old hairpin. And Kendall making his way back up and into this battle as well, so keep an eye out for him, see whether he can come back through again. But Jeff Newman still maintaining a real steadfast at the front of this grid. It's not easy around Donington to have the speed in the car to maintain that lead. Theo Theato going wide onto the dusty stuff will get it back together again, but that gives Paul Newman an opportunity to go up his inside, and he does do that. So he moves up another place as they come into Coppice and down Coppice onto the back Exhibition Straight. 14 minutes to go, so we've had 5 minutes already, another 15 minutes to finish this off. Plenty of action there for Jeff Newman down the inside, Charlie Lower looking around his outside. They're both sort of squeezing each other, trying to upset their lines, and Tyke onto the inside. That's Woodman a little bit lost his rear end. Mark Newman's out of control. Theo Theato has burst his radiator, that has dumped water. We've got contact between him and the number 27 car, that's Patel. He's also lost a wheel, so there will be a bit of tidy up, but Theo Theato's car is now broken and the radiator's burst. He needs to turn that engine off pretty quickly. As we then watch the rest of the field, we're going to have a lot of water on the exit of that chicane. That could well catch up. I don't know whether the leaders will have even seen that there was an issue going through there, but a lot of unsettled cars. Mark Newman hitting the new curbs that are on the inside of that, and he, unfortunately, his car then was speared out of control, and everyone collected. We had the collection of that, and then Patel coming around a little bit later with nowhere to go. So plenty of water will be down there. That's Aaron Stevens, another disappointing end to this race. He had a fantastic Silverstone, and it's disappointing for him. I'm sure he had a bad result yesterday, or not one of his best results yesterday, and he's now pulled out of that event up to the inside of Redgate there. So hold you onto your hats as they go through the period. So when they come down to the chicane at the end of this straight, there is going to be a lot of water. They're not necessarily going to do that. I'm sure the slippery surface flags will be out there, but it was pretty much the whole of the radiator dumping its water on the exit of that. So can Charlie Lower and Jeff Newman manage and control this situation? They're not necessarily going to know that it's there. Hold your hats and see what happens. Jeff Newman's carrying a lot of speed there. Can he get it turned? We're going to find out now whether they've got enough grip. They have. So it looks like that water is just slightly off of the natural racing line, which is a good thing, and therefore they all made it out there without too much of issue. Also, the hot weather, I think, should evaporate some of that away fairly quickly out there. But Jeff Newman then leads this trio, this front trio, the trio that we regularly see out there. And in that fourth place, it's Woodman now, with Cook and Mark Jones going side by side. We saw Mark Jones getting bounced around. You can see his rear of his car's had that contact, and the slight looking poorly. His number plate's hanging off as well. But it's this front trio, and we regularly see this out front. There goes Jeff Newman, and I understand that also Theo Theato is down with Sam, and we can hear what happened from his point of view.
Mark Jones on the inside, we were fighting with Woodman. They got bent out of shape. I was coming in on the inside apex. Jones came across because he was trying to avoid Woodman, who was compressed on the left side. And Mark and I had contact, maybe Woodman and Jones also had contact, can't recall. And as Jones spun, I clipped his front offside, front inside wheel. That turned the car, that turned me right into the pack on a blind corner and I just got hit by, well, I pretty much destroyed the car. So I, not the race I wanted to finish with, to be honest, but it happens in that chicane. It's had problems all weekend for people, and I think in retrospect I should have backed out a little bit, but I was kind of on the inside line. So it's one of those things, people coming together, and that conversation we had yesterday on the live stream saying, oh, I'm going to go home with no bill. Now I'm going to go home with no car.
Famous last words.
Yeah, my own curse, unfortunately. But I'll be back for Anglesey. It is Anglesey.
It is.
And with a smile on my face, and we'll get the car repaired. These things are robust. So there you go. That's the way it is.
Thank you, Theo. Back to you, Chris.
Thank you. Yeah, the race continues. Theo will be back with us for Anglesey, and like I say, Caterham will put that all back together for him, and Patel as well, who he also saw with damage to his car there. But meanwhile, out front, it is now Charlie Lower who has taken that lead. It was Jeff Newman who led across the line last time through, but Charlie Lower is taking his position out there in front. But Jeff Newman has gone to the outside. Can he brake late on the outside line, or is Lower going to try and persist? No, Jeff Newman manages to get it really good on the brakes into the chicane, isn't he? And manages to pull it all together. He still clobbers that inside curb, which is causing these cars to get unsettled. You can see the suspension having to rattle over that inside curb as they go through there. But they've made it, but they have sprung a significant gap. Freddie Chiddick's looked like he was dropping back a little bit. He's taking it 3 wide. He's not going to be able to sweep across them both as they go in. Newman holding that inside line, but he will have some speed on the way out. Newman will look to block him onto the inside of Holly, which he does, but Freddie Chiddick is still persisting with that. And then we got Charlie on the outside. That was an uncomfortable position very briefly there. Newman managed the situation okay, and everyone has come out putting in the right direction. I think Freddie Chiddick ultimately had to back out of that to maintain it. Remember, they are guaranteed at this stage a podium if they continue in this way. We got Mark Jones just holding off Paul Woodman's the bat he was attacking last time through, but Mark Kendall has now made his way back past Woodman in and just in front of him there in that kind of 5th place battle. Newman up to the top of the circuit is back in front though of Charlie Lower. Charlie Lower having a much better run through this field, isn't he, currently, than he did yesterday, where he dropped to that 6th place. But Newman has been persistent up there in his front, and it's between these two at the top of the championship coming into this, with Freddie Chiddick's equal points with Charlie Lower. So all three of the here are the top of the championship. They are the leading championship contenders, and these results are important. Each time they can take a point off each other. Charlie Lower again holding Newman to the inside. Newman this time saying, okay, I will follow on through, especially with Chiddick's dropping back there a little bit. Chiddix, every time these two string it out a little bit, he hasn't quite got the same pace this weekend, and we saw him struggling qualifying, and they put that down to his accelerator not getting 100%. They've solved that problem, but in this time when he's just in that following position, he's just losing out touch by touch. As we saw lots of dust in the background there as I was talking that through. Rocco Ainscough up here on the inside, looking down, and there were yellow flags there last time out, but I think they have been withdrawn now that everyone is aware that that car is still on the outside of the track there. Banton going side by side with number 85. So that's Lee's Banton battle. There is Louise Deason fighting her way through. She's currently in 20th position, and can she make any progress through with a field of cars just in front of her? Here is that Banton battle. See whether he's got a bit of a loose nose cone. That looks like it is going to depart very shortly. Where is that going to end up? Hopefully it will end up off the pack. It's settled itself down a little bit, but you can see as he pulls out of the toe from the car in front, that is where the wind will hit it and it will start to rip it off. I expect to see that sort of around the track at some point next time through. Freddie Chiddix has managed to pull himself back to this lead group. As they keep squabbling and battling, he is able to just about cling on in there. Charlie Lower again holding Jeff Newman tight to the inside. This time Jeff Newman is not going to give up though. He wants that position back and gets it. He can see that Freddie Chiddix is coming back into it, and them going side by side has allowed that to happen. So Chiddix straight back in the battle. As soon as they go side by side into a corner, that is when those battles all close up again. Jeff Newman jinking this time. He sees that he wants to get Freddie Chiddix to move on up through the field past Charlie Lower. He's seen that Chiddix is the one struggling a little bit with pace there, and he moved his toe to the Chiddix. I wonder whether that was a deliberate move to try and drag him forward there. He knows he's got the legs on Freddie Chiddix today, whereas he doesn't have the legs quite on Charlie Lower, who's in very much racier form. So Jeff Newman, if that was a thought process going through, as Charlie Lower goes down the inside, that was going to move Jeff Newman a little bit wide, but he manages to protect into the old hairpin. Going down and through, he's going to have Charlie Lower will have the extra speed going up the hill, but is there anything he can do with it? Chiddix is there, inserted himself in that gap, so they will go three abreast as they come up towards McLean's corner around Strawn's curve, and it is going to be Newman looking like he was going to take that one. It's one of the cars, number 13 off the racetrack. That's Castle. Going towards, there's Castle going down there. Chiddix on the grass there. Charlie Lower not giving him the room on the outside of the track there. So this is quite an angry squabble at the moment, isn't it? It's building a bit of tension as we come down towards that last 5 minutes. We're not there yet, though. Newman defending on that inside, saying, if you're going anywhere, you're going on my outside. He does that. He's got to be a bit careful of Freddie Chiddix, but he looks like he's got the momentum again down into this the chicane, and down he comes into that Robert chicane, then in the lead once more. And again, we saw yesterday and today, anyone coming out of that final corner ahead looks to be able to hold it on. That is the number 51 car, that's Radford, and number 98 of Mason. So they're having Caterham look at their cars after no doubt some escapades out there. But Jeff Newman still in the lead as they head through Redgate ahead of Charlie Lower. And again, Chiddix is distanced very, very slightly as Newman gets the pedal down and manages, because Chiddix has been attacking, it meant that Newman could actually string them out again. There is Freddie just dropping away. Charlie Lower is using all of the curb and the grass at the moment. He's been a bit careful of track limits. And here comes that chasing pack, and it's led by Mark Jones, and he's got Paul Woodman, Lovecars Paul Woodman, just on his tail. Mark Kendall's back behind Woodman after that, and number 45 is Rook, still with his novice cross on the back of his car. And then got Priday and Williams as well. I understand Sam has got an update for us down in the pit lane.
Yes, I have. I've got Ray Radford and Rob Mason both in with both the same issue, which is the top ball joint, wishbone ball joint. So it causes the steering to be out of centre. So yes, both retired, unfortunately.
Come back to, so they will have to get that fixed for Anglesey, and they will be back in it. Here's Woodman going down the inside though of Mark Jones, and Kendall just following on. Then it's Cook and the Rook, so it's the Cook and Rook show once more. Line astern, three abreast though for the lead group as they go into Redgate. Again, Jeff Newman holding Charlie Lower. They're going to have a lack of speed as they come out of that corner. Can Chiddix go and force that issue? Kendall's going to force the issue down the inside. Mark Jones had nowhere to go. A little bit of a lock up there. Squirming cars as they head through Redgate, all none of them taking that sort of natural racing line. There is a bit of bodywork though as they come down to, well, they all manage to avoid it. It gets blown sort of slightly off the racing line there, so hopefully that will not become additional. Chidwick's is struggling there, so he's off into the gravel. I don't know what happened with Chidwick's car there, but something didn't look right as he turned in through. I don't know if it's just too much speed, but I heard him hit the gravel, and I can see he's disappeared off our screen. I think he's managed to make it out the other side, and such was the gap. He might well still be in there, but the tyres are definitely getting hot and angry. You can see as Lowe is hanging that car out there. So Chidwick's is off the pace, isn't he? Something's gone wrong with that car. It's not steering, or maybe still trying to regain that pace, but there's something definitely not quite right with that Chidwick's car as he gets now consumed by that chasing battle. And if his car's slightly off the pace, they are going to swamp him out of this corner, and that's how he's pulling off that racing line. So sad end to Chidwick's weekend there from that paddock. Maybe a puncture he's picked up from some of the debris, maybe, or an edge. So one of the tyres maybe looking a little bit lower on pressure, and that's nothing he can do about that now, unfortunately. Yeah, you can see that front left tyre is squirming. I said it looked a bit strange as he went through Old Hairpin, and he will have to pull away from that. There's nothing he can do. So it's a big battle for two then between Charlie Lower and Jeff Newman. The two Academy champions from last year go head to head this year. Jeff Newman has led the majority of these races, but Charlie Lower has been inserting his car wherever he can, including using a bit of the grass to do so. They've got 3 minutes of this race still to go, and these two don't look like they're going to be willing to work with each other at all. No need to at this stage. They've got such a significant gap over that chase group that they can manage this situation as they see fit. And leading that chase group currently is Jones, ahead of Woodman. Then it's Rook, Kendall, and then we've got I think it's that Friday up there as well. So we spoke to Friday just before this race, and we've got Luce Deason off and into the barrier. That looks like it's the exit of the Roberts chicane. Not sure what's caused that, but she's collected some of that barrier. It's in a relatively dangerous spot, so I'm wondering whether we will see a late safety car. If we do see a safety car, I think that might well be the end of the race. They may, someone collected that curb again, and she had an uncomfortable ride over his wing straight into that barrier then. The pro barrier there doing a good job of absorbing that impact. An uncomfortable ride there. Again, that big curb on the inside of the chicane, new in this year, really causing the cars to unsettle as we go down. Might throw an early flag as well, so it's something else to watch out for, just in case they do decide to. They did. You can see the flag on the right there. So Jeff Newman crossing that line. That was to the completion of the race. So Jeff Newman looks like he has won that race ahead of Charlie Lower, and then see who's going to come through behind. It looks like obviously they would have been coming out of a yellow flag zone. So Jones, Woodman, Rook, Kendall, Priday looks to be the order as they come across that. So they couldn't tidy that up in time. We didn't want to throw the safety car, so they threw the flag a lap or two early. It looked like it caught Charlie Lower out a little bit there. Jeff Newman, though, did take that the lead across that across there. So there is Louise Deason. She is out after that uncomfortable ride over the wheel of the car in front and caught that thing. But she looks well, and car will be back, I'm sure, for Anglesey. These two have not necessarily seen that flag. They were running nose to tail, so you can see they're still up and running, racing at full speed. I hope that they see other flags that are going to be put out there, and that the marshals are aware that they are coming around full speed, because they did not see that checkered flag. They wouldn't have been expecting it, and it would have been a very late throw of that checkered flag, I believe. So they still think they're racing for this. They're coming down into that incident zone where they've got the yellow flags. Newman is ahead as they go into that, so the yellow flags should then slow them as they head through here, and they will take the checkered flag for the second time, although they won't necessarily realise that. They were absolutely nose to tail as they went past that checkered flag last time through, so they wouldn't have seen that, and they do go across, but they will head round and come back to the assembly area, the Parc Fermé area, where they can have their cars checked over and they can take their podium spots. Congratulations to our racers there in the Roadsport race. Dealt with some tricky situations. Let's have a confirmation in the provisional order. Jeff Newman takes that win. Charlie Lower is second. Mark Jones takes that podium spot in third place. Second podium for him this weekend. Paul Woodman just off again that podium, number fourth. We had Rook, Kendall, Priday, Cook, Williams and Clark rounding out the top 10. Then we had Julian Roebuck, Freddie Chidwick's down in 12th classified. Jody Lees, Paul Castle, Mike Banton, Ainscoe, Moon, Perry, Roberts and Noakes to round out the top 20. And then finally we had Bateman, Vincent, and then we've got the cars that didn't finish: Deason, Radford, Mason, Stevens, Theato and Patel. So lots of action in that road sport race. It wasn't so clear, but Newman did lead the majority of those laps, and he led over that final early checkered flag over top of Lower, who's had a much better result today than he did yesterday, finishing in 6th yesterday, so he'll be happy and on that podium. And then we've got Jones, another 3rd place to add, another trophy to take home for him to put on the mantelpiece. Woodman again just missing out. He was right at the front of that chase pack, wasn't he? Two celebrating there together, Lower and Newman celebrating together as they go round on their second, we'll call it a parade lap, shall we? But Cook and Williams as well, they're all part of that second battle on the road. Jeff Newman looking delighted with that win, and why wouldn't he be? That's the 5th of his wins this season. He is turning into a dominant force in this Road Sports Championship. After winning that championship last year, the Academy Championship, and Charlie Lower was the other winner of the championship. We won 2 grids Academy. But we are ready, I think, with Mark Jones down in Parc Fermé, 3rd place in that race, and he's with Sam. So let's hear what he's got to say.
Yes, Mark was just having a little look at his car just to see what damage is there.
Pretty standard Caterham.
Standard Caterham racing, he says. Mark, congratulations, another podium. Did you have a sleep before today's race like you did yesterday?
Not. I did have the Tang Fastics today though, so that's my secret weapon now.
How was that race for you?
Hard work, really hard work. Literally, Jeff, Freddie and Charlie walked away. Constant fight with 4th, 5th and 6th. It's hard work, as you can see. Everyone was trying all sorts of lunges, but made it through luckily.
Battle scars on the car.
Yeah. Time for a nap now though.
Well, congratulations. I'll move around. I think Jeff's first out, so he's just checking his damage. He's just lost a wing. I'll let him get his helmet off first. I think that it's very hot out there for them. Won't be a moment. Freddie won't be very happy. I'll have to try and see if I can grab a word with Freddie and see what happened to his car. Charlie's just getting out. Jeff, congratulations. Another win.
Yeah,
was that a bit more exciting for you?
That was much more exciting. I don't know what Charlie had for breakfast, but it is certainly gave him some speed. And also Freddie was just patiently waiting, and he just seemed to unfortunately go off the track, I think, at the old hairpin. I'm not quite sure. So that's a real shame, because it would have made a really good top 3 podium. But it's a relief to be over, because I don't know, it just felt like a little bit of dodgems sometimes, trying to get out of the way of people. So yeah, thank you.
That's good. Well, congratulations. Another win. Let's go move on to Charlie. Charlie, congratulations. You were determined to be on the podium today, weren't you?
Yeah, I was waiting for that. After the first race yesterday, just a bit of a practice run for me. Now I knew what it was all about. Had to really get stuck in, get right in on the old hairpin, right on the inside line, and just try and make as much space as possible, really.
Did you expect the race to end a little bit early because of the car that went off?
A little bit disappointed. I had like 3 minutes on the clock, so I was definitely waiting for the last lap, because we were tit for tat every lap. It was almost pointless. We might as well have just stayed in a steady line. Once Fred dropped off, it was pretty much just a race between me and Jeff. And I knew his weaknesses, and he definitely knew mine. But it was just a bit unfortunate that crash happened, but I hope they're all right. And
Lovely. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Cheers. I'll hand back to you, Chris. We've got some highlights.
Excellent stuff. Thank you, Sam. Yeah, let's see what happened in that race. Remind ourselves of an action-packed 20 minutes of road sport action. Jeff Newman took a good start, and it was Charlie Lower immediately from 6th place on the grid, inserted himself into 2nd almost immediately. At this point, Freddie Chiddick says, I forgot about Theo Theato, all his grass tracking that he made early on. It was never a dull moment with him, was it? And he unfortunately wouldn't make it to the end of this race after more incidents coming out of the chicane. There's Woodman, there's Mark Jones about to take an uncomfortable run through the middle of that, and that unfortunately dropped him into Theo Theato, burst his radiator, and Patel had nowhere to go, and the two made contact. So those cars will need to be put back together again, ready for Anglesey. But it was then the trio out front. It was Newman, Lower and Chiddick. Chiddick always sort of slightly following, had occasions where he would try and come and battle with them, but always looking and waiting, wasn't he? As Charlie Lower said there, maybe should have stayed in line and just waited until the last lap anyway. The battle behind was intense though, and Mark Jones led mostly through that battle, but Kendall, Woodman, Cook and Rook all had moments where they were up there, with Priday involved in that battle as well. The uncomfortable ride up there through McLean's, and more contact there between Cook. little bit of an issue there for Paul Castle late on in the race, so he had to then end up rejoining, dropping down the order towards the end. But it all built to a crescendo. Unfortunately, Louise Deason got caught out by another driver who was struggling with the chicane and the bumps on the inside of that. Louise Deason ended up in the barrier absolutely fine, but then it went this week through the flag early. They didn't know it was the last lap, and they actually did an extra parade lap, but Jeff Newman took that win over the top of Charlie Lower, and as he said, he would have been happier to know that was the last lap, but he seemed to be happy in the second place, certainly better than that 6th place he had yesterday. Let's talk to Paul Woodman down there, though. He had an eventful race in that racing pack and the fastest lap as well.
Yes, Paul, not quite on the podium, just off it, but you did get the fastest lap.
Wow, that's a bit of a shock. I'm pleased with that. It was brutal. It was so hard. No, there's no easy race, I say it every time, but it was really super hard, bumper to bumper. The boys got a breakaway up front, and I think it's fair to say they're just that little bit better. I think they're consistently better anyway. But we had our own amazing race, and in Parc Fermé afterwards, everybody's having a great time. And I think there's a small chance, sad to say, that Mark might have overtook me on a yellow going into that final corner, which I don't want to get a default podium again the wrong way, but we had an amazing battle the whole way around, Mark and I and the guys, so it's brilliant.
Well, you got that fastest lap on lap 2.
Wow, that's a bit of a shock, isn't it? But the tyres were going off. It's so hot. The tyres were going off. Sound like a Formula 1 driver, and I'm definitely nothing like that. But it was amazing. It's just such an amazing championship, the whole thing, right the way through. Couldn't be happier.
Excellent. Thank you, Paul.
Thanks. Is that right?
I'll hand back to you, Chris.
Thank you, Sam. Yes, great to hear from Paul all the way. He's got a good interview in him, hasn't he? He's from Lovecars, and he joined us last year in the Academy, sponsored the Academy through that season, and he's sponsoring the Roadsport Championship this year. He wanted to carry on. Look at that sky we've got there. It's absolutely fantastic weather that we've got today, and it looks like it's going to continue all the way through the rest of the action that we've got for you. We've got a small break just after we see the podium celebrations of around 20 minutes again until we get to the 310R Championships. Then we'll have a lunch break for you before we get to the 270R, and then we'll end today's action with the 7 Championship UK, their final race. But here is that podium. Mark Jones receiving that 3rd place trophy from Laura on the podium there, and very happy he is too. That's 2 more pots to add to his mantelpiece for the race weekend, so a successful Donington Park for Mark Jones. Charlie Lower, recovery drive from yesterday, 6th to 2nd place from the opening section, and he receives his trophy there in that in 2nd place. So well done to Charlie Lower. Good for him. But out front, and the man to stop in this championship at the moment for the rest of them is Jeff Newman there, taking another win, I think 5th of his season so far. So he's making this a very nice habit for him, isn't he? And they've all got to figure out how do they stop him. Doing a great job there and enjoying his racing with these 3. And also, obviously, Shreddy Chiddix, who was part of that trio out front until his puncture. No wet suits to worry about for tomorrow's racing, so I'm sure they'll drown each other, and suitably they do. So great to see them out there enjoying the racing and the sunshine here at Donington, and enjoying the racing that they're putting on. After a tricky start to it, Roadsport are doing some great things out on track. We have, therefore, about 20 minutes before the 310Rs are out, and we've got a 25-minute race due out at 11:55, but come back 20 minutes and we'll be here for more Caterham action.
not too sure that one's going to buff out, but more on that later. With the Kerber Sprint a distant memory and a baptism of fire first race at Mallory Park, it was all to play for in Scotland, where I desperately needed to try and win back some championship points in this Academy double-header. Welcome to Knockhill in Scotland for the third round of the 2021 Caterham Academy Championships. And it's fair to say things are hotting up. The honeymoon period is well and truly over. In terms of hotting up, I mean the driving, not necessarily the weather, although I'm told it is going to be quite nice over the weekend. But all the drivers are pushing that little bit harder, a little bit faster now that we're into the third round. As I soon found out on the very last practice session on Friday evening, where my fellow competitor, Paul Castle, got a bit carried away coming out of the chicane and stuck his car right on my exit. My tiny little brain went into overdrive, and knowing there was no chance of going to his right, I took my medicine and stuck it down the gravel on the left, which then left me perilously close to the barriers and ridiculously close to ruining my entire race weekend. A few more inches and I would have been in the tyre wall. It would have been game over. And this is round 3. Round 1 was the Kerber Sprint, where I managed to scrape a 4th place overall. Round 2, got a bit ambitious at Mallory Park, which was the first time we were all on track together, and span off on the 2nd lap, got back to 6th place, so it was all a good learning experience. Talking of learning experiences, my learned colleague here, Mr. Priday in car number 84, he certainly learned a thing or two as well. And I'm sure he won't mind me if he's not around telling you a couple of stories. The first one was he missed the start practice at Mallory. So he's looking at on the start line with a packed grid. He's looking for the 5-second warning board, which he missed. Next thing he knew, everybody was passing him on the start line. So he was just stood there like that. And then his second bit of wisdom, he thought he'd flash people out the way to confuse them in front of him. Now he's listening. He thought he would flash people out the way to get out of the way, but his light where he smashed it earlier, or where he hit someone earlier, was facing him. So all he ended up doing was giving himself a face full of light. But it's all good learning for everybody. So Joe, this maybe will be the one to watch for this weekend. And you know what's amazing, actually, because Joe and Paul over there, they've travelled 500 miles from Exeter and Avon. Another guy there from Goodwood, he's travelled 500 miles as well. I did 410 miles to get here, so it's incredible. Everyone's come to the width and breadth of the UK to be here. The only person that's local is Graham over here. Poor Graham, every single race so far, he's had to come down to England and travel hours and hours and hours. So this is about as local as it gets for him. So he's got no excuses. We're expecting good things from him this weekend. And there's one man that we have to watch. The winner of the Kerber Sprint was Ian Harris. He's in here doing some yoga, some meditating, preparing himself. See if we can disturb him. Ian, hi. I wonder if you could say a few words for the camera, because not only are you the favourite for Knockhill, the Kerber Sprint champion, but you're also a male model, pin-up model.
This is very true. These rumours are true. Paul, I was just trying to cheer myself up, so just watching your footage of your track.
Anyway, that's enough of that. It was nice to see you, and thanks for that. Tiff can't be here, sadly, but he's here in spirit. He's racing at Thruxton. But without further ado, for the magic of YouTube, here he is right now.
And also, by the magic of YouTube, I've got Paul now alongside me to look back through the race.
Not sure whether I want to do this, to be honest with you. Should we kick off?
Yes. So you qualified fourth for the first race behind the championship leader, Jeff Newman, on pole. Then equal second of the championship, Fred Chaddick. Equal second of the championship, Mark Jones. Equal second of the championship, you. Hey, all the top boys up front. And you made a brilliant start.
It was wicked, wasn't it? I was chuffed with that.
That's really good, Paul. Can we look back on board? Have you got your onboard?
I've got my onboard.
Okay,
of course I've got my onboard.
Right, let's watch again from onboard.
What a start! Look, I couldn't believe it myself, to be honest.
It was all right, it was all right. What's the secret, do you think, of your starting success there?
There is no... I'm going to get the editor to blur my rev counter, because there's no way I'm going to give away that secret. But, God, that was a great start. And I managed to hold the lead into the first corner, which is very important as well.
So now you held the lead right around to the hairpin on the first lap. And then a bit of more controversy we'll find as we follow the race now. And you're looking good at the moment. So here you are, then leading down to the hairpin on the first lap, holding the middle of the road, blocking everyone. Jeff comes down, he goes from about 4th to, and then, hold on, what was that there? What was that there? Hold on, stop that. You're not allowed to do that.
I'm so embarrassed. I apologise to Jeff for that. But I thought he tagged me purposely, but I still should have reacted.
You shut the door. It was. You could have given him a bit more room.
No, I could not.
You should have known he was there.
No,
it was your line. You're correct.
Yes,
the impact was his fault. But all this.
I know. Disgusting, disgraceful. I'm very embarrassed. But the crowd watching on the left-hand side, they all chuckled and laughed.
Look, 1 minute you say
I'm a crowd pleaser. What can I say?
Because you like pretending you're a racing driver now. You're pretending you're not a TV person. You're a racing driver. When you're a racing driver, you don't. That's stewards. You can be done for that. You get disqualified.
I'm very, very, very embarrassed, and I've apologised. As I said to Jeff, the onboard is even better. Have a look at the onboard. That's so embarrassing. Jeff, I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. But anyway, I managed to maintain the lead.
You led for a lap.
The whole lap. I think so far, I'm the only person that hasn't been on a podium that's led 2 races, 2 out of 2.
Across the line, about 2 abreast and 2 abreast. You're hugging the inside line, that's good. You're holding the inside line, that's good.
Still in the lead.
Still in the lead. Get in
Come
there.
on. It's all looking good, actually.
So then, end of the second lap, coming towards the end, you're blocking again, bit of puff and locking your brakes there into the hairpin, still looking good. But here, I spotted that why aren't you using the road? You've lost speed onto the straight because you didn't use all the road on the exit. And then,
well, the local knowledge is that you're supposed to stay on the right, and I didn't want to give them the toe, but that was all in vain, wasn't it?
You lost your speed.
Fred,
who's this boy? That's Fred up beside you.
Fred around the outside. He was brave around the outside.
Around the outside. And that's your lead gone.
I know.
And you get mugged again here.
No, I
did.
Tyres. Almost, but I managed to hold off Mark, and now Jeff is right on his tailpipe as well, with Ian right behind him.
Yeah, you were so thinking about sticking to the right, going to the straight, you didn't use all the road on the exit.
Yeah, that's right. But leave that bit out because we've laboured that point already now.
There's no labour that point. Labour that point. He was rubbish.
Okay, but now look. So, I
end
love
of the
it.
third lap time. Lock, rear brake. Your rear brakes are locking. It's all squirmy.
Look at that. Back in the lead again. I'm thinking happy days. I'm off the pace, but I'm back in the lead again.
This is good.
Is this going to be my day? Is this going to be my podium?
How did you lose the lead this time?
Again, identical move from Fred. I didn't learn from the lap before, but it got worse than that. I got mugged going into, what is it, after Duffers?
We started the 4th lap. You're down to 2nd. You go wide. And then you leave the barn door open. Not 1, but 2 go through.
I managed to block Jeff, just about. Oh, I was so depressed after that. I was so depressed. But it got worse, Tiff. It got worse. Look at this. Look at him. Jeff is all over the back of me. But Ian wasn't very happy because he was doing that in front of him, weaving like that. But he got the move done easily. Good move. And look at that. The reciprocal gesture from Jeff on the way through.
Yeah, but he did it a bit more subtly than you, with his hands a bit lower.
Do you know why? Yeah. Because he put his wrist restraints on properly. Mine were too loose. I was merely testing my wrist restraints, Tiff.
So now you get disqualified, A, for the abusive gesture, and B, because you didn't have your wrist restraints on properly.
Anyway, time to move on.
So you're now back to 4th. You're back to where you started.
I know, but it got worse because Ian did me at the end of the straight as well. So now I'm down to 5th. Oh, that straight, I couldn't get any speed coming out the straight.
Why are you sitting? You're obsessed with sitting on the inside. If you sit on the inside, you're going to brake later to block them out.
It's local knowledge. They reckon you don't go up the hill so much.
Someone stitched you up, though. Someone stitched me up. So is that where you ended for the whole rest of the race, 5th?
I got to say, race number 1 from there on in was a bit of a procession because it was there was
nearly a bit of gravel there.
I had Mark Kendall behind me, pushing me hard. Then Chris Fraser was pushing him as well. But honestly, I was off the pace. I was worried I was going to drop down from 5th right the way down through the pack because I couldn't keep up with that lead pack. They were on it.
Yeah, well, you've got rear brakes locking, which needs to be sorted. You've got an obsession with hugging the inside line because some mad Scotsman told you or something. What about this lap? You come out. That's better there.
So I keep 5th place now the whole way through. And then you know what? I was catching Ian. The top three, they had a brilliant race between them. We weren't even in it. I was catching Ian. Possibly could have scraped a 4th place, but I just didn't feel on it at all. So I was quite happy in the end to scrape a 5th place.
They're taking more curb than you on the Apexes.
All
They're a
right.
bit braver, aren't they?
They are braver. They're younger for a start. I want to go home and see my children. I'm nervous. I'm the most nervous racing driver there, I think. So it was, I wouldn't say a procession, but then I got a bit of space between myself and 6th and 7th place. So I managed to relax a little bit, and I was really pushing in. I felt like another lap or two, I could have possibly got 4th place. Look how close it was in the end. But those front three, so a brilliant win by Jeff. Fred was so fast, he was all over him, 2nd place, and Mark just behind. Another great podium from Mark.
I was looking up the road there. I couldn't see 4th and 5th, a bit of a long way behind.
I tell you, those boys won it. Look, we're not that far behind, really. But
well, I think you see the timing bar here, 12 seconds.
Crikey, we're miles behind. We're not that far behind. Wow, they were on it. But then look at 4th and 5th, how close we were. Wow, they were really on it. Look at that. Another lap. I feel like I could have had him. And then that's then the other pack there. So it's so interesting, isn't it, with Caterham, when one pack fights another pack.
13.795
that's
seconds.
a long way behind.
I
wasn't on the pace. I'm the first to admit I wasn't on the pace on Saturday. So 5th place, I was actually
let's move
relatively.
on to race 2. So how did we qualify for race 2?
Well, that's interesting you should say that, because race 2, Jeff Newman, front of the grid, pole position. Fred Chiddicks, 2nd. Mark Jones.
Was it just the race result?
That's the race result.
So there wasn't qualifying for race 2. That was the race
no
result.
qualifying for race 2.
So you started race 2 in 5th. So not such a good. So what happened to this brilliant lightning start technique then? Where are we? Down to Duffer's Diz for the first time, and Woodman's almost losing a place. What happened to the great starts?
I'll be honest with you. I was lucky to keep 5th there.
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you. I tried a bit too hard because everybody was asking what my secret was, and of course I didn't want to tell anyone. I fluffed it myself. I forgot myself.
You forgot your own secret.
I did forget my own secret. It was
Anyway,
so secret.
We've all survived. So you're missing the curbs again, like race 1. That's why those boys were big. I think you must learn in this race. Can you stay with the pack this time?
It's called track limits. I was respecting track limits.
Look, you missed that curve
It's
again.
track limits. The green is off limits. I can't go anywhere else. So I was 5th place, but you know what? I wasn't worried at all about my pace on this. I was really on the pace. I felt good here. I didn't care if people were overtaking me. As long as I was in that lead group, I felt really good.
Don't show this picture with the 4 of them pulling away from you then.
Not
on the first
pulling
lap.
away. I tell you who was pulling away: Jeff and Fred. They had their own little race at the front, and then Chris, Ian, Mark, and myself had our own little race.
So any brilliant overtaking manoeuvres, or are you just hanging on in 5th?
I wasn't hanging on in there. That's exactly where strategically I wanted to be.
You're saving it for the last,
Alex from Caterham told me, be patient with this race, and that's exactly what I wanted to do. So I'm down in 5th place.
Yeah, there's a bit of a gap to 5th
There's
place.
not a gap. Look at that curb I took there.
You did then, actually. I must admit, I pretty scared yourself that
I
time.
did. I had to calm it down a little bit after that.
It's Clark's you don't tell. See, Clark's is the one you miss it.
I didn't get Clark's right. I didn't get Clark's right all week. I really struggled, actually, on Knockhill. It's a bit too technical for me.
Well, I found it's a rough and tumble track. So have you got any more action from yourself here in this race?
Well, Fred and Jeff just pulled away. So the 4 of us had a bit of action, and then this happened. Look at this.
So now we're about mid-race. Front 2 pulled out a bit. Lonely 3rd. Who's lonely in 3rd?
That's Mark in 3rd.
And then here, you're on it now. This is better.
it.
You've closed the gap. Go for a move. Who's that you're overtaking?
Ian Harris.
Did you get him? Did you get him? Oh,
Did
come
I?
on, camera director.
Did I
Where's
get him?
Duffer's
Did I get him? Look at that. So it was all very tight, but I I wasn't panicking at all. In fact, I was telling the guys, let's just work together. Let's make sure that we stay with that lead
old
pack.
trick where you're trying to let you by. And
Yeah.
then you let me
Look,
by.
look, let's work together.
You're
look.
not waving your hands again, are you?
No, and notice my wrist restraints are underneath the roll cage at
So
this
what
stage.
do you think you're achieving by this waving of your hands at this stage?
So we can work together, because
Right.
Ian was slowing me down. You were slowing me down. Chris was trying to. I had to defend with
Right.
Chris,
Yeah.
so we were slowing each other down.
So basically, you couldn't overtake Ian, and you were worried Chris would overtake you. So you thought, let's
work together. Exactly.
You've got to concentrate more on your driving.
Now this is very interesting. So Jeff's in the lead. Fred is putting a bit.
You're under challenge
bit
now.
More, I know I am. I was under challenge the whole time, Jeff.
Oh, you're under pressure a bit here, aren't you, to the hairpin? You dropped the back and forth, you're getting challenged. Oh, someone spun in the background there.
That was probably Joe. I'm only joking, Joe. And Mark's pulling away from us in third place then. But then, look at this, a big cloud of dust. He had a bit of an off, which opened the door for Ian, so Ian snuck into third place. But again, I wasn't worried about my position. Honestly, I wasn't worried. I was watching my little egg timer stop.
Yeah,
clock.
but you're catching them now.
And now I'm on it. I'm
Well,
on it. Today I was on it.
You're only catching because he fell off.
No, I was on the pace
Right,
today.
it's first and second down in the hairpin.
Now this is interesting as well.
Now where's third, fourth, fifth? They're well, the front two are well ahead of this one.
Front two.
Here's
were-
your gaggle. Third, fourth, fifth, sixth. Oh, good race now. He's trying to get his third place back. Waving it. He's dived for the inside. Cracking stuff. Great racing. Oh, then Ian Harris has run wide. Does he lose the place? Oh, he just shuts the door in time.
That's the best place to put a couple of wheels on.
You're ready now. They're panicking in front of you. You
They
must be
are.
thinking now's the
I
time
am.
to pounce.
I'm thinking. No, I wasn't ready to pounce yet. Yeah, you need to.
This isn't a 1 hour Grand Prix, you know. It's a
like
12-lap sprint. You've got to pounce whenever you can.
It's like a fine wine. Trust me, I was in the perfect position. Alex from Caterham told me this is what I need to do. So, into another lap now. Jeff is cruising, absolutely cruising. Fred's putting him under pressure.
Shadowing.
Yeah, they are, and they're setting some good lap times.
Big battle there for well, you're about 3 abreast in the hairpin here, aren't you?
I went so wide in that hairpin, which opened the door for Chris Fraser. And Mark, we were having a bit of a tussle.
Welcome back to Donington for continued coverage of this Caterham Motorsport weekend, race weekend number 4 of the 2022 season. Chris Hutchinson here in the commentary box with you for all the action today, and Sam Parker's with us with the drivers down in assembly. But we've already had some exciting racing today from the 7 Championship UK, the second of their 2-3 races this weekend, and we've just finished the racing with the Roadsport cars. And that was a truly spectacular affair. That was the second stop on the Caterham Motorsport ladder for the road sports. But you can see that we have got cars in our assembly area on the old Grand Prix loop down there. And these are the 310R machines. This is the 4th step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder. This is the ultimate evolution of the Academy car. So drivers who you saw yesterday racing in the Academy, this would have been sort of 4 years ago for a lot of these cars. They can upgrade their cars at the end of each year, firstly into Roadsport, which we've just seen, then 270, which we'll see a little bit later, and then finally they can evolve that car into a 310R. So what do they get when they get to this 310R? We'll talk about that in a short while, because I understand that David Yates is on the grid with Sam, and he had a bit of a bad end to a good race yesterday. Let's see how he said.
He did. It's not his usual positioning in the assembly area. Talk us through what happened in yesterday's race.
It was going pretty well. You know, we were vying at the front. Couple of minutes from the end, unfortunately, had a coming together at the top of the hill. and it punted me off into the gravel, and hence 22nd place. But it'll give us some fun today, hopefully.
That's it. You're looking very cool, calm and collected here.
Inside, completely not. Inside, turmoil. But oh yeah, just get the race started and let's get ourselves back up there. Hopefully the guys at the front will just keep messing around and give us a bit of time to get up there.
Excellent. Well, I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to try and have a few words with, I'm going to go and see Wes Payne actually, but he's a few cars up ahead, so I'll hand back to you, Chris, in the meantime.
Thank you. Yes, so yeah, David he was right up in that battle all the way through yesterday's 25-minute race, and yeah, like you said, just a bit contact late on, which caused him to slip down the order, but remaining very calm about that. David's a very experienced driver, started with me back in 2013, so he's seen it all before, and he's doing a lot of racing this year, so he's getting used to that whole process, and yeah, he will be looking for better today, I'm sure, and he certainly has the speed in that car this weekend after a disappointing Silverstone for him, so he will be looking to be right back up there. And a few cars ahead of him, you can see that sort of iridescent white and multicoloured car, and he's down there with Sam. So Sam's going to speak to Wes and find out how he's going to get on today in the race.
Yes, Wes, any plans for today's race?
Go quick, win it, hopefully. I mean, I'm starting in 16th, so probably not, but I've done some setup changes and hopefully that will help compared to yesterday. We'll see what happens.
Yesterday was some more nose cone damage for you, wasn't there?
There was. I had a bit of contact, but I was avoiding another crash, so didn't get in any trouble. So
it came off lightly, really?
Yeah, I was lucky, actually. The car was in one piece and the same nose cone's on now, so yeah, not so bad.
And you had great pace at Silverstone.
Yeah, I don't know where it's all gone wrong, to be honest. But yeah, as I said, I've made some setup changes and hopefully it'll be better today. We don't know.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed.
Wish you all the best. Thank you. I'll hand back to you, Chris, and see if I can find some more drivers to talk to.
Thank you. Yes, so we said we had the 25-minute race yesterday, and we've been hearing some people's stories, including Wes Payne there, but we've also got the highlights to bring you of yesterday's action, and so we can bring that in. Let's have a look at what happened in yesterday's race. Here we go then. So Blair McConney was on that front row of the grid with Pete Walters. Pete Walters dropped back a little bit early in that race, and the story of the race would be him coming back through. We saw different sort of contenders at the start of the race as to what we saw later. A bit of contact at the rear sent the car onto the grass, but he did manage to rejoin. And that was end of Gary Curtis's run. He just bumped into some debris which caused his nose cone to pop, so that was the end of Gary Curtis's race. There is Wes Payne. We saw that with slight nose damage by the end of the race, and the contact between it was Curtis and Landy into the barrier. That caused a safety car period, which then bunched everyone back up. And more contact between James Wingfield and David Yates. That wasn't the end of David Yates's race just yet, though. Wingfield did manage to recover back through, so you can see there was a bit of a dramatic moment as they went through there. We had more contact down at that chicane, down the Roberts chicane, but the car was able to rejoin. That was Alan Cooper, dropped onto the gravel on the outside of the old hairpin and just made it all the way back through the gravel, but that dropped him all the way down the order from where he was sitting in second. We had more issues late on, and that was the number 3 car. They just managed to get it all back into a row, but in the late race it was absolute, everyone was together still at the end of that 25-minute race, and it really wasn't clear. There was that contact between Walters and David Yates which sent him spearing all the way towards the barrier, but he managed to avoid it. Pete Walters, though, had fought his way all the way back to the front of the grid. Harry George was there, as was Ben Lopez-Appleton, and that is the order that they came across the line, taking that checkered flag. Walters over Harry George, over Ben Lopez-Appleton. Congratulations to those drivers for yesterday, and I believe that Sam is down there with Stephen Metcalf. Let's see what he's got to say.
Yes, I'm here with Stephen, and he's Oakmere Motorsport Caterham. Stephen, how's the race been? The season. How's it been for you so far?
Yeah, good. Last season was my first season, so effectively did the academy year in a 310, which was interesting. So yeah, for this year it was to try and move up from the back of the grid to somewhere mid-grid, which race went well yesterday. Qualified 26th, finished 17th. So some fast boys behind that came off yesterday, so they're likely to come through. But the ambition's to try and finish same sort of position today.
Yeah, stick with this pack and hopefully keep moving forward.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so try and deal with this heat.
Yes, it is rather intense here. You've got your brolly dolly. Everyone needs a brolly dolly today.
Absolutely, yeah. We're moving up a level. This is the first time I've had the umbrella, so I think if you get in the top half, you get the umbrella.
Right, thank you for talking to us, Stephen. I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
I'm just going to move a bit forward on the grid to see if I can get to Jack Sales, but he is a bit further up, so I'll hand back to you, Chris, for the meantime.
Thank you, Sam. Yes, nice to hear from our drivers there, and we can see Jack Sales a little bit further up the grid in the TN Accountancy white and blue car there on the right of our screen. But yeah, yesterday we saw all the highlights, how close this racing is, and this is 310R. These drivers are all experienced in the craft of driving a Caterham, and they're really able to manoeuvre these around. They know a lot of the tips and tricks. One person who is relatively new to this is Harry George. You can see them in there. He will line up on that front row alongside Pete Walters, and he was from the academy last year, so he's skipped out all the steps of the Motorsport ladder. You don't have to do them in sequence if you don't want to. Most people do choose to because they're in a sequence and you learn as you go up through the results. But he chose to jump up into the 310, and it's having some really good results off the back of that. And there was a Ben Lopez Appleton as well, and yeah. So I understand that Sam has made it up towards Jack Sales' car, and she can now have a word with him ahead of today's race.
Yes, Jack, how did you find the race yesterday?
It was pretty frantic yesterday. Yeah, just a big battle the whole way through. Great fun. Managed to come out with no damage, so touch wood for today. Yeah, but yeah, more of the same. Bring it on, sun shining, and yeah, quick shout out to the kids at home, Arlo, Lula, Arthur and Olivia. Hope you enjoy the race.
That's great, you got them all watching at home, and you had a win at Silverstone, and you know, hopefully on for another podium today. Fingers crossed. You think you've got the pace?
Yeah, I think the pace is there. Just got to get my elbows out. So yeah, we'll see how we go.
Thank you, Jack. Wish you all the best.
Thank you.
There we go. Got his family watching at home, as I'm sure most of these drivers do if they're not here watching for real. But I'll hand back to you, Chris, for now.
Thank you very much. Yes, and I was speaking to Bob and Marion, his mum and dad, who run him out of the paddock. So very much a family affair in Jack Sales' car there. So great to see him up towards the sharp end and taking that victory by a long margin after they fixed the car from early season problems to move them right up there. It's great to see him back. Another driver I started back in 2013 with myself and David Yates, who we've always spoken to. So drivers from all throughout the ages. 9 years later, we're all still in and around this Caterham paddock, and that's because we build such a family atmosphere in this paddock. It's really great that everyone gets to know each other and friends and family as well. So good to see everyone back out there. See the crowds out there as well, but yeah, Sam, we had some exciting racing in the 310s yesterday, and I guess more of the same today. I mean, surely it's all setting up quite nicely.
It is. I think you know, a few people that maybe weren't so as Jack said, elbows out. Maybe they weren't so yesterday. I think they are going to be today. But yesterday's race was very eventful. It was very exciting to watch. And it's even closer than it was at Silverstone. You know, not at Silverstone we had a lot of people that managed to break the toe and get sort of 4 or 5 second lead on the rest of the pack, but we haven't had this weekend.
No, Donington always seems to push them together, doesn't it? We've got it's such a high momentum track that if you're following, you do gain that extra pace, and we saw that yesterday with we do occasionally see splits, but they, instead of like getting bigger, they just get smaller.
That's right, exactly. So hopefully it's, makes them even more exciting racing when they're all together. But the way they change places, it's different every single lap, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really hard to keep up with, even though I've got the screen here and in the commentary box. It's a tricky thing to manage, and it almost feels a bit calmer as a driver because all you're worried about are the cars directly in front of you, alongside and behind. So actually from the outside, it sometimes looks more confused than it does when you're in the driving seat.
That's right. I'm just standing next to Harry Cook. He's always, up the front end, isn't he? Sort of just top 10. So I'm going to have a quick word with Harry, if he doesn't mind. Harry, how are you looking for this race? Are you excited?
Yeah, I'm excited. I started 10th yesterday as well, so I was leading a bit of the race yesterday, so I was a bit annoyed to come back and finish 10th. So I'm hoping to make some progress again.
And how are you finding the season so far this year?
The season's okay. I've been struggling a little bit with the car, but this weekend it's back where I want it to be, so hopefully I can get that first podium of the year.
Fingers crossed. Thank you, Harry. Wish you all the best. Yeah, so he's somebody that wants to be up the top end.
It's such fine margins, you know, if they do have a slight problem with their car or something's not working or they just quite haven't manipulated or got the setup exactly how they like, you know, a tenth of a second here can be the difference between, you know, leading a race and dropping back to the top 10 like he found yesterday.
Exactly. I'm actually, and alongside Harry is Tom Willis. We saw Tom, you know, Brands Hatch, he was right up there, wasn't he?
Yeah, he's multiple Caterham champion from the past, so he's back here as a guest. He can't do all the rounds this year, but he's right up there, back in that battle. And whilst he didn't stay there until the end, he did sort of insert himself with that lead group. And I'm guessing with him and Jack there alongside each other, or they've got people around him that can move them forwards.
Yes, behind Tom is another Tom Cockrell, who's currently got a fan being put on him, which is a great idea for today.
Yeah.
I'll have a quick word with Tom. Tom, are you excited for this race?
Oh, always excited to race at Caterham. It's sunny, it's Donington. I've got a bit of work to do, but it's going to be amazing.
Is this one of your favourite tracks?
I wouldn't say favourite, it's my local, so I know it pretty well. A little disappointed after yesterday, but reality was I just wasn't quick enough. So hopefully, new day, new game face on, and see what we can do today.
Excellent. I like the plan. I wish you all the best, Tom.
Thank you.
Always happy to talk to us, isn't he, Tom?
Yeah, and he sort of skipped a step. So he was racing previously with Dominic Mansberger, Hugo Busch, and you know, in that kind of battle. And so for him to be there, he's taken that step up above them. But he's been competing at the front for most of the season. But yesterday, like you said, he just faded a little bit at the end of that race. He was up there, but he faded back.
I'm also next to Lars Hoffman. Lars had some issues, I believe, this weekend. Lars, you all prepped and focused for this race?
Absolutely, yeah. My qualifying was shit. My rear was broken, and yeah, now I look forward.
Well, fingers crossed for this race. You'll be
Thank you very
moving forward. You know, usually you're right up at the sharp end, aren't you?
Yeah. Was horrible at the qualifying, but yeah, it's what it is.
All right, thank you, Lars. Apologies if there was any language, some rude language there, sorry.
Yeah, so we will apologise for him on his behalf. He's ready to go out and go and race, and so yeah, he did start from right at the back. Like I said, he had broken steering, so he started 36 on the grid yesterday. So to come through and finish 14th, that's an awful lot of Caterhams he made his way past. About the same number he's going to have to get past today to try and get to the front of that grid. We can just see him going through shot just in front of Wes Payne there, and behind them there's also the Dutch Barn Vodka Chris Fraser in there, ready to try and move forward as well. So lots of cars that have faded a little bit back will want to be looking to come through. So plenty of stories for us to keep an eye on, I think, as we come back up here then. So we can see DPR all there, sort of mechanics and people up and down this field, keeping their drivers cool and calm as they all looking to shield them from that sun. And yeah, Sam, have you got someone else there?
Not just yet, sorry. I was just walking down the grid, just taking it all in, and admiring how many cars are actually on this grid. It's very impressive.
Give us a sense of the temperature out there then. Is it hotter than it was yesterday? Because we already saw Tyres getting angry towards the end of the races yesterday. So does it feel hotter today?
It does. It felt a lot hotter earlier on today, and this part of the assembly area, I would say, is one of the hottest parts around the circuit. The sun is just beaming off the track. It is intense for these guys, and obviously having to sit here and wait much longer for them, it's not easy.
It shouldn't be too much longer now. I mean, the racing, the previous races all completed. I guess they're just doing some tidy up and tuck away, but it shouldn't be too much longer. But yeah, there's no shade there at all, is there, out there?
No shade whatsoever. All got their umbrellas out. But I'm just coming up to Chris Cooper here, who's with his son Finley Cooper, a former Caterham racer. Chris, how are you enjoying being back in the paddock? Is it bringing back?
Yeah, looks like we've lost signal there, right at the edge of our ability.
I now sit on the board of Motorsport UK, and we regard this kind of racing as fantastic. It's essential to the growth and survival sport in the UK, so I'm just so pleased that everyone still loves racing Caterhams.
That's great. Thank you, Chris.
Okay, nice to see you. Cheers.
So yeah, we just lost the beginning of that, just right on the edge of what we can reach. There's Chris Cooper there. His son's Finley on the edge of the ready for his, I think, second outing. It looks like they have got the whistle, though. They have been released then to form up on their dummy grid ahead of their formation lap, and you can see them all getting manoeuvred down from that from their assembly area, which they will be quite grateful for, I am sure, because of the temperatures out there today. They'll be ready for the rather cooler effects of going racing, get some wind going through the car. And we see there Pete Walters then. So the story of yesterday was he dropped back from pole position, back into the pack, but managed by the end of the race to manoeuvre himself forward. And the story of cars manoeuvring themselves forward often means that others seem to drift backwards through that race, and Tom Cockrell was one of those. You can see him just coming onto the grid there in the red and white machine. So he did make it up into those kind of podium paying slots, but then slid slightly further backwards towards that top. I think he finished 11th in the end of yesterday's race, and the end of yesterday's race is what determines the starting order for today's race. So if any drivers having issues and or retiring, they're going to start deep in this field. So we look out for people like Gary Curtis, Alan Curtis coming through, Harry Eyre needs to come back through, and various others who had issues. Certainly there'll be some drivers wanting to manoeuvre themselves. They've obviously had one race now. They know some of what to expect in this next 25 minutes. This is the second race for the Motul sponsored Caterham 7310R Championship. So let's see what they can do for this second 25-minute race. They have got the green flag that the grid is formed, so they will go away onto their green flag lap, a chance for them to see what the track conditions are like out there today. We have still got that sort of very gentle breeze headwind into here. It's shifting around just slightly left and right. And this is, Motul sponsored 310R Championship off onto their parade lap. Lots of cars on this grid, 36 or 37 cars I think we've got heading off now. So hopefully we can confirm their grid orders for today. So 36. So let's confirm that grid order starting for everyone today then. So watch them all coming down through Redgate. Here we go then. Pete Walters starts on pole position. Harry George alongside. Ben Lopez Appleton third, and Andrew Murgatroyd lands up fourth. James Wingfield in fifth. Blair McConaughey sixth. Baldwin and Sales round out the top eight. Tom Willis, Harry Cook, Tom Cockrell, Alan Cooper. Then we've got Clayfan, Hoffman, Jeff Price, Wes Payne. Metcalf, Fraser, Jones and Cooper. Kevin Cooper rounds out the top 20. Chris Welch, David Yates, Harry Landy and Carl Jones is 24th. Tim Steele, Finlay Cooper, Darryl Cresswell, Roger Gaunt is 28th. And then we've got Morgan, Curley, Herndine and Cook to round out the 32. Nick Allbones, Alan Curtis, Gary Curtis and Harry Eyre will round out this 36-car grid. And we've already seen some big grid numbers today, but this is the largest most intense race I'm sure we will see. We've had some fantastic racing on offer already, and the 310s never ever fail to deliver. So let's see what they can do today. In the sun here, they will have to manage their tyres. Their tyres will get hottened, and I call them angry, but ultimately you'll start seeing the rears of these cars sliding around corners, and where they ask the front end to grip, you'll see them sort of squirming around a little bit more. So as this race develops, watch out for that, as we are in the heat of the midday sun. It literally is midday as we speak. So you've seen James Wingfield there. He had an up and down race yesterday, but it did eventually make it back into 5th place, but he was right in that battle. And Paul Wingfield, James Wingfield's dad and part of Wingfield Racing in the paddock, can't be with us today, but he's watching at home, and he's cheering on James and the whole team there. But you can see Pete Walters just doing a quick practice start to make sure there's temperature in his rear tyres ahead of it, of launching off that pole position. He's bringing them quite slowly now down to the grid. Harry George alongside him. Remember, Harry George skipping from Academy all the way up here to the 310 Championship this year. There is the number 88 car of Pete Walters. And you can see all the other cars lining up behind. So Ben Lopez-Appleton on his return to Caterham Motorsport. He's guesting this year and he's doing a fantastic job, finishing third yesterday. Andrew Murgatroyd, another guest driver, finishing in that fourth place. So they'll have a lot more there to achieve, but maybe not taking the points away. And we can just see Gary Curtis, after his punctured radiator yesterday, coming around to line up at the rear of this field, see whether he can move his way forwards. Looks like we've got most people into position now. You can see the Mustang, the British Motor Show Mustang, lining up behind them. So we will get the green flag very shortly to say that we are ready to go. And then we've got 25 minutes then of this Motul Caterham 7 310R Championship race. Watching for them to move off then. They will be under starters' orders. I can hear the revs. The lights are on. And we are long wait here, underway in this second race for the 310R Championship. 25 minutes of action in front of us. They've all got away off the line in an ordered fashion. So can they make their way through Redgate? Let's watch. Harry George has made the best of that early start. It looks like McConaughey might have moved up into that second place, and recovering all the way back down. We've got a few pincer manoeuvres there where Wes Payne on the outside with someone in between. There's a very complicated situation as they head down through Hollywood there with 36 cars to get through there, and then none of them are single file just yet. Harry George, though, is out in front. James Wingfield making good early progress from that fifth to get into second place in these early laps. Well, who does that mean that we've lost out to? Some of the drivers will have moved back. I could also see Alan Cooper there kind of come back through the field after his gravelly trip yesterday from being in second and even leading at times, and he's already looking thirsty to get involved in this. James Wingfield bouncing over that curb on the inside of McLean's there. There's Wes Payne exiting out of that same corner. Harry George, though, sprung a little gap, hasn't he? He's got them all. Is that Chris Welch at the back end? I think he's made his way into the gravel trap. It looks like he's got the momentum to be able to make his way out. But that looked like it was Chris Welch in the red car there. But Harry George has a gap. If these two behind start battling, if these 3, 4, 5 behind start battling, that could lead him to be able to pull away from these. Bit of a lock-up from McConaughey. He nearly collects the car in front, gets it all slowed up. He will ride over those uncomfortable curbs, and Lars Hoffman has to avoid him. Tom Cockrell manages to avoid him better and carries his momentum on the exit of that. A little lock up in there, had to take avoiding action from McConaughey, plummeting down the order now as the rest make their way through. Jack Sales, another person making a fantastic start in that race and moving forward. And there's Harry Cook following on with Tom Cockrell right on his tail. So plenty of action already. Hoffman already moving up places as well. Alan Cooper making up 4 places on the last lap alone. So he's really got the bit between his teeth, ready to try and make a result out of this race where he couldn't do yesterday. Blair McConaughey making it back through there on the inside of Cook as they go down into that corner, into the old hairpin. But Harry George still maintaining that gap, and is it growing? Keep an eye on that. And again, these battles behind, if they don't calm down pretty soon, he may well spring a gap. It doesn't mean it's going to last for the whole race, but it certainly leaves him the ability to use every single inch of this track to maintain his speed, whereas the others are all having to defend and attack. So he has got a good early advantage there. It's not often you see that around Donington. I do think that will evaporate. We've got another car off. Is that Clay Fan off into the gravel deep on Coppice? So he will again recover back to the field, and that's the number 3 car there. So that was maybe Nick Allbones, maybe contact there with Clay Fan. See that dust in the background, but the cars look to have rejoined in the same kind of area Chris Welch is. But over the line then, that gap has completely evaporated in the space of one straight. So Harry George leads Walters, Murgatroyd, Wingfield, Lopez, Appleton, Sales, Cooper. And there is, it looks like Willis going down the inside into Redgate, and he does make a place up on Baldwin there. You can see Baldwin's car with his name festooned on the back there, advertising. But we've got Harry George out front in the Alpha-sponsored car, ahead of Pete Walters then, yesterday's winner, yesterday's pole sitter, but it doesn't say the whole story. He had to work for that, and he did make it all the way back up to the front. Are we seeing any effort? Well, David Yates is still stuck in 18th at the moment. He is making his way forward, but he's not making it rapidly forward, and we'll see whether he can make any further progress. He was right up in that lead battle, leading at times yesterday, so again, I'm sure he's got a fast race. Got a bit of a gap behind Jack Sales, though, from this lead group to the chasing pack. At the moment, that looks like it's stringing itself along. And now that they are going more single file than 2 abreast, they might well be able to protect that. And it looks like it is Baldwin who's on the wrong side of that gap at the moment. He was sort of acting as interference, and behind him it's Willis, and then Hoffman as well. But Wingfield there, Wingfield Racing up the inside. And James is currently in a good position in the championship, so he will want to solidify that. But Pete Walters currently leads the championship coming into this event, and Harry George is that championship rival for him. Currently, he comes in place in second place. But as a from consistency-wise, Pete Walters is leading. He had a disappointing Silverstone, but Donington so far has been going well for him. Ben Lopez-Appleton sitting behind James Wingfield there. Harry George taking his place in the lead of the group, drifting a little bit wide. It makes it harder work to get back to the edge of the track. He never quite made it, did he? To take all the speed you can through the old hairpin, which is so vital in these cars. It's one of the reasons when they're battling, their lap times can drop off significantly when they're battling, as well as the tow. If they're not able to use the full width of this track, then they can't carry the speed. Are they going to work together though? Are Walters and Harry George going to work together? Or are they going to Jack Sales taking to that grass where other people we've seen already be put there, and you're battling with Ben Lopez-Appleton and Alan Cooper. He said he was going to get his elbows out, and so far that's worked for him. He's up into that 5th place currently, and he's maybe making more progress forward. Alan Cooper is also someone looking like he's ready to take those podium spots today. Wingfield down the inside of Ben Lopez-Appleton defending away that position, so maintains that 3rd place. Lopez-Appleton sits in that 4th place with Jack Sales just on his tail. Pete Walters taking the early fastest lap, but with an 18.5. We'll see, I think, faster laps from that. We'll find out what that lap time is, but certainly good early pace from these drivers in this perfect conditions. So far the tyres look to be holding on okay, so just watching out for that in these final 20 minutes, see whether there are going to be any issues with that. Pete Walters though leading Harry George down through Craner curves and into the old hairpin again on this, the 5th lap time through. Jack Sales on the outside there of Murgatroyd. Murgatroyd yesterday, he's lost his blue nose cone, so he had a bit of nose damage from yesterday's race. So normally he has a blue nose cone, but he's got a black one there because that's all that the Caterham spares truck where they buy their nose cones or replacements from have. They only have black. So there he is, Murgatroyd in the number 84 car. Here guesting, not able to do every single race weekend, but the weekends he has done, he has been right up there with this lead battle, hasn't he? And it's a sizable lead battle. Obviously, as people go up through the Caterham ranks, we get the best drivers coming up into these sort of top tier championships, and some drivers like Pete Walters spend many years here racing in these 310Rs. They're such a fantastic platform to race. They're incredibly reliable, incredibly fast, and really good. You can see the racing you get. Again, if you're sat at home wanting to get involved, give Caterham a shout. Come to the British Motor Show, talk to Caterham there, as you can come do 3-wide racing like Alan Cooper, Ben Lopez-Appleton. We've got contact down at the chicane. That is the number 81 of Willis and Tom Cockrell come together. You can see Tom Cockrell's front wheel is completely askew. There's nothing much they can do about that. Another crash then down at the chicane. Tom Cockrell jumping out. Alan Cooper on the grass on the inside as they went through Hollywood, so something happened to him as well. It doesn't think we probably will have to see the recovery truck come and pick that car up. I don't think it's going to be able to be pushed away to a point of safety, and they are in the line of fire. So it looks like James Wingfield has the flag been put out already. Let's see whether they are abating speed. I think they have. I think the racing has stopped, so safety car is deployed. I can see that on my timing screen now that yes, the safety car has been put out. The boards are being shown to the drivers, so Pete Walters turns into that. We heard from Tom Cockrell before that race, and you can see how disappointed he is with the result. Didn't go how his weekend hasn't gone how he wanted. A chance to see for us, not for the first time this weekend, the Ford Mustang GT 5-litre amazing sounding car advertising the British Motor Show on the 18th and 21st of August in Farnborough. Come join us there for Caterham drift taxis, for speak to the Caterham team and to see all of these racing machines up close and personal. Get to learn about them and join the Academy if you are sitting there wondering how do you first get into your racing. Well, the Academy series is for you. You can see those 2 cars waiting for the pickup truck to come and get them. So I imagine we've got a couple of laps of safety car in order to do that. We saw that the pickup truck had to come from a fair distance away to come and collect up the cars from earlier, so be prepared for that. So this period the drivers will all be effectively have to turn off the adrenaline at this point. They have to remain vigilant and just sort of toot around behind the safety car, but you've got to be able to switch this off because you cannot maintain your adrenaline and not get too tired by the end. Tom Lillis there talking to Tom Cockrell, discussing the issue and who's ultimately to blame. They'll come to that decision, but it doesn't really matter what the decision is. At the end of the day, they're both out of this second race here at Donington Park National Circuit. But yes, so they'll have to calm all that adrenaline, relax as much as you can, but be ready at a moment's notice to turn it all back on again, so they'll know that it's going to take a little while to get these cars out of the way. You can see there's also water from the radiator of Tom Cockrell's car there over the apex curb. So whereas before you can see the wetness on Tom Willis's front tyre as he was rolled through that. So where earlier on we saw some water dropped, it was kind of off the racing line. That is right in the point where they will be putting their wheels, so they might have a damp wheel. So hopefully they'll have a chance to see that as they go around this time. Another job of the driver when you're going through those kind of incidents is to see what the track condition and surface is, and you try and work out how much speed you think you can take through there safely without losing it. We are reaching the halfway point then behind that safety car, so 50, or it's just under halfway. We've got 25-minute races this weekend, so we've had 10 minutes of this race so far, still 15 to go. I'm sure the safety car will chew up 5 or so minutes of that, but there's plenty of racing action there to follow on. Again, it's nice to be able to relax for a second and have a look at this full grid in all its glory. There's David Yates, so he has made it up to 15th. I would say he's not making as good a progress as maybe he wants, and he's just ahead of him is Kevin Cooper in the sort of white and blue, so David Yates in the blue and white. Following on from them is also Alan Curtis, who has made good progress from the back of the field, so he would have started right towards the rear as we saw him crash out in the chicane yesterday, as we do see that recovery tractor pulling away the car to a position of safety. But Alan Curtis up 16th, so he's made a good number of places up since the start of this race. So you see there just weaving their cars more to keep the tyres clean than anything else. Obviously there can be dirt and debris around those incidents, and they're not necessarily trying to get the heat back into them, although there will be towards the end of the safety car period maybe a little bit of weaving to get heat, but mostly it's just to keep the tyres clean. If you've got a dusty tyre and you don't realise it, then when you head into turn 1, you'll suddenly find it locks up on you. Also, as well as getting the tyres clean, they will be concentrating on making sure the brake temperature stays there, because if that drops away again, you can go for the brake pedal and it doesn't act as it was in the previous, and you might well snatch a brake. You can see Blair McConaughey there, I think, lost 2 wings already on his car. Talk occasionally about wing bingo, where they get a full house. He's got 2 of those wings gone so far. So plenty of wings pinging off this weekend. As you know, is part of Caterham. This is the first bit of contact any wheel makes to another car. Even a light brush of contact will potentially send a wing flying, because we don't really attach them very strongly onto the cars, because we don't want them to cause damage if they do have to depart the car. So we attach them with glue mostly, and with like nylon bolts, they call them, so plastic effectively bolts, so that if they do get contacted, they are the things that ping off, so you don't get tyre rubs and such things that can affect your race unduly. So doesn't look like we're going live. Yeah, we are going live. You see the lights are out on the safety car, and it is Pete Walters. Is he going to take an early run? The safety car really has been planting his accelerator, and Pete Walters has noticed that from early, and he's also going to sprung a gap. Whereas sometimes that safety car doesn't get away from the team, the group very well that he has this weekend. With all that power under his foot, he is able to pull well into the distance, and Pete Walters noticed that and taken a nice clean start. But everyone else is relatively close. Where we saw big gaps in the 7 UK Championship car earlier, and some other races yesterday, there aren't the big gaps this time, so there's no one sprung an absolute blind. A little bit of contact there. Ben Lopez just clipping Jack Sells is with the lightest of brushes his rear wing there. Jack Sells got a little bit of a gap to come back over to this top 3, so he currently sits in that 4th place, and he will be able to get back across that gap by the time that we reach the back straight. In fact, probably by the time we reach McLean's up at the top of this hill. Murgatroyd's still there. A little bit of Ben Lopez-Appleton looks like he's lost momentum out there, whether that was a misgear or whether he actually dropped onto the gravel. Didn't see any dust, so that might well have been a misgear or something similar out there, but Ben Lopez-Appleton losing that pace there, and everyone else had to sort of jink out to avoid him, and it's bunched everyone up again here with Cook, Murgatroyd, and you've got Lars Hoffman absolutely fully involved here. We've heard him on the grid. and he's with Cooper, and there is Ben Lopez-Appleton, who has shuffled out that line but has managed to find a gap to put himself back in, but he's definitely going to come under attack as we go down this exhibition straight. The first 4 are currently a little bit clear, and Jack Sales is currently in that 4th place. Is he going to be able to do anything? No. Walters, and got a big contact behind. Is that Harry? No, it's Ben Lopez-Appleton. So he said, was he trying to shuffle himself in? He's found his way back onto the grid without losing too much time, but he was would have been an uncomfortable race. And it looks like David Yates is next up to try and depose him of that place. So David Yates on his recovery back through the field. He is going to have the run in that background. And a little bit further, it looks like Jack Sales is going for that top 3. And here we've got Banton going alongside Cooper. And there's Lars Hoffman fully involved in that battle as well. So lots of action. And Landy coming up through the field. Landy we saw having an issue with Alan Curtis in the first race. So he's come right back through the field and having a great race here, up into 11th last time across that line, and fully involved in this lead battle. There is that Banton and Cooper battle with Hoffman just behind in his new colour scheme. He chose a new colour scheme for Silverstone last time out, blue and white rather than the red and white. And he is looking to see whether he can take that further up. He's on the inside of Banton as they go up into McLean's. Cooper just ahead. There goes the rear of those cars. Are the tyres starting to get hot, or was that just asking too much? They were slightly out onto the dust, weren't they? So it might have just been a dusty rather than the actual tyres overheating. 10 minutes left of this race to go. Pete Walters looks like he's sprung a little bit of a gap. Jack Sales now fully got his elbows out. He's alongside Wingfield and braking later than him into the chicane. He takes that, and now Harry George and James Wingfield go side by side as they exit the chicane, well controlled by both drivers. No issues this stage in the race with 10 minutes to go. Neither of them want to cost themselves, but Jack Sales now moves up into that 2nd place. Himself and James Wingfield have been paddock neighbours this weekend, and they're maybe looking to see who can get one over each other. James Wingfield yesterday was right up in that lead battle until towards the end. Jack Sales was just trailing along, and as he said, he had the pace, and now he's proving that by into that 2nd place. But meanwhile, watch out front. Walters is clear. Can they sort out between this group of them who's going to be the one to drag them back, or are they going to disagree and therefore maybe not ever make it back to Walters? There is a dangerous gap there, and one that they must all be aware of, and they are experienced enough to know that it's a dangerous situation. That tow, whilst it will be a weaker, it will still be available, so Jack Sales should still have a couple of miles an hour difference at the end of each of these straights, and if they can not battle for each other for the next few corners, not like Hoffman, Banton and Cooper are doing, then they may well make that gap back. It already looks like that gap is reducing, but will they have a single file through the chicane, or will they go side by side? There is David Yates, Ben Lopez-Appleton, Curtis, and recovering through all the other crew. Harry George to the outside then of Jack Sales. Will Jack Sales defend this, or will he let him do it? He's letting him do it to try and close that gap back down. So Harry George takes the mantle of chaser, and they didn't go side by side through the actual chicane itself, so we probably will see that gap reduce. Now Walters though is aware of that, and he is desperately trying to avoid giving the tow, and in fact that's done a great job as Jack Sales goes back down the inside, so he wasn't happy that Harry George was out front. They are going to go battling. They're going to go 3 wide, which is going to slow them all down. Walters is going to have a clear run out. He's often wide onto the exit, so he's cost himself a little bit of time, but he knew that he had to absolutely nail that corner, and he does look like he's carried more speed down the hill, so that gap is still developing rather than reducing. We'll keep an eye on it. Last time through it was a second, 1.1 seconds between first and second. Let's keep an eye on that for the remaining 7 minutes and 48 seconds of this race. Got a little bit of a grouping going on here. We've got Walters out front, then we've got this group of 5 cars, and that's Sales, George, Wingfield, Murgatroyd, all running together, and then it's also Cook with them as well. So they're making that sort of a mid-group there, and then just ahead of Hoffman, Cooper and Banton, and there's that McConaughey back up there. So after that moment down at the chicane where he outbraked himself and plummeted down the field, McConaughey has come back through, and he's taken Landy with him. So Harry Landy, after yesterday's disappointing race for him, he is back out there in this towards this lead group. But Jack Sales takes that 2nd place once more ahead of Harry George, James Wingfield in that 4th place. Pete Walters though has maintained that gap. What's the gap this time through though? Has it developed, or is it it has gone up by another 1/10, just over a 1/10 actually, so it is still getting bigger, and there's still disagreement between this chasing group about who is going to be the one to chase. Harry George taking the momentum around the outside. It's exactly what Pete Walters wants to see in his mirrors. He may well have disappeared up the road by the time this race has finished. But Jack Sales will be desperate to get that podium. He wants to get back on that podium after a win at Silverstone, and slightly disappointed yesterday with his race. He will want to get that trophy to take home away from Donington. But James Wingfield, Murgatroyd and Cook will all have something to say about that, as will Harry George, who currently holds that second place. He's not going to be moved out the way very easily, and good set of results he's had this year as well. So he's taken that step up from the academy into this 310R, and it really does look like he belongs up here, doesn't he? He's doing a great job out there on track. Second place currently though, and Jack Sales is in that third place. Pete Walters came into that race. He's already had 3 wins before this race weekend. He won yesterday, and therefore he is the winningest driver in this championship this year, and that's made him the top of the championship tables and been incredibly consistent. He had slightly off form as we're going side by side. Jack Sales over that uncomfortable curve. He's going to lose momentum. Everyone's going to bunch behind. What are they going to do with that speed? These are the times where the wings can go flying, as there's a little bit of a loss of momentum out front. Harry George, though, does maintain that second. Jack Sales picks up his speed once more after that uncomfortable ride through the chicane side by side with Harry George. Holds on round the outside. Looks like he is going to be ahead of Wingfield as they head down to Craner Curves again. This is the 14th lap of this race. Just over 5 minutes left to run. But it has been Harry George and Jack Sales dominating that second and third, but it doesn't look like they've got it all their own way, because this chasing pack are ready, and every time they do trip over each other, this chasing pack look like they're buzzing bees, ready to really come back at them. And I think anyone in this chase pack could end up on the podium at this point. I don't think anyone could call this. Lars Hoffmann, though, making his way through that field. He got a car off at the bottom. Is that out of the old hairpin? It does look like it, yes. So he's in the firing line that might see a safety car. We have even seen the flag thrown early in similar situations after they've gone round. But with 4 minutes left of this race, that's certainly a car in a wrong position. But Pete Walters is well out front, and all these other drivers will be wanting to try and take that second place in case it is the flag. They're not going to necessarily know that. They won't have seen the flag, and in fact Jack Sales lets him go. The marshals have managed to push that car out, and he has got underway again. So great effort by the marshals. Thank you so much to the marshals. They have saved the end of this race for us, and we've got 4 minutes of action still to come then. Jack Sales may well have been ruining letting him through there if he had thrown the checkered flag early, or if we had had that safety car, and of course they wouldn't have known that at the time. David Baldwin currently holds the fastest lap with an 18.0 second lap. The record is a 17.4, so not challenging that today in these hot conditions. You need a bit cooler air to make the super fast lap times around this Donington circuit. So Jack Sales in that third place, and he's under attack now from Wingfield. He's got momentum coming out of that old hairpin. Is there any way we can use it, or is he just going to sit and wait for a better opportunity? They are going to go side by side as they head up into the McLean's corner here at the top of the Donington Park Circuit. The airport end of the circuit. There is McConaughey, also trying to make gentle progress through this field. He's sort of reached the back quite nicely, but hasn't made spectacular progress through just yet. And with only 3.5 minutes to go, he's going to have to damage limitation. You can see the rear end of his car waggling itself through, so his tyres are certainly definitely feeling the pressure at the moment. Jack Sales to the outside of the chicane and made the move happen before we got on the brakes. Everyone else filtering through. Banton, a little bit of contact there. McConaughey has lost another wing. I think that's 3 of the 4 potentially there. Banton has got something. It's a wing stuck under his nose cone, so maybe he feels there's something wrong with his car, but actually it's just a wing stuck there, and that sadly was dragging it along, so that's him pulling into the pits. Harry George around the outside though of Jack Sales, so back into that second place. Pete Walters has disappeared up the road, hasn't he? As long as he doesn't have any issues and doesn't has any silly mistakes, he is going to be well clear of the field. But Harry George, best of the rest so far, with Jack Sales there constantly his shadow. Wingfield, Murgatroyd, Cooper, Hoffmann, all following in very close attention as they go through. Like I say, I don't think the podiums are settled by any stretch of the imagination. Wingfield again got some speed coming up into this top corner. The toe is powerful as they go up there, and he didn't know what to do with it, and he's having to just sit behind Jack Sales at this point. Sometimes sitting in the wheel tracks of another driver is the sensible choice, especially when you've got another long straight coming up. But with 2 minutes to go, you're going to have to start thinking about how do I manoeuvre myself from where I am now to where I want to be, which will be ultimately further down the line. And Jack Sales has manoeuvred himself with a nice slingshot out the final corner. And Harry George slipping into that second place. We've got battle on for fourth. Murgatroyd manages to get that all stopped up in time. A great move down the inside of Wingfield going into the chicane. So Wingfield, having been looking at that sort of second to third place battle, is now deep in that field. He's been shuffled out and he's lost momentum as they head down the field. Cooper and Cook, and now Hoffman to his inside. So where does he go? Where does he look after it? That's Curtis having a spin out of the chicane again. So not the best Donington weekend for him. So all that progress he made, he's going to be losing out that. We are absolutely nose to tail. And that is McConaughey looking down the inside as we go through Hollywood on Cooper. Landy's lost the grip of this group a little bit, and so he's probably going to tuck in just behind them. We've got 1 minute and 16 of this race. So this is the penultimate lap of this Caterham 310R Championship, sponsored by Motul. Can they do anything? Harry George is currently behind Jack Sales, but they have sprung a little gap over that chasing pack. That won't have gone amiss. They will see that in their mirrors. And what do they do about it? Do they try and maintain it, or do they go for it? With that minute to go, I think they're just going to have to keep going as fast as they can for as long as they can and hope they don't catch back up, because Murgatroyd showed he was epic on the brakes into that chicane last time through. Really late on the brakes and managed to get it all stopped up in time. Can he do the same again to this group and get onto the podium after he was just off it in fourth place yesterday's result? Jack Sales, though, Harry George, looks like they are working together as they went down into the chicane that time, therefore trying to maintain that gap for this final lap. They'll be coming onto that with 30 seconds to go. Walters makes his way across, serenely out in front with a nice comfortable gap that they're not going to see back. Can Murgatroyd make it over? But Harry George and Jack Sales will now start disagreeing again over who wants to lead when, and it is Harry George currently leading as they go through Redgate. It looks like Jack might well want to wait until that final straight, the almost guaranteed passing manoeuvre. Can he wait there, though, whilst also by waiting there, does he allow this chasing group to catch him up? They will all the decisions he's making in that driving seat as he follows as close as he can to Harry George, not wanting to lose out. If I was in Jack's seat now, I would want to sit behind him until we get to Coppice and then make a good run out of there. But out front, Pete Walters still serenely sitting there, 3.3 seconds to the good last time over the line. Harry George is next up, but Jack Sales would probably be in the key seat to get that second place. Who could be best of the rest? Everyone else is, but Landy's caught back up after all the battling. Murgatroyd's managed to hold Lars Hoffman back for quite a number of corners, but they'll all be thinking the same thing. Wingfield dropping back to that sort of 5th place, 6th place, not where he wants to be at the moment, so he'll be looking. Jack Sales then, can he make that move? There is Walters going into the chicane. Behind him we can see some weaving going on. Jack Sales to the outside. Has he got the momentum? He's going to be late on the brakes. He's got momentum over the top of Harry George. He's got the brakes on. Can he get it all stopped? Yes, he can. He has taken that position. So a bit of a wise head there. Can he carry it all the way to the line? It's going to be close as they come out. Harry George is pulling to the outside. Can he make it by the time they get to the flag? It's going to be ever so close. I think Sales got it taken by 26 1/1000ths of a second. Sales took that to the line. And then behind them we got, so George was third, Murgatroyd fourth, Hoffman, Wingfield, Cook, Cooper and McConaughey. And as we see the rest of this field still battling as they come down then into the chicane, we've got Clayfan here. We've got Carl Jones. We've lost him somewhere on that last lap. He's still dropped down quite a few places as he comes over the line. But Alan Curtis, we saw Clayfan, Cooper, Fraser Jones, Harrier, Allbones all crossing the line. And we've got another gaggle here. Morgan Curtis, still Cook, Gaunt. The battles all the way through this deep, deep field. Still crossing the line, but there is our winner, Pete Walters. He disappeared off in those early laps, and the others squabbled between themselves, which just let him scamper off. That little bit of a gap was all he needed, and he prized a wedge into it. And Harry George and Jack Sales race-long battle. There is Carl Jones, who we did see drifting down the order, so something's happened to him. That's at Redgate, so maybe he had an issue, which now meant he's crossed the line and then pulled off to the edge of the track. Thank you ever so much to all the marshals out there for rescuing a race at the end there. It looked like we were going to have a safety car, but those marshals got that car out of the gravel and allowed us to see that spectacular end to this 310R race. So again, huge thanks to all the marshals out there for all the work you do. Let's have a confirmation of the provisional result then. Pete Walters ran to a good victory over Jack Sales, who just took that second place over Harry George. Great result for all of those. Andrew Murgatroyd fourth. Hoffman came through to fifth in the end. Great result for him. Wingfield disappointed to be dropping back to sixth. Cook, Cooper, McConaughey, Landy in 10th. Fraser, Yates, Price, Cooper, Jones, Curtis, Clayfan, Cooper, Jones and Eyre round out the top 20. Then we have Nick Allbones 21st, Dave Morgan 22nd, Gary Curtis, Tim Steele, Duncan Cook, Roger Gaunt, Wes Payne, Michael Curley, Chris Welch, Darrell Creswell round out the top 30. We've got 31st is Paul Herndine, Metcalf, Ben Lopez Appleton classified 33rd, Baldwin, Tom Wilson, Tom Crockle, who we all saw leaving that race at various stages. What an epic race, another fantastic race in the books today. So where we saw some safety cars and issues yesterday for various championships, today they are putting on a brilliant performance for us. Still got 2 races to come, so don't go anywhere. We have got a lunch break after this one, but later on today, definitely come back and make sure you're watching this, because we've got some epic stuff on offer. But here is the second 310R, the Motul sponsored 310R Championship. Then Pete Walters getting himself out of that car. He looks tired, and I'm sure he will have something to say about that. But the weather is hot out there, so even though he had it relatively easy as far as the pressure from around him, all he's had to do all race long is watch his gauges, get his lines right, and that's not an easy thing to do in this heat, to maintain that concentration. You can see he's just about ready with all his equipment off, so let's go down to Sam and see how that race was for him.
Well, congratulations, Pete. Another win. How was that race for you?
I said to you earlier, I'll be happy to see you later.
You did.
That was just luck. That was hope, not luck. Yeah, it was good. Oh, the car's amazing. Massive thanks to LFP and the boys, Tim, my mechanic. Happy holiday. Hope you have a great time. You couldn't make it today. Car's beautiful, and Aaron and the boys, yeah, LFP. It's been great all weekend. I had issues in Silverstone. Just the car just didn't feel under me. I didn't feel part of it. I just wasn't enjoying driving it for some reason. But I think it was me. It wasn't the car. But yeah, glad to be able to get that break after the safety car, and then it was just head down and keep going, because I know these guys aren't going to give up on us. And well done for Jack and Harry again for good results.
Excellent. Well, thank you and congratulations. Lovely to see you up here again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Move on to Jack Sales in second place. Jack, glad to see you on the podium.
So am I. That was great. Very, very hot. Very hot. But no, great battle again. First time I've really raced with Harry, kind of race for like an extended period of time. And yeah, really, really clean battle, no contact. It's fantastic. Bit of a melee before the safety car, and then managed to get a good restart and get in the lead bunch and keep clean and pick up a podium. So chuffed.
Excellent. Where you should be after Silverstone.
Absolutely. More of the same at Anglesey, I think.
Fingers crossed. Thank you, Jack.
Thanks a lot.
I'll move on to Harry now. Congratulations, Harry. Another podium for you. Might not be the win that you were hoping for, but still, great points.
Yeah, when you look at it from that perspective, I guess so. Yeah, just a little bit disappointed considering where I started from. Yeah, I mean, I saw the last lap board and I knew that Jack wanted to be behind me coming down the straight, because obviously he'd get the toe and get past me. But yeah, just a little bit disappointed.
26 1,000ths of a second between you and Jack.
Really? Oh, I thought I might have a chance coming out of the final chicane, but it weren't to be.
Very close racing, but he said he's never raced with you, but it was, Jack's never raced with you before, but it was lovely, great, clean racing.
Yeah, no, can't fault him at all. He was fair, gave me the space and everywhere, so, I mean, some of the drivers don't give the space, but no, Jack was completely fair, so well done to him.
Excellent. Well, congratulations, Harry.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll hand back to you, Chris.
Thank you. Yeah, hopefully we can bring you some highlights of that second of the Motul 310R Caterham races. Here we go with those highlights then. An even start from everyone. Harry George making that early breakaway, but it wouldn't be long before before Walters did have sprung a little gap, a little bit of an uncomfortable ride there for, I think that was Clay Fan through the gravel up at Coppice, and there was Bones that was spinning to the inside of the track as well. So some manoeuvring early doors, but we had early on it was Walters and Harry George making for that lead battle, and they swapped places quite a few times, and behind, as Jack Sales described, there was a bit of a melee, a pack race going on, and it was this Willis and Cockrell issue which brought out the safety car, and at that restart of the safety car, Walters got a bit of a spring gap, and Jack Sales was there ready to come across that gap from fourth place at the time. He got a great restart, moved ahead of this chasing pack, as we saw Ben Lopez-Appleton losing that speed. You can see he had caught up. There was that was Ben Lopez-Appleton losing out as he got squeezed onto that grass and had to make his way back over that gravel back to the circus. He did that, and meanwhile Jack Sales made his way through the three people that battling. James Wingfield found himself on the outside of this three wide, and his race sort of drifted backwards a little bit from that point onwards. We had what we thought was going to be a safety car spin into the old hairpin, but the marshals did an epic job to get out there. There was Ben Lopez-Appleton, all sort of confusion going out of the hairpin there. Alan Curtis getting caught up, but this was that move into Jack Sales moving into that sort of second place over Harry George, and as they all came out of the final corner, Harry George got a little bit of a run, but he didn't quite have the space to do it, and he was a couple of thousandths of a second back from that. So fantastic effort there from the 310R Championship. We will wait to see their podiums, but equally we've got 2 more races to bring you later on today. So we have, just about an hour and 40 minutes-ish. So we've got an extended lunch break now before we get back with our next action. But that action is the 270R. So here is down by that podium. You can see all the drivers chatting away. The international sign language of racing drivers as they describe what their car was doing. The Snappy John just there to take the photos of them all on their podium. There is Harry George taking that 3rd place trophy. I know he was a bit disappointed with that, but I think he can be pretty happy with the number of podiums he's had this year in such a strong competitive field, and to jump up from the academy last year into this grid. He can certainly look back on that and know he's done a good job. Jack Sales will be delighted with that 2nd place. All his family here and at home watching him to take that 2nd place after his win at Silverstone. Great to see him back there. But Pete Walters back in winning ways, isn't he? Dominating this race weekend. The story yesterday was him having to fight back through a little bit, but today he scampered off into the distance and made it look relatively comfortable compared to everyone following along. So congratulations to Pete Walters, Jack Sales, Harry George on their podiums today. And we look forward to seeing them at Anglesey next up. There you go. Absolutely no decorum now on the champagne. Spray those suits as much as you can. You've got plenty of time to get them cleaned up ahead of Anglesey, which takes place on the 13th and 14th of August. Do come and join us if you can. If not, we will be on the live streams as ever. 270s are next up, scheduled at 2:15. About an hour and 40 minutes. Come back to the stream. Go and have your lunch, have a cup of tea, and we will see you back for more Caterham action.
To be good. Not only is it being held on the famous Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, but also for the first and only time this season, we've got the white and green group on track together, meaning nearly 50 cars lining up on the grid. A typical British summer's day meant unpredicted showers, where it's fair to say my tyre choice, gambling on low-tread tyres for a dry session, didn't quite go according to plan. So a very wet track, no tyre tread, together with some really dubious wet weather lines, meant I qualified well down in 14th place overall, but I had to start from the 10th row of the grid, 19th place overall, due to the way that Caterham has split the whites and greens down opposite sides. And to make matters even worse, I missed the checkered flag on the final lap of qualifying and embarrassingly have ended up with 3 points on my racing licence for carrying on. What an absolute muppet.
Paul, after that qualifying, I don't think you should be looking so tall. Come on, back down to earth, back right down to earth. That's better. What were you doing?
I went for a silly gamble. I went for dry tyres, a dry setup, really low profile.
So there was a huge downfall of rain about half an hour before qualifying, and you went for a dry tyre setup. You mean these tyres here with hardly any tread left at all?
Probably the only one that went for that setup. So it would have been spectacular had the sun been out like this and the track be dry like this, but sadly it was the complete opposite. It was
10th fastest green, which means because it's row by row whites and greens, you're going to be 19th on the grid.
So on the 10th row of the grid?
Yes.
I'm going to put wet tyres on, probably. Well, I don't know. If it's like this, I'm not going to do that. I don't know. Help me out. I'm confused.
I'll just be watching. I'll give you top 10 minimum.
So where am I going to finish?
I don't care. Got to be in the top 10. Leave them alone now, but just think about it, will you, a bit more? Concentrate a bit harder. Mark, a bit of the sort of surprise of the day. Second fastest in the green group. You're the slow burner. What's your best result so far?
Fourth at Mallory so far in the dry. It's the first driving in the wet today, so hopefully I'll continue to do that, and it'll be wet this afternoon.
Jeff, a blistering lap time at Silverstone this morning in the very, very wet conditions. What was the secret of that lap time?
I've got absolutely no idea, to be honest with you. I just found myself away by myself. I didn't really have a tow, didn't really have anyone to feed off, so I just did what made sense to me, which was to stay off the racing line, and that seemed to pay dividends. So, yeah, just really good fortune.
Mike, you're one of, 6 Mancunian mates that have all joined the academy together. When did you start hatching this plan?
It was a very, very kind of last-minute decision. I think we've done a few track days over the last couple of years in touring cars, and Simon, who's just behind me over there, went and saw a dealer, and within 24 hours we'd bought 6 cars and signed up for a midlife crisis.
So who's winning the Manchester Championship so far?
Richard Ainscough. He's super smooth, great in the wet. And yeah, super consistent.
Are you all in the same white or green group?
We're all in the white group. Yeah, they put us all together. So we've been trying to get a wager on it for our own little competition.
And your personal position at the moment of these 6?
Probably second or third. I'm Mr. Erratic. I think the commentator at Knockhill called me Mad Mike because I was a bit flamboyant. So the wet doesn't really suit me. I didn't finish at Mallory, and yeah, didn't have a great qualifier today either.
William leading the white group of the championship, second fastest white in the qualifier at Silverstone. Was that down to your great win at Mallory in the wet? Are you the rain master?
I don't know. It's probably too early to say, but yeah, I sort of think I'm doing all right in the wet. So hopefully try and keep it that way.
It's funny as the year's developing, different people start to become contenders, don't they? Some are slower starters. You've got them running really quickly to lead the championship. Are you worried they're going to start catching you a bit more often?
No, it's already happening. I mean, I haven't quite got my head around Silverstone in the dry, and you know, there's guys coming in quite a bit quicker than me. So for sure, hot on my heels, big time.
Charlie Lower, looking to go a bit higher. Oh no, that's an awful joke, isn't it? That's you won at Kerborough, you know, and you Mallory, you're on the pace. And you had a bit of a rough time at Knockhill.
Yeah, a little bit of a rough time, but yeah, I had a big incident in first corner. I qualified joint third by the same 100th of a second. So then I started in fourth, the guy started in third, and I thought I'd drag race him into the first corner, but he had the same idea too. So
it didn't work. Now, of course, Charlie, I mean, we met before. You're a stunt driver and stuff, and people see me sliding around on telly and say, well, that's no way to be a racing driver. And it can be a problem if you're used to stunt. You have to actually slide less to go faster. Have you found that yourself?
Yeah, definitely, 100%. And it's being less aggressive. All the stunt stuff we do is high aggression at low speed, so it's trying to make something look as flash and as fast as possible whilst going.
See, that's why I do it on telly. You see, I do it like that's why we know how to drive properly anyways, don't we, John?
Yeah. But yeah, it's then just like dialing it in, and actually understeer is a bit faster than oversteer, unfortunately.
I know that, I know. It's so disappointing, isn't it? We have to go fast. You can't be spectacular.
Definitely.
James, I know you're watching the Grand Prix. I'm sorry, everybody, but it's not started yet. It's not. James, you're third on the grid, tricky Silverstone. You know, you're moving up the pack now. Best result, fourth, was it at Mallory? So now, a win today?
Fingers crossed. That's the plan. But considering my testing, I'm a lot happy with my grid position today. So the rain seemed to help. So I'm slightly praying for some more rain this afternoon.
You got a bit pushed back by the white group, sort of getting in the way a bit annoying, or are you happy with that?
I'd be lying if I said I wasn't annoyed by it, but...
Because you were like, what, 5th fastest, but you're going to line up 8th or 9th, is it?
4th overall, but yeah, I'm sort of P6 or 7 on the grid, so a little bit annoying, but same for everybody.
So, a few hours later, it was time for our formation lap and to get ready for this 20-minute race, and thankfully, this time, it was dry.
So as the 50 Caterhams head out for their race, the track is now bone dry, but there are some rather nasty black clouds in the distance. We just hope Paul has picked the right tyres this time. He actually qualified 14th fastest overall, but for some strange reason they've split the grid in half with the green group on one side, the white group on the other, which has put him down into 19th place. I'm hoping top 10 at least. Come on, Paul, where are you? Where are you, Paul? There you are. He's waving. Oh, no. Stop waving. He's waving. Why does he wave at everybody? This is his trouble. I'm told him to concentrate. Waving.
Lining up on pole position was Jeff Newman from the green group, with Gareth Lucas second, leading the white side of the grid. Mark Kendall slots into third on the grid, and fourth on the grid is William James, who interestingly would have qualified well down in 8th place overall if it wasn't for the green and white split. Then on the third row of the grid we have James Cook for the greens and Charlie Lower for the whites. All I could hope for was another good start and at least have a chance of getting through some of this packed field to get back into the mix. It was time for lights out. Another great start. What a shame these aren't drag races, but 4 places made before we even hit the first corner. Giles Perry got a little spin on, and I managed to hold off a bit of stiff competition from Oliver Hardick on the outside, and I was up to P14. It was a dream start, and so far so good, but with a whole host of cars in front, I knew it was going to be no easy task getting through this lot. Fred Chiddicks ran wide at Chapel, opened the door for me to move up into P13, and despite some real pressure from Fred, I managed to keep position all the way up the Hanger Straight. Caterham racing is such an intense affair, and with Richard Ainscough and James Moon scrapping it around Vale, it was late on the brakes and another couple of positions made. With a good exit, I even managed to nip past Tom Minty Noakes and get up to 10th place. Quite a bit of curb on the exit of Club, trying to listen to my mentor Tiff, and onto the Hamilton Straight. And actually that curb, we'll be seeing that a little bit later in the video. So by the time I reached Village on the first lap, I was really surprised to be in touching distance of the main pack, who were all busy scrapping it out around the loop and Aintree. So for me it was all about a good exit at Aintree to get the toes down the Wellington Straight, which I fluffed monumentally, poking around the completely wrong side of Harry George, who, by the way, he's 22 years old and not 17, as we were incorrectly informed on our previous video. So all that brilliant momentum was slightly paused as the pack approached Brooklands for the first time, but still, if you said I was going to make 9 places on the first lap, I would have taken that all day long.
We can hear loads of tyres squealing from the complex, but now towards the end of the first lap, here they come, like the charge of the Light Brigade. Caterhams everywhere. He's 10th! He's 10th! He's got from 19th to 10th! Oh, Paul! Come on! No, he's in the gravel! Oh, he was a bit, but now he's out again.
A couple of wheels on the gravel on the exit of Woodcote. I'm trying to take a bit more curb and be a bit more aggressive, listening to what Tiff's trying to tell me. And then I don't know why I do this, but a ridiculous vanity wave to my girlfriend Katie, who was watching from the BRDC with Tiff. Really, I need to stop these hand gestures, but I guess it's a little bit better than the one I did at Knock Hill at least. Coming up to Beckett's on lap 2, where I'm back in touching distance with the main pack. And a really good exit onto the Hanger Straight, and what looks like some brave late braking, but actually picking up place on Harry George and James Cook. But then coming into Stowe, there was a yellow flag, so I gave the position back to James, but with a lot of very confusing hand waving. I think I confused myself more than the other drivers. A green flag, and it was racing again. Hot Right on James's heels, good through Abbey and really good out of farm, made the move on Village, quite an easy one. Well, it should have been an easy one, but I stuck into second for some extra engine braking as I thought I was going to overshoot the corner, and I ended up sliding around a little bit. I never seem to make things easy as the other guys.
He's got his lights on. He's kissing the gravel. He's up to 7th, waving, shouting. Hopefully he can catch the 6 ahead, and who knows where he can get to.
Then, like a scolded cat, Fred Chiddick's passed me on the start of lap 3 to push me back down to 8th position. Bit of a really nasty lunge at the loop on poor old Mark Kendall, who's doing brilliant in the championship and also did brilliantly to avoid me. Thanks, Mark. I owe you a beer. And then the most amazing battle down the Wellington Straight, side by side, both hanging onto Freddie's toe, where I managed to hold position on the inside coming into Brooklands. A clean exit and both hands firmly on the wheel with no vanity waves this time, as things were really starting to hot up.
So Jeff Newman has made the break. Somehow he's broken the toe, with the pack behind with Paul again kicking up dust. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The spinner's out on the track there recovering. It's all going everywhere.
A couple of cars running wide coming out of Copse, including Gareth Lucas, who also then ran off track at Maggots, rejoining the pack just in front. I was now up to P7 with the fast boys, so it wasn't just about overtaking, but also defending. And at the end of Hanger Straight, Mark Kendall gets in a tow and puts a move down the outside. This was just such brilliant wheel-to-wheel racing, and it felt so safe. No unpredictable swerving or silly moves. Nothing but big respect to Mark, whose driving I had every confidence in. Another great exit at Farm, and for a change it was easy pickings up the inside of Ian Harris, and it was up to P6 overall. As we've said so many times, it's so important to get your corner exit right so you take maximum speed and momentum down the straights, and here at Silverstone in an academy car is probably one of the key things to perfect. Coming into Brooklands at a good move just ahead by Gareth, down the inside, and the cars around him give him plenty of room to make sure he could stay on that racing line. Those toes just make such a huge difference in these cars, and it really helped me put him in a good position coming up to Copse, where Gareth Lucas ran wide again, so I managed to nip in front of him and at the same time pass Charlie Lower, who also ran slightly wide. So from P19 to P4, and with second and third place just in front, was this finally going to be my podium day? The answer was a resounding no. And this is where things really started to go downhill fast. In my wisdom, I was trying to get Fred and Mark to work together to catch the leader, Jeff, so I tried waving my hands around as if they'll get the signal, and then I ran massively wide at Beckett's, scrubbed off all my speed at Chapel, and then was overtaken by 3 cars, 4 a breadth, up a Hanger Straight. All I could do was put my head down in shame. So instead of staying with the breakaway pack of Fred and Mark, I dropped back into the chasing pack. And trust me, I'll never ever do this silly hand-waving ever again. Then it was the last of the late breakers, where Charlie Lower was so lucky not to take out Mark and Fred, completely missing the corner. Meanwhile, Gareth Lucas also missed his braking and blocked me from turning in, and then I just managed to avoid Charlie Lower rejoining the track. It was non-stop racing action. And really, there's just no point in whites racing greens and vice versa. Although we're sharing a track together, we're in completely different championships. That didn't seem to stop everybody having a real go at trying to get that overall position. Another nice corner, the loop, and that all-important exit down the Wellington Straight, where I managed a much more respectful move on Mark Kendall up the inside of Brooklands. But as with all Caterham races, this is topsy-turvy stuff, and Mark then did the move on me at Croft, only to have the move done by me again coming into Maggots. It was all getting a bit too much. And then those silly hand signals about working together again. I promise that no future race will they ever see the light of day again. After 5 previous laps of curb abuse, all within track limits, I hasten to add, it was one too many and my camera took a knock. So on what was going to be our penultimate lap, Ian Harris left the door open at Village, slotting me back up to 5th place overall behind Gareth Lucas, where the positions would remain as we headed down the Wellington Straight up towards Brooklands. Gareth turned into the corner nice and early on the defensive line and shut the door on any potential move, so I took the corner on the standard racing line just ahead of Ian Harris and Charlie Lower, who were also on the standard racing line directly behind me. Then Gareth seemed to outbrake himself, ran wide, completely missed the apex, and I successfully slowed down for the corner, which Gareth then tried to recover by turning directly back into me and causing a collision, effectively ruining my race. Again. I was absolutely gutted. I just couldn't believe what had just happened. It will never cease to amaze me why the race leader of the white group would be so reckless to try and block another car that's in a completely different championship. The mind really does boggle. So, race over. It was time to calm down a little bit, count to 10, and to catch up with Tiff in Parc Fermé.
Paul has blew on that wheel. You're a mudguard miss. What a fantastic race. You were going for 4th and it got so busy.
Group. He's not even in my group, and I could see them. He was weaving, stopping everybody going past, and I thought, well, look, that's fair enough. Just do my own thing. And then, he ran wide, I went up the inside, and then just went straight back over again. But it's easy to say that now. Heat of the moment. I'll review my footage. I'll do it amicably. But
That's a good idea, I think, Paul. That's a good idea.
Look, I had a fantastic race up until that moment, and then it kind of went a bit down.
We'll just use that bit and not the first bit, all right? We had a fantastic race until that moment. That's probably the best bit, Paul, to sum it up. And one of the wonderful things about Caterham racing, you can tell by the buzz and the hum how much all these people that never raced before this year have had the most amazing experience around the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. They'll all be blaming someone else for whatever went wrong, but they've all had a great day, and that's what Caterham Academy is all about. Jeff, back to the top step of the podium. An amazing breakaway. You were just in a bundle, then suddenly you came around about 4 seconds clear. How did you manage to make that break?
Yeah, so to be honest, I really don't know. It just so happened I was in the flow, just absolutely going for it. Maybe they got caught up, I don't know, having a little bit of battle.
So you must have looked in your mirrors and thought, whoa, lucky days.
I did, yeah. I think that Charlie made a small error going into Brooklands, just overcooking it slightly, and as a consequence I was just able to pull away. At the end of the day, like most racing, it's who makes the fewest mistakes tends to win. So thanks to everyone and the marshals for making it a great day. It's fantastic.
Well done. Great. Cheers. All the best. Cheers.
Cheers.
Harry George, you didn't make my pre-race interviews because you're only 4th. And I said I'd interview if you won. Yes. But you finished 2nd, but you've had a great day. Where did you finish overall?
I don't know.
It's that hectic, Caterham racing. He doesn't even know where you finished. But you had a wonderful race around the Grand Prix circuit. That's the main thing.
Yes, yeah. I mean, I got a good start. I was trying to stay with the lead pack, but I just spent the whole time fighting, and the lead pack dropped us. And yeah, I was just swapping positions all the time from the toe. But yeah,
that's what it's all about. Caterham racing, you enjoy it. That's the main thing.
Yeah. Still happy with the 2nd place. I can't complain.
Cheers. Freddie, you were depressed after qualifying because you had the wrong tyres, whatever excuse you had for the morning. But from 15th on the grid to second overall, you must be pretty chuffed with that.
I'm pretty happy with that. Yeah, I had some pretty good racing along the way. Luckily, first couple of laps I made a lot of places, so gutted that we didn't catch Jeff in the end. But a very good race. I'm happy with that, and it makes up for my atrocious qualifying.
All right, we'll see you. Good luck in the next round.
Thank you.
Charlie Lower. You've only won a sprint before today. Now you've won a proper race. How does that feel?
Oh, unbelievable. I did not expect that. Especially to be battling the lead with Jeff halfway round. That was amazing. It was so good.
It was great to show that, you know, the top of the white group, top of the green group are very much on par now. But Jeff got away. How did that happen? Did you see what went wrong, or did you all have a bit of a battle and let him go?
It was just me and Jeff at the front for a long time, and I just overcooked it. I was getting greedy. I thought I'd get on him, but couldn't get there.
There were a couple of positives. I got the third fastest lap overall behind the race winner in second place, and I had another good fun hack through the pack. But of course, it was hugely disappointing to be taken out for the second race running. These things happen in racing, and there's absolutely no hard feelings towards the slightly over-enthusiastic Gareth, who was penalised by the stewards with points on his licence and a 5-place grid penalty for the next race at Brands Hatch, where I hope to break my elusive search for a podium.
We're at Caterham Cars in Gatwick at their head office, and I'm surrounded by the most incredible collection of Caterhams I've ever seen in my life. The most incredible colours and combinations, I think, that exist on the planet. And talking of colours, this one, the top of the range 620S, bright purple with all this carbon, exposed carbon here. But the reason we're here is because we're talking about the Caterham Academy, and this is a typical Caterham Academy car. The Caterham Academy is in its 26th year, and every year Caterham run a ballot like a lotto where the employees can put their name down to enter. This year was won by Mark, so he's going to be competing in this car, but you know what? I'm not worried about that or him. This is what we're here for, to reveal the Lovecars Caterham Academy car. And to join me, I've got Simon Lambert of Caterham Cars to do the big reveal.
Morning, Paul. You excited?
I'm very excited, actually.
Me too,
We're going to go straight for it, are we?
Oh, why not? Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Well, I've seen it in the renders, but not in real life. Oh, it looks fantastic.
That looks fantastic.
Wow, look at that. Our own race car, the Lovecars race car.
I think the guy's done a great job. What do you think?
Absolutely blown away. It looks awesome.
Good.
I can't believe I'm going to be racing in this year.
Well, I'm pleased to see that we haven't done the graphics on the nose. That shows a degree of confidence that we might be replacing it. I guess they've seen you drive.
I was going to say, because this is a replaceable item, as are the...
Yeah, what we do is Caterham racing is very, very close. You're in an open car, so you can hear everyone around you all the time, which means you race far closer than you would in a saloon. So we kind of accept that the wings and nose are, let's not go so far as a consumable item, but they're readily replaced, and we only carry black.
Okay, so you haven't got much faith in me. You think that's going to be replaced?
That wasn't my choice. They have put a little bit of lipstick around the front for you.
Oh, I've got my V-Box here already, all built in. Very good.
Yep, so you can show off on your channel as to your amazing laps, qualifying, pole.
No pressure.
Right.
And the Academy car in general, the main differences over what one of these typical cars?
Very little, if I'm honest. It is effectively a 7270, but just in race trim. You know, there's nothing extra on it other than the safety items, and it runs standard road suspension, narrow track. In fact, it's a backward step in some ways because we put on these fantastic Avon tyres.
I did notice those.
Yeah, I say that because Avon are sponsored, but even they will admit that they're there to teach you rather than to grip the track.
Yeah, I don't think the grip's going to be quite as good as that 620S over there.
No, but there's method behind that. You know, if the car is sliding around more and you're getting used to driving it, you'll get more control of the car rather than just hanging on for dear life and waiting for an accident, which is what would happen if we put on a really grippy tyre.
I absolutely love it. I can't believe this is the Lovecars race car, the Academy car for 2021. I'm so chuffed. And one thing that I've noticed is there's about 20 odd cars on the grid, which is pretty much these cars here from that yellow one forward. That's a lot of cars. That's going to be a tight grid.
Just like one of your track days, when you're trying to go into a corner on your own, this lot are hopefully just behind you.
You're making me nervous now.
No, I'm not making you nervous.
I think it's time for some
Relax,
questions. We got some questions, so we're going to. Kirsty, thank you very much. You should be on camera, really. So Nick says, when do we get to see your car design? Well, Nick, there you go.
Wish granted.
That was a nice, easy one. Yeah. I think we can dispose of that. I hope a lot of these are for you as well, but do you think you'll be getting your wallet out for that meal? Oh, okay, so this is from Joe, Lucky Supercars on Instagram, who's doing it as well. So we've got a little side bet on who's going to finish first. Now, where do you think I'm going to end up?
Well, the nose cone tells me that you're going to have 1 or 2 people in front of you. But, you know, Paul, you've been doing driving for a while. You know how to drive, but now you need to learn racecraft.
Do you know, it's very different.
Let's hope for top 10. If I think that's a realistic expectation for you, and if you aim for that, I think you're going to have a fantastic time.
Okay. Well, we all do it because we want to win. We're not
here competition.
It is a competition, but top 10, I really want to be a bit more optimistic. But I'll take your top 10 for now, and then I can hopefully over-exceed on the deliverables.
Yeah, I have nothing.
Okay, so this is one for you. This Phil on Instagram says, how much power do Academy cars have?
125 horsepower, maximum 6,800 RPM. It doesn't sound very much at all, but all the cars are identical, so really it doesn't make a huge amount of difference where that is. In terms of performance, that's still 0 to 60 in 5 seconds, 5 and a bit. And in a car that weighs 550 kilos, you know, you're going to be troubling Ferraris on the track, even in one of these when you go and do a track day.
What top speed on Hanger Straight or something like that? About 110 maybe?
Yeah, probably 110, 115, plus another maybe 5 miles an hour in a tow.
Yeah.
So you need to be really close to the car in front, and then by close I mean nearly touching it, but you will feel the acceleration at that last minute, and that will give you the power to, or the extra speed to overtake.
Because of course you're an ex-Academy participant and you've raced Caterhams for a long time as well.
I have raced, yes, it's a long time since I've raced Caterhams, but I've been there, I've learned, and it's a strategic game as much as it is just outright speed. Outright speed will only get you so far. Racecraft is what you need to know, and understanding slipstreaming is a really big part of it.
There's a lot to learn.
There is a lot to learn.
So Adam says, will Tiff be your driver coach for the season? Now Tiff has pretty much laughed every time that he was the one that got me into this. He said that I've got to do some racing. We were trying to do some racing last year, and then of course the whole world sort of collapsed. And so he will give me some tips, and I'm looking forward to Tiff giving me some tips. But I don't trust him because I think he would like to see me bringing up the rear to have a laugh.
Oh, right, okay.
So maybe I'll get some tips from you instead of Tiff. He's going to turn up. He's going to turn up to a couple of races and offer some support and some giggles as well.
I'm enjoying your faith in me. That's good. I promise you top 10 now.
This is another one for you. Here we go. Steve says, how does the 7 handle in the wet? There you go. You can answer that because I got no idea, especially on those tyres.
It's actually that's a really nice question, an interesting one. We know from our experiences that 7 drivers have a habit of putting their cars away when it gets wet, or if it's a track day and it's a wet day, they won't go, or maybe they'll avoid driving. But actually, when you drive it in the wet, you just get to experience all its handling, but in sort of an exaggerated way at a lower speed. So it's a really, really good way to learn your car, is to go and drive it in the wet as much as possible. So the differences aren't that great from the dry, just obviously happening lower down. And contrary to what you might think, the 7 understeers at high speed. It has a little bit of front end lift, and it'll actually understeer. Everyone thinks it's going to be a big tail end monster, but it's not. And it's actually getting the heat into the front tyres, which is the trick to going fast. So if you can do that in the early laps, that gives you an advantage.
Now, I think we're missing one trick here, that this is actually a road legal car as well. So you don't have to practice all the sort of, obviously I don't encourage anyone to drive fast on the road like that, but you can get used to it and you can get used to the feel of the car on the road as well, which is quite unique, isn't it?
It is. It's very unique, and it's a very different driving experience in the car. The steering is very tight. There's no power assistance on the brakes. And we encourage people to drive the cars as much as possible, even to and from the events. From the events as well.
Hopefully with a nose cone intact.
Hopefully from the events. No, it'll be fine. But yeah, that's a great experience. If you jump from a 7 into a normal road car, the difference is enormous. When you go back into your road car, the steering feels like a submarine door. Someone's taken away your brake pedal. You need to build familiarity. with a car as light as this.
I think the problem is modern cars make us all soft. We jump in a car and pretty much anyone can drive a modern car fast.
They're taking the driving experience away. They're an appliance that's meant to make it as easy as possible rather than a really pure driving experience.
I think that's what I'm nervous about. I'm going to get exposed in this because I can drive okay in the modern cars. But well, this is a modern car, but you know, without the...
Yeah, the only driver aid is your right foot.
I like that. So someone on Twitter, 40EA, says, which races are you most looking forward to? So I'll answer that one, which... Silverstone, having that on your calendar for the Academy.
Grand Prix, yeah, that's a real treat for us.
Amazing.
Yeah.
So certainly Silverstone. I think Brands Hatch is so underrated.
Brands indeed.
The first corner, Paddock, is it?
Paddock, horrible in an Academy car.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, you'll be fine.
Probably Anglesey is the one I'm looking forward to the most because I love Anglesey. If it's nice weather, that's one of the most beautiful circuits in the whole world.
Yeah, easy to get distracted by what's going on when you look over the sea.
Here's one for you. How comfortable are these cars and are they practical? And that's from Super Nacho.
A race car is probably actually more comfortable than a road car in that respect because to be fast, you've got to be properly held into your car and not move around. So these race seats, they're good for people our size. I mean, anyone over sort of 5'9", 5'10", they're obviously, they're freakishly tall.
Yes.
And they will need their own custom moulded seat. But once you're in, you become really cozy. And I used to commute in one of these, a road-going race car every day.
Wow.
So 100 miles a day. And I loved it. You do it. If the whole car forms around you, as long as it doesn't get too cold.
Well, you've kindly given me the option to go, so you can get a moulded seat as well. It's called a bead seat. There's a couple of different options. You give me the option to do that, but I think I'm going to keep the standard seats. One, they actually hold me in, and like you said, for our size. But two, I think they look absolutely awesome. The Tillet seats, they look superb.
Yeah, I mean, they are relatively comfortable even on a long journey, despite the fact that there's no padding there. Once you've got yourself tightened into your harness properly, yeah, you'll be fine. Yeah.
Okay, we'll see about that, whether I go for the moulded one or not. I like this question from Brendan. Do you have to build your own car? That's a good question for you.
You don't have to. It's about 50-50 in Academy, which is a significant proportion compared to the rest of the Caterham range.
I'm surprised it's 50-50.
Do you think it'd be more?
I thought it'd be less. I thought less people would want to build their cars.
Yeah. These days, it's probably about 20% of people build their cars,
okay.
and Caterham is now a fully built car manufacturer in general. The people that build their cars, they get to know it really well. So in some ways, we'd suggest they have an advantage because they know what all the bits and pieces are, what they do, and what they need to check and tighten up, and what adjustments they can make. Not that there is very many at all.
Well, it's funny you say that because Tiff always, he's an engineer at heart, and he always says, that's a tenuous link, Tiff. So he, the fact that he understands the car mechanically as well definitely helps. And it's definitely going to struggle for me. So Tiff, what is your race number? Well, funny you should ask that, Tiff, because my race number is in homage to my favourite racing driver ever, and I'm going to be racing under the number 69. And do you know who races under that number?
There's some old guy that used to do it back in the 50s, 60s.
Yeah, Nadell. Tiff Nadell,
right.
Tiffany Nadell. Yeah. So I'm racing under Tiff's number of number 69 in homage to him.
Excellent.
Do you want to know the truth behind that?
Yeah, go on.
We were doing a video talking about the TV show. We sat on Tiff's race car number. Adam sent me a message from Caterham saying, what race number do you want? I looked over, well, number 69. So
easy, isn't it?
Because Lewis Hamilton's my favourite racing car driver, not Tiff, but anyway. So 69 is my number. There we go. Well, there's more. This one's for you from Dave. Okay. Where can we watch the racing? Well, I'll answer the first bit. We're going to cover every single bit on Lovecars. We're going to do some practice sessions with Tiff as well, so he is going to give me a few tips. And then we're going to cover each race retrospectively on Lovecars. But is there any other way to watch the proper racing, the proper guys?
Yes, there is actually. Other than our Mallory race, all Academy races will be broadcast on live stream on the Caterham website and YouTube.
Wow.
So there's no hiding, no editing. It's going to happen in real time for you.
Don't watch that. Watch ours, because I can edit that and get all my racing driver excuses after that. So James says, why choose the Caterham Academy over other series? Well, I think it was a bit of a collaborative thing, sort of we came together. But genuinely, I don't think there's a better way to go motor racing than this. Certainly not a more cost-effective way to have a proper racing car. The price is about £30,000 for the year.
Yep.
And at the end of that, so you do your 6 races plus a sprint race, it's all organised by you guys. And at the end of it, you keep your car as well.
You keep your car. I mean, we've been doing this for 26 years and we've sold over 1,200 Academy cars. So you'd like to think we're doing something right, And we're lucky. Other people could photocopy the book of how to do the academy, but they won't have a Caterham 7. And it's more by luck than judgment, but the car being so light and so simple means that it's hugely robust for racing. If you tried to do this in a saloon car, I won't name any brands, you'd wear it out by the end of the first race, and the cost would spiral out of control. Whereas you're going to do the whole season, and you might get through 2 sets of tyres if you're reckless, maybe a couple of sets of brake pads.
Wow, you can do a couple of sets of tyres on a single track day in a powerful car.
You can't beat physics. It's really simple.
And I've got a couple of friends that want to join, but they're too late.
They're too late for this year. Yes, we've long since sold it out, and actually 22 is selling quite quickly, well into double figures for that too.
Honestly, I cannot believe that you would do anything else, because we were looking at a couple of different race series where you modify a road car, but this is a proper race car.
Yeah, and one of the great things with Caterham residual value is actually if you continue through racing and you do 2, 3, 4 years where there's small upgrades to the car, at the end of it, it still retains a huge amount of its residual value compared to normal race cars, just absolutely plummet. And you might as well throw them in the bin. And there are a lot of Academy cars out there that are actually now road cars and just running around on the road as regular Caterhams. You wouldn't even know.
But it's not just the lump sum. You can actually finance it as well.
You can. I think that's unique. I can't imagine anyone wanting to finance any other race car, but £199 a month, you can finance Academy.
That's unbelievable. Amazing. So Sarah says, what am I looking forward to most? That's a really good question. I think just competing. I think just being part of it. I've already met a lot of people on Zoom calls and lots of the team at Caterham as well. So I know there's a really good community feeling behind the whole thing, which I really like. I think I'm looking forward to most getting the first race out the way, because I'm nervous already just thinking about it. I am nervous.
Everyone's nervous. That's normal and it's good. Yeah, if you weren't nervous, we'd be worried about you. And everyone's looking forward to that very first race. And becoming a racing driver is a dream, isn't it?
It is a dream.
We want to be there. And I can tell you this, is that the staff and the team, and there's quite a big support team, we are looking forward to the end of that first race and just seeing everyone come into Parc Fermé having turned into genuine racing drivers.
Yeah.
The feeling is unbelievable.
Yeah, I can't wait. That's a good question from Sarah. 2 more. Lovely envelopes, by the way. Lovely questions. Here you go. Are you nervous about entering the series? From Martin. I am nervous. I'm flipping nervous, I'll be honest with you, but I'm excited. The excitement more so. And last but not least, well, this is a good one. Will you carry on racing when you complete the academy? I think, like most, I mean, you can answer the percentage, but I think, like most, I'll get a bit of a bug for it because I've always wanted to do it. I can't think of a better way to get into it, but I hope I don't get into it too much, so I think it takes over your life a little bit.
The Caterham ladder of championships has been born from the fact that people do academy and want to carry on racing. And so many people come into it saying this is a once-in-a-lifetime, 1-year thing. But at the end of it, you've been doing it with 25 other people that are just like you. You don't realise that at the time, but they are. You're all driven by the same things. You can't help get to make friends and mates. And you want to carry on racing with your mates next year, so why not? And obviously, we try to promote that as much as possible selfishly. It's great for us if we can keep you guys racing, give you what you want so you carry on.
I can't wait. Are you going to come to some of the races?
I'm going to come to all of the races.
Okay, great.
All of the races.
I genuinely can't wait to do this, and I'm just over the moon with the car. I think it looks fantastic.
Car looks amazing.
I would have liked to have had the livery going all the way down. I can't believe you didn't have the faith in me to have a...
there's going to be a big number square there with 69 on it.
Number 69, there you
69.
go. Tiff, that's for you.
I'm not too sure that one's going to buff out, but more on that later. With the Kerber Sprint a distant memory and a baptism of fire first race at Mallory Park, it was all to play for in Scotland, where I desperately needed to try and win back some championship points in this Academy double-header. Welcome to Knockhill in Scotland for the third round of the 2021 Caterham Academy Championships. And it's fair to say things are hotting up. The honeymoon period is well and truly over. In terms of hotting up, I mean the driving, not necessarily the weather, although I'm told it is going to be quite nice over the weekend. But all the drivers are pushing that little bit harder, a little bit faster now that we're into the third round. As I soon found out on the very last practice session on Friday evening, where my fellow competitor, Paul Castle, got a bit carried away coming out of the chicane and stuck his car right on my exit. My tiny little brain went into overdrive, and knowing there was no chance of going to his right, I took my medicine and stuck it down the gravel on the left, which then left me perilously close to the barriers and ridiculously close to ruining my entire race weekend. A few more inches and I would have been in the tyre wall. It would have been game over. And this is round 3. Round 1 was the Kerber Sprint, where I managed to scrape a 4th place overall. Round 2, got a bit ambitious at Mallory Park, which was the first time we were all on track together, and span off on the second lap, got back to 6th place, so it was all a good learning experience. Talking of learning experiences, my learned colleague here, Mr. Priday in car number 84, he certainly learned a thing or two as well. And I'm sure he won't mind me if he's not around telling you a couple of stories. The first one was he missed the start practice at Mallory. So he's looking at on the start line with a packed grid. He's looking for the 5-second warning board, which he missed. Next thing he knew, everybody was passing him on the start line. So he was just stood there like that. And then his second bit of wisdom, he thought he'd flash people out the way to confuse them in front of him. Now he's listening. He thought he would flash people out the way to get out of the way, but his light where he smashed it earlier, or where he hit someone earlier, was facing him. So all he ended up doing was giving himself a face full of light. But it's all good learning for everybody. So Joe, this maybe will be the one to watch for this weekend. And you know what's amazing, actually, because Joe and Paul over there, they've travelled 500 miles from Exeter and Avon. Another guy there from Goodwood, he's travelled 500 miles as well. I did 410 miles to get here, so it's incredible. Everyone's come from the width and breadth of the UK to be here. The only person that's local is Graham over here. Poor Graham, every single race so far, he's had to come down to England and travel hours and hours and hours. So this is about as local as it gets for him. So he's got no excuses. We're expecting good things from him this weekend. And there's one man that we have to watch. The winner of the Kerber Sprint was Ian Harris. He's in here doing some yoga, some meditating, preparing himself. See if we can disturb him. Ian, hi. I wonder if you could say a few words for the camera, because not only are you the favourite for Knockhill, the Kerber Sprint champion, but you're also a male model, pin-up model.
This is very true. These rumours are true. Paul, I was just trying to cheer myself up, so just watching your footage of your track.
Anyway, that's enough of that. It was nice to see you, and thanks for that. Tiff can't be here, sadly, but he's here in spirit. He's racing at Thruxton. But without further ado, for the magic of YouTube, here he is right now.
And also, by the magic of YouTube, I've got Paul now alongside me to look back through the race.
Not sure whether I want to do this, to be honest with you. Should we kick off?
Yes. So you qualified fourth for the first race behind the championship leader, Jeff Newman, on pole. Then equal second of the championship, Fred Chaddick. Equal second of the championship, Mark Jones. Equal second of the championship, you. Hey, all the top boys up front. And you made a brilliant start.
It was wicked, wasn't it? I was chuffed with that.
That's really good, Paul. Can we look back on board? Have you got your onboard?
I've got my onboard.
Okay,
of course I've got my onboard.
Right, let's watch again from onboard.
What a start! Look, I couldn't believe it myself, to be honest.
It was all right, it was all right. What's the secret, do you think, of your starting success there?
There is no... I'm going to get the editor to blur my rev counter, because there's no way I'm going to give away that secret. But, God, that was a great start. And I managed to hold the lead into the first corner, which is very important as well.
So now you held the lead right around to the hairpin on the first lap. And then a bit of more controversy we'll find as we follow the race now. You're looking good at the moment. So here you are, then leading down to the hairpin on the first lap, holding the middle of the road, blocking everyone. Jeff comes down, he goes from about fourth to, and then, hold on, what was that there? What was that there? Hold on, stop that. You're not allowed to do that.
I'm so embarrassed. I apologise to Jeff for that. But I thought he tagged me purposely, but I still should have reacted.
You shut the door. It was. You could have given a bit more room.
No, I could not.
You should have known he was there.
No,
it was your line. You're correct.
Yes,
the impact
thank you.
was his fault, but all this.
I know. Disgusting, disgraceful. I'm very embarrassed. But the crowd watching on the left-hand side, they all chuckled and laughed.
Look, 1 minute you say
I'm a crowd pleaser. What can I say?
Because you like pretending you're a racing driver now. You're pretending you're not a TV person. You're a racing driver. When you're a racing driver, you don't. That's stewards. You can be done for that. You get disqualified.
I'm very, very, very embarrassed, and I've apologised. As I said to Jeff, the onboard is even better. Have a look at the onboard. That's so embarrassing. Jeff, I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. But anyway, I managed to maintain the lead.
You led for a lap.
The whole lap. I think I'm the only person that hasn't been on a podium that's led 2 races, 2 out of 2.
Across the line, about 2 abreast and 2 abreast. You're hugging the inside line, that's good. You're holding the inside line, that's good.
Still in the lead.
Still in the lead. Get in
Come
there.
on. It's all looking good, actually.
So then, end of the second lap, coming towards the end, you're blocking again, bit of puff and locking your brakes there into the hairpin, still looking good. But here, I spotted that why aren't you using the road? What? You've lost speed onto the straight because you didn't use all the road on the exit. And then...
Well, the local knowledge is that you're supposed to stay on the right, and I didn't want to give them the toe, but that was all in vain, wasn't it?
You lost your speed.
Fred,
Who's this boy? That's Fred up beside you.
Fred around the outside. He was brave around the outside.
Around the outside. And that's your lead gone.
I know.
And you get mugged again here down to backing tyres.
Almost, but I managed to hold off Mark, and now Jeff is right on his tailpipe as well, with Ian right behind him.
Yeah, you were so thinking about sticking to the right, going to the straight, you didn't use all the road on the exit.
Yeah, that's right. But leave that bit out, because we've laboured that point already now.
There's no labour that point. Labour that point. He was rubbish.
Okay, but now look. So, I
end
love
of the
it.
third lap time. More locking, rear brake. Your rear brakes are locking. It's all squirmy.
Look at that. Back in the lead again. I'm thinking happy days. I'm off the pace, but I'm back in the lead again.
This is good.
Is this going to be my day? Is this going to be my podium?
How did you lose the lead this time?
Again, identical move from Fred. I didn't learn from the lap before, but it got worse than that. I got mugged going into, what is it, after
So we
Duffers?
started the fourth lap. You're down to second. You go wide. And then you leave the barn door open. Not one, but 2 go
No,
through.
I managed to block Jeff, just about. Oh, I was so depressed after that. I was so depressed. But it got worse, Tiff. It got worse. Look at this. Look at him. Jeff is all over the back of me. But Ian wasn't very happy because he was doing that in front of him, weaving like that. But he got the move done easily. Good move. And look at that. The reciprocal gesture from Jeff on the way through.
Yeah, but he did it a bit more subtly than you, with his hands a bit lower.
Do you know why?
Yeah.
Because he put his wrist restraints on properly. Mine were too loose. I was merely testing my wrist restraints, Tiff.
So now you get disqualified, A, for the abusive gesture, and B, because you didn't have your wrist restraints on properly.
Anyway, time to move on.
So you're now back to fourth. You're back to where you started.
I know, but it got worse because Ian did me at the end of the straight as well. So now I'm down to fifth. Oh, that straight, I couldn't get any speed coming out the straight.
Why are you sitting? You're obsessed with sitting on the inside. If you sit on the inside, you're going to brake later to block them out.
It's local knowledge. They reckon you don't go up the hills so much.
Someone stitched you up, though.
They have
Someone's
stitched me
done.
up.
So is that where you ended for the whole rest of the race? Fifth?
I gotta say, race number 1 from there on in was a bit of a procession because it was there was
nearly
bit of
in the
curbage.
gravel there.
I had Mark Kendall behind me pushing me hard, then Chris Fraser was pushing him as well. But honestly, I was off the pace. I was worried I was going to drop down from 5th right the way down through the pack because I couldn't keep up with that lead pack. They were on it.
Yeah, well, you've got rear brakes locking, which needs to be sorted. You've got an obsession with hugging the inside line because some mad Scotsman told you or something. What about this lap? You come out. That's better there.
So I keep 5th place now the whole way through. And you know what?
I was catching Ian. The top three, they had a brilliant race between them. We weren't even in it. I was catching Ian, possibly could have scraped a 4th place, but I just didn't feel on it at all. So I was quite happy in the end to scrape a 5th place.
They're taking more curb than you on the Apex.
All
They're a
right.
bit braver, aren't they?
They aren't
Just
brave. They're
leading.
younger for a start. I want to go home and see my children. I'm nervous. I'm the most nervous racing driver there, I think. So it was, I wouldn't say a procession, but then I got a bit of space between myself and 6th and 7th place. So I managed to relax a little bit. I was really pushing in. I felt like another lap or two I could have possibly got 4th place. Look how close it was in the end. But those front three. So a brilliant win by Jeff. Fred was so fast. He was all over him, 2nd place. And Mark just behind. Another great podium from Mark.
I was looking up the road there. I couldn't see 4th and 5th. A bit of a long way behind.
I tell you, those boys won it. Look, we're not that far behind, really. But
well, I think you see the timing bar here, 12 seconds.
Crikey, we're miles behind. We're not that far behind. Wow, they were on it. But then look at 4th and 5th, how close we were. Wow, they were really on it. Look at that. Another lap. I feel like I could have had him. And then that's then the other pack there. So it's so interesting, isn't it, with Caterham, when one pack fights another pack.
13.795
Cool, that's
seconds.
a long way behind.
I
wasn't on the pace. I'm the first to admit I wasn't on the pace on Saturday. So 5th place, I was actually
well, let's move
relatively.
on to race 2. So how did we qualify for race 2?
Well, that's interesting you should say that, because race 2, Jeff Newman, front of the grid, pole position. Fred Chiddicks, 2nd. Mark Jones.
Was it just the race result?
That's the race result.
So there wasn't qualifying for race 2. That was the race
no
result.
qualifying for race 2.
So you started race 2 in 5th. Oh, so not such a good. So what happened to this brilliant lightning start technique then? Where are we? Down to Duffer's Diz for the first time, and Woodman's almost losing a place. What happened to the great starts?
I'll be honest with you, I was lucky to keep 5th there.
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you, I tried a bit too hard because everybody was asking what my secret was, and of course I didn't want to tell anyone. I fluffed it myself, I forgot myself.
Forgot your own secret?
I did forget my own secret. It was
Anyway,
so secret.
We've all survived. So you're missing the curbs again like race 1. That's why those boys were big. I think you must learn in this race. Can you stay with the pack this time?
It's called track limits! I was respecting track limits.
Look, you missed that curve
It's
again.
track limits. The green is off limits. I can't go anywhere else. So I was 5th place, but do you know what? I wasn't worried at all about my pace on this. I was really on the pace. I felt good here. I didn't care if people were overtaking me. As long as I was in that lead group, I felt really good.
Don't show this picture with the 4 of them pulling away from you then.
Not
the first
pulling
lap.
away. I tell you who was pulling away: Jeff and Fred. They had their own little race at the front, and then Chris, Ian, Mark, and myself had our own little race.
So any brilliant overtaking manoeuvres, or are you just hanging on in 5th?
I wasn't hanging on in there. That's exactly where strategically I wanted to be.
You're saving it for the last,
Alex
lap
from
or two.
Caterham told me, be patient with this race, and that's exactly what I wanted to do. So I'm down in 5th place.
Yeah, a bit of a gap to 5th
There's
place.
not a gap. Look at that curb I took there.
You did then, actually. I must admit, I pretty scared yourself that time.
did. I had to calm it down a little bit after that.
It's Clark's you don't tell. See, Clark's is the one you miss it.
I didn't get Clark's right. I didn't get Clark's right all week. I really struggled, actually, on Knockhill. It's a bit too technical for me.
Well, I found it's a rough and tumble track. So have you got any more action from yourself here in this race?
Well, Fred and Jeff just pulled away. So the 4 of us had a bit of action, and then this happened. Look at this.
So now we're about mid-race. Front 2 pulled out a bit. Lonely 3rd. Who's lonely in 3rd?
That's Mark in 3rd.
And then here, you're on it now. This
I'm
is
on
better.
it.
You've closed the gap. Oh,
Whoa.
go for a move. Who's that you're overtaking?
Ian Harris.
Did you get him? Did you get him? Oh,
Did
come
I?
on, camera director.
Did I
Where's
get him?
Duffer's
Did I get him? Look at that. So it was all very tight, but I I wasn't panicking at all. In fact, I was telling the guys, let's just work together. Let's make sure that we stay with that lead
old
pack.
trick where you're trying to let you by. And
Yeah.
then you let
Look,
me by.
look, let's work together.
You're
look.
not waving your hands again, are you?
No, and notice my wrist restraints are underneath the roll cage at
So
this
what
stage.
do you think you're achieving by this waving of your hands at this stage?
So we can work together because
Right.
Ian was slowing me down. You were
Right.
slowing me down. Chris was trying to. I had to defend with
Right.
Chris,
Yeah.
so we were slowing each other down.
So basically, you couldn't overtake Ian, and you were worried Chris would overtake you. So you thought, let's
work together. Exactly.
You've got to concentrate more on your driving.
Now this is very interesting. So Jeff's in the lead. Fred is putting a bit.
You're under challenge
bit
now.
More, I know I am. I was under challenge the whole time, Tiff.
Oh, you're under pressure a bit here, aren't you, to the hairpin? You dropped the back fourth, you're getting challenged. Oh, someone spun in the background there.
That was probably Joe. I'm only joking, Joe. And Mark's pulling away from us in third place then. But then look at this, a big cloud of dust. He had a bit of an off, which opened the door for Ian, so Ian snuck into third place. But again, I wasn't worried about my position. Honestly, I wasn't worried. I was watching my little egg timer stop
Yeah,
clock.
but you're catching them now.
And now I'm on it. I'm
Well,
on it. Today I was on it.
You're only catching because he fell off.
No, I was on the pace
Right,
today.
it's first and second, down in the hairpin.
Now this is interesting as well.
Now where's third, fourth, fifth? They're well, the front two are well ahead of this one.
Front two
Here's
were-
your gaggle, third, fourth, fifth, sixth. Oh, good race now. He's trying to get his third place back, waving, he's dived for the inside. Cracking stuff. Great racing. Oh, then Ian Harris has run wide. Does he lose the place? Oh, he just shuts the door in time.
That's the best place to put a couple of wheels on.
You're ready now. They're panicking in front of you. You
They
must
are.
be thinking now's the
I
time
am.
to pounce.
I'm thinking. No, I wasn't ready to pounce yet. Yeah, you need to.
This isn't a 1 hour Grand Prix, you know. It's a
like
12 lap sprint. You've got to pounce whenever you can.
It's like a fine wine. Trust me, I was in the perfect position. Alex from Caterham told me this is what I need to do. So, into another lap now. Jeff is cruising, absolutely cruising. Fred's
Freddie's
putting him under
shadowing.
pressure. Yeah, they are, and they're setting some good lap times.
Big battle there for well, you're about 3 abreast into the hairpin here, aren't you?
I went so wide in the hairpin, which opened the door for Chris Fraser. And Mark, we were having a bit of a tussle.
He's gone to
the back.
sixth.
So he's gone from third to sixth in our little group. He was furious. He
I
was
wasn't on board with that. Can we
absolutely-
go on board with that 3 or wide attempt?
Okay, have a
there?
look at
'Cause
this.
that'd be cracking.
Oh, I lost it. I don't like this on board because I lost it.
That's why I want to see it. What did you do? Lock up your ears?
No, I completely sideways out the corner.
Well, you all sort of ran wide, all
Yeah.
3 of you, didn't you?
And I just carried on pushing Mark. That's why he got busy, because I squeezed him right out. Look at that. Mark is furious. So I felt quite good, but I was under pressure a little bit. I put 2 wheels on the gravel, just give him some stone chips to
when
remember me for.
exactly were you going to pounce then?
I don't know, a couple of laps to go. I was confident. But number 1 and 2, Fred and Jeff, they'd gone. But this was my podium. I could sense my podium. I could feel it. I could touch it. I could smell it.
Yeah, but you're actually defending 5th rather than attacking 4th at this stage. Yeah, you come into the hairpin. Look
at this
you're
for a
under
line.
attack. You're under pressure
Look
here.
at that. Look at that for a line. Perfect. Absolutely. I mean, the late, great Ayrton Senna would be proud of that line.
At least you've given up hugging the right-hand line up the straight. That first race.
Local
you
knowledge.
Seemed to think was a good. You were definitely stiff with some bad. He's having a look up the inside, but good. Shut
No
the door.
chance. Yeah. Shut the door on Mark.
Yeah, but there's still a gap to 4th. When is this pouncing going to happen?
I was defending. We had to work together. He didn't understand it. He just saw red mist. It's a Muay boxer. I think he wanted to box my butt, but look at. But then that's definitely his wheel arch there.
He's giving it some.
He is. He's really trying.
I'm pulling away now.
You're pulling away.
I got a gap of at least half a car there.
Oh, it's fantastic racing this Caterham and stuff, though, isn't it?
It's
battle
brilliant.
Backwards and forwards.
And here's where it gets interesting, because Jeff and Fred are miles in front, but now we've got some back markers. So we're all trying to dive bomb, we're all trying to overtake the back markers, but to be safe and respectful as well of our fellow competitors.
Yeah. You've edged away from the attacking green machine, heading after the blue boy.
Honestly, I was really relaxed. I promise you, I was really relaxed, thinking I'm still going to get a podium here. I was really relaxed because
you shouldn't have been.
I knew my pace with Ian and Chris was okay.
Yeah.
Mark, I didn't know so much, but I was keeping him at bay, and he was getting very frustrated. I think we touched a few times coming out of the hairpin, but now is where it starts to get very exciting because.
The leader's on it. Freddie's on him now.
Freddie is absolutely on him. He's going to put the move on him now down the end of the straight. He was brave. He went down the inside, went down the outside. So Fred's got him now. He's got him down the inside. Another back marker.
Coming up, looming ahead of them. Whoa, Jeff's trying back. Oh, he gets him, does he? He gets him back. He's lost it.
How did Fred not crash there? So Jeff, our leader, now tanks it, jumps straight back out in front of our pack. What? Hang on, can we just pause that?
That's wrong. You have to rejoin in a responsible manner. We were talking about you with your arms doing gestures. Actually, that was a bit naughty coming back out. Obviously, he's frustrated. He's lost control.
I would have done exactly the same thing.
Fred did a great job. Yeah, we all would, probably his racing drive. Fred did a great job avoiding him because he spins across the front of his nose.
He did.
Just can we see that replay again?
Yeah, have a look at this.
So yeah, so Freddie's doing well, but Jeff goes for he's on the grass. That's why.
Fred does well to avoid that.
Instead of collecting him, let him pass. Then he gets on the wheels, comes right back out. No, he's maybe safe because he does.
I think that's a. I would have done exactly the same thing.
But he's put all you for nose to tail.
But now it gets exciting. Now it gets really exciting because now the top five. Fred's gone. He's already ordering his takeaway for his evening meal. But the rest of us now we're thinking
second to sixth,
exactly,
nose to tail.
Exactly. And look at it. And look how tight that is, second to sixth. But now Jeff's worried a little bit because for the first time ever, I think we found Jeff a little bit rattled because he's got a pack of 4 people, a pack of hungry wolves behind him.
Well, he was rattled by Freddie getting past him, wasn't it, really? Oh, now you're all closed up at the hairpin.
But getting the move on Jeff, he knows how to defend. I think better.
Let's go on board here because I'd love to stay on board now for Duffer's Diff, just for half a lap.
Okay. So I was feeling good and I could sense something was going to happen because it was all over the place. It was getting quite ragged. Now it was a proper race. Through the chicane, everybody pushing so hard, coming up to that horrible corner, Clark. They're all horrible corners, actually.
Just because you don't like them, others obviously do.
But watch this.
Oh, Jeff gets to a tank slapper.
And he hits Chris.
And
then
oh! Who was that you hit?
I hit Chris Fraser trying to... Tiff, in the blink of an eye, I saw this happen in front of me. In the blink of an eye, I'm thinking, I don't want to wish my fellow competitors any harm, but I thought, yes, I've got a podium, my first podium. And then as soon as I thought that, bang, straight into Chris came out of nowhere.
Can we go on board with anyone else to see what happened to Jeff?
Have a look at this from Chris's perspective. So you can see now.
He's lapping someone.
Exactly. So
yes. It's unfortunate for Jeff. He just caught the slower car at the wrong moment, and then
it did. And then if we go back to mine, look at this moment of impact where look at the G. So I was doing 65 miles per hour, and the G just goes. The G meter goes off the scale. 65 miles an hour, and I don't know if you say that. What do you think? Well, Chris's car said he was doing 48, but there's no way he was because the momentum wasn't going. He wasn't going the opposite way. So even if he was doing 65 miles an hour to 0, it just goes to show how strong these cars are and how good the safety is.
because I walked away. Well, I first of all tried to...
Walked away. I've seen a TV series, The Man That Walked
Well,
Away.
first of all, I tried to get back on the track and drive away.
You're just excited it was your first ever crash. I've had lots of these. They don't get much more fun. So who survived that whole lot then? Did anyone get through?
Well, first and foremost, I thought you'd be quite proud of me trying to carry on with the race with my radiator bust and my front end. But
irresponsible action.
No, it was responsible because then I went back over to the... I gave up. So
who got through?
Can you believe Mark from Caterham got through 6th place and went on to get 2nd place? My podium! My podium! He stole my podium!
You were never going to get sitting back in 5th, you were never going to get a podium.
He was in 6th and he got 2nd place.
Only because others crashed out. I didn't see your pouncing plan coming into action.
Did you see my bruises? Bruises all over my body?
After the next race you were holding back, waiting to pounce, I would give up on you.
So that was the end of Knock Hill. I got a knock hill.
You got a knock.
And so did a few other people as well. It was quite eventful, but what a brilliant finish and I was so pleased with Rob to get 3rd place on the podium.
And you got back on the pace at a circuit you don't particularly like.
Yeah, I was pleased. So, next up.
50 cars at Silverstone.
What could possibly go wrong?
Oh, Grand Prix circuit, slipstreaming everywhere. You'll be overtaking 3 times a lap.
I can't wait.
It will be mayhem.
And don't forget the white group as well, because it was brilliant watching them. We had time this time to watch the white group.
They're getting faster and faster. They're a bit behind, funny enough, the white group, but I think they're getting closer. I think at Silverstone you might find a few whites in amongst your green heroes.
Yeah, so race 1, William James, Harry George, Gareth Lucas. It was brilliant racing the whole
way.
way.
What were they split by at the end? Like 0.127 for the front 2. They pulled away a bit towards the end from Lucas, didn't they? But the front 2 was virtually unsplittable.
And then in race number 2, it was roles reversed because Harry George, the youngest competitor on the grid, took it from William James and then Gareth Lucas in 3rd place. And Charlie Lower in 4th place as well. So
youngsters, is Harry younger than your Freddie?
Yeah, by a long way. Harry's 17.
Oh,
so
wow.
Brilliant for Harry.
So Knock Hill was a weekend for the youth.
It
to
was
fight back.
It was indeed. So brilliant to the white group. And
well done, Harry.
I thoroughly enjoyed watching their races as well.
I'm not gonna lie, dollar hash bun yagi, her brain fried. My lady papa Zenny, other lady popping molly, why she waiting on me? Yogi my area, yogi my area.
Tiff, come and check out this little bad boy. Look at it.
Look, it's taken me 2.5 hours to get here and you can't rush a bacon sandwich.
That's true.
And you brought me here for a Caterham.
It's the brand spanking new Caterham 170S, the entry-level Caterham.
170, which means in Caterham divided by 2, 85 horsepower.
Yep.
Well, come on, Paul. The current entry level is the 270s with 137 horsepower. I mean, how's this going to compete?
The lightest Caterham ever built, 450 kilograms. It's like a postage stamp.
450 kilograms? Well, that sounds fun. It's about £7,000 cheaper than the current entry level.
Yeah, so this is going to cost you a shade under 23 grand. The 270 entry level is currently just about 30 grand.
With leather seats. They're not included in the £23,000 price now, are they? They're pretty extras. But
there's a few extras
leather
on this,
seats. I'm getting interested now because Caterhams aren't famous for their comfort.
brand new LED lights. These are a brand new thing for Caterham, so they're going to launch them on this car.
Is that it? You're going to be excited about LED lights now?
I'm just excited about the car.
It's
a
the same
fun
bodywork,
car.
though. Same bodywork.
Same bodywork, different engine. It's a little three-cylinder turbocharged Suzuki engine, 660cc.
How do you get into these
You
things?
ready for a drive already?
Well, I'm gentle. It's a road car, so let's just go. How do I get the door open? I can smell the leather.
You're right there. You want some help? Sadly, I'm going to have to be very close to you because it's quite tight. But I'll let you get in first. And
I've got to find a seatbelt. Wait a minute.
I want you to be comfortable.
How do I
first.
plug? Oh, flip it now. I can't even.
With Tiff now comfortable, it was time for an all too socially non-distance road test around the track in this 170S.
It's lovely, isn't it?
I got
leather seats, comfortable leather seats.
Smell of it, the smell of the leather.
It's a bit closer. I got to
get out of the way. Get out of it.
Whoosh!
It's quite perky on acceleration, isn't it?
It is perky on acceleration.
What's his 0 to 60 then? Do you know?
We don't really talk about 0 to 60 with this car, to be honest with you, Tiff. It's more about the fun and the enjoyment and how fast you can go around corners.
5-speed gearbox included.
It's really tight gearbox ratio, as you would expect.
Road suspension pack. Well, I wouldn't have thought anything else. I mean, it's a road car, therefore road suspension.
But you know what? It's still going to be fast around a track, isn't it? It's a Caterham. It's
full
light.
windscreen.
Thank you.
Unique key, gear knob, and instruments.
Well,
What's unique about them?
They're unique to Caterham.
Leather panel, that's actually an extra 500 quid, so I wouldn't bother with that.
No, I don't think I'd bother with that.
Momo quick release, 150 quid. No, I wouldn't bother with that either.
I would probably get the nice Alcantara one as per my race car, but... Yeah,
as per my race car? Oh, have you got a race car? I didn't know that. You've got a race... All right, okay, hold on a minute. Oh. Lowered floors, you know what that's all about?
Just to give you a bit more room, because, you know, I'm quite tall and all that.
Which bit they lower then? Under the seats?
Under the seats.
That's 500 quid.
Whole floor panel, so that's good.
Here's the crunch. The diamond seat leather stitching, seat armrest, biscuit, tunnel top primary, £1,500.
They're beautiful seats, they're lovely seats. But I think the whole message is you can, like any car, have lots of optional extras. But you can buy this car for a shade under £23,000 or finance it for a couple hundred quid a month.
You can go a bit
and you've got a
faster
Caterham. And you've got a Caterham.
All right.
Whoa. The pedals are so close together. Take a bit of curve.
Oh, that took. That was quite comfortable, wasn't it?
That was good.
Well, you can hit it harder next time.
I wonder what the brakes are like.
All right, go on. Let's have some real.
The brakes. 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 Ah, too early. Whoa, far too early.
Have you finished yet? Have you finished?
You know how I feel. What a brilliant little car.
The only thing is, if you turned up on a track day with this, people might look at you and think, well, that's just a road-going Caterham. I mean, that's the only disappointing thing about this 170.
Tiff Liddell, today's your lucky day because let's pull in here and learn the hold. Look at that.
Flipping boy racer. Oh, look, a nice suede Momo steering wheel. Very funny, very funny. Obviously, this is a left-hand drive demonstrator. Oh, but it comes with it's like a very handy optional extra and a little press pack here. So this is the 170R version, same 85 horsepower. But it's 440 kilograms. That's 25 kilograms lighter. Better power to weight ratio, 192 horsepower per tonne. Sport suspension pack, a bit stiffer, I'm sure. What else is different? The price, £1,000 more. But those prices, 23,900, is the build yourself price. So in fact, the S that Paul was showing is more like 25,000, and this is more like 24, 26,000. So Yes, more than we thought at first. Limited slip differential. Now that was important because that'll help me beat Paul, although I'm going to beat Paul anyway, but it'll be easier to beat him. Thinks he's a racing driver nowadays. A few Caterham races, Formula One, Le Mans. Anyway, let's put the steering wheel back where it belongs. Sort out my racing harness to get in. Slide into the lovely carbon race seat. Don't sit on your belts when you're getting in. It's always a big error. Make sure you lift them first. Then it's just click number 1, 2, 3. Pull them all nice and tight. Don the optional extras. Crash helmet might be better on track days, but not for today. Condition on. Starter. Bye.
Looks like the Red Baron's in the mirrors. Time to let the fun begin.
I got 5th instead of 3rd. I've lost ground and I'm wild. Oh.
He's off the track. He's off the track. Oh, now he's coming. He's coming. Down the inside. He's going down the inside. No, he's not. Got it. Block him. Block him. Shut me off. Whoa, who does he think he is? Formula One driver. I bet with his windscreen on, he doesn't care about his hair. Let us state of mind. Whoa. The wrong gear, Tim. Oh no, I've lost him again. Come on then, Tim. What's he got? Oh, he's going down the inside. Whoa! He's got me on the brake. We nearly crashed. I've got him now. He got me with a massive lock-up. Come on then, come on then. I can't hear the engine, so I keep on hitting the limiter. Where is he? I got it down the inside, I got it down the inside! No! Lock the front brakes up. Oh, well, I got down the inside this time. I got down the inside. I can force him wide. He's gone wide. He's gone wide. He's gone wide. I tell you what, this Caterham stuff is tiring. But I'll wear him down. I'm a Le Mans 24-hour driver. You won't kill me, Woodman. You can keep going for as long as you want. It's safe to say that driving a Caterham is one of the most fun experiences you'll ever have in a car. It's not about horsepower, money or luxury. There's just such a basic charm and a real thrill to being behind the wheel of one. So much so, I don't think either of us are quite ready
Welcome back, everyone, to Donington Park for continued coverage of this fourth racing weekend of the 2022 Caterham Motorsport season. We've already had plenty of track action this morning already, with the 7 Championship UKs, Roadsports and 310s all delivering some brilliant racing. And we've got 2 more races to bring you for the remainder of the day. You can see out in the assembly area there, all the cars getting ready. This is the Caterham 270R Championship. This Mission Motorsport sponsored championship, and then we saw them in action yesterday, and we've got more of the same today. So yesterday we saw Dominic Mansberger bringing it home in the lead there ahead of Taylor O'Flanagan. You can see them sat on that front row of the grid as they sit in there. We've still got that same breeze that we've had all day, although the drivers out there in assembly won't be feeling that as they're in their cars. Probably about 10 to 15 minutes before they get released outside of that holding area. But we got Sam Parker, Chris Hutchinson in the commentary box, Sam Parker down in assembly, and he's got Giles Perry to talk to us about his race.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. I'm here with Giles in his Williams Motorsport car. Giles, how has the season been for you so far?
It's been great. I've obviously moved up from Roadsport to 270. Just fancied a new challenge, really, and yeah, loving it so far. First race yesterday, absolutely brilliant. Odd mistake, but hey, loved it. Absolutely loved it. Yeah, it's great.
Excellent. What's your favourite circuit that's on the calendar this year?
I'd say this is pretty close, but I'm looking forward to Knock Hill. I'm honest. Always loved Knock Hill. Loved doing Knock Hill in Academy last year. Yeah, so looking forward to that one. And obviously Spa at the end of the year is going to be a big tick in the box. So yeah, looking forward to that. Fantastic.
So do you find much of a transition between? Well, there is a transition between obviously road sports and 270s. Is there anything that you've struggled to get your head round, or have you found it quite a simple move?
Yeah, the moving to 270 has been great. Obviously, the Williams guys have been fantastic. The team support thing definitely helps. It takes a lot of stress out for me. Love that. So I can just concentrate on your driving and hopefully get that right. But yeah, the transition's been okay. Racing with these guys has obviously been a bit more experienced than me. It's been pretty intense and a massive learning curve, but loving it. Really enjoying it.
Lovely. Thank you. I wish you all the best for the race. Thanks, Charles. Yes, everyone needs to keep cool under their umbrellas today. Just out of interest, Chris, what does it say on your timing screen for the track temperature?
I can't see a track temperature out there at the moment on my screens, but yeah, there's no weather station we've got access to. But I know that the weather was forecasting 26. That probably means the actual tarmac itself is going to be well up there into the 40s, isn't it? And a lot of hard work there for all these tyres to take on. Just seeing Max Gaunt there putting his equipment on as he sits in his 270R Championship. And yeah, still the heat haze. So yeah, that temperature was due to raise to about that 26 degrees. There's one of the James Wingfield we saw earlier on in the 310R, and there's one of his supporters and family members there sporting his number. What a fantastic sight that is. And it's that James Wingfield walking along there with her. I think it probably is there. And you can see the heat haze across to the people. Most people are actually hiding away in the covered grandstand that we've got here on the start-finish straight to keep out of that sun, because it really is relentless. I went down to go and get my lunch from Caterham awning earlier on, and it was incredibly. It is indeed James Wingfield. There you go, 310R racer walking along with his daughter. We've got Kevin Turner out in assembly area with Sam Parker. So let's hear what he's hoping for in this race.
Yes, good afternoon, Kevin. How's your race season going so far?
Mixed results so far. Some better than others, but enjoying every moment of it.
And there's always someone to battle with, isn't there? Throughout wherever you are on the grid, there's always somebody to have a good fight with.
Every time. Yep. We're always surrounded by equally competent drivers, so there's not much between us a lot of the time. And yesterday was a great example where a group of us were stuck in a battle for a good 20-25 minutes, so it was great fun.
Excellent. Well, I don't think. Do you actually breathe when you're racing? It's like.
No, we hold our breath for 25 minutes.
I'm sure, because the concentration involved is it's quite immense, isn't it?
Yes, and now that everyone is becoming of a similar speed, we're driving much more closely than we used to. So yeah, the concentration is getting more and more intense.
Excellent. Well, I wish you all the best for today's race. Thank you. Well, I can tell you, Chris, the tarmac is very warm. When I put my knee on the ground, it's roasting.
You've cooked your knee already. Yeah, well done. And as Kevin said there, it's closing up as you go up through the ranks. You get the racing closes up and everything becomes more and more tight. So this is the third step of that Caterham Motorsport ladder, and they're experienced racers by now, and we've got an opportunity to take a look at the highlights of yesterday's race. So 25-minute race yesterday. So let's take a look at what happened. So off the line there was O'Flanagan and Hugo Bush out front to start with, but it was Mansberger quickly inserted himself. Ramsey there also around the outside, running well early on. A little bit of locking up there from, that was Bianchi, wasn't it, early on? He was faded all the way down through the field, but we did see him fight back. Taylor Flanagan, though, and Mansberger were kind of constant features at the front of that field, with Hugo Bush losing out a little bit, but did come back into that battle. He looked at this stage like there was quite a big bit of effort. That was Ramsey losing it to the inside field, so he was doing well, and he was able to rejoin, just had to wait patiently and obviously tumbled down the order. But out front, O'Flanagan, and it was number 53 sorry, that was Lancaster. I got distracted by a timing screen while we were in replays. Love it. And we had Mott and Hall going out onto the gravel as well. Plenty of action all through, but he managed to rejoin in the Oakmere Motorsport sponsored car, as we've seen Anthony Taylor getting upset by that little curb, and we've seen that more today, and that put Gareth Lucas out onto the grass. And Taylor Flanagan, this battle was 4 wide, therefore, at the front of the field, as they all pushed to see who was going to get the championship trophies. O'Flanagan at this stage second to that Mansberger, but they kept on repeating it. A bit of contact between teammates there. Chaplin there fully involved as well. Mansberger, though, managed to manoeuvre his car to the front of the field, lost the rear a little bit out there, and that actually cost Taylor Flanagan a bit of momentum coming up to the checkered flag. So that was Mansberger taking that win over O'Flanagan. Hugo Bush and Bianchi took 4th place at the end there. So Gwyn Jones yesterday came in. Fell down the field, but let's go and have a word with him on the assembly.
Yes, Gwyn, you qualified 7th on Friday, didn't you? So you're here in 14th place. I walked past you. I was expecting to be further up.
Yeah, I was a bit of a naughty boy yesterday. A 10-second penalty for track limits. So got bumped back a bit.
Oops, there was quite a few track limit warnings yesterday.
I think they were majority mine, to be honest with you. On the race report, I think there's quite a few 97s. I think I did quite a lot, so
Lesson learnt for today.
Yeah, I'll try not to do it again. Can't do much more than that. No, I'll try and go forward as normal, try your best, and that's all you can do, right?
Exactly. Yes, and enjoy it.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, no, we'll try our best.
All right, lovely. Thank you, Gwyn. Yes, there were quite a few penalties provided yesterday, weren't there, Chris?
5 listed on the timing screen from yesterday, and it was a little bit. So Gwyn Jones there picking up his 5 seconds and 10 seconds. But yeah, it's the battles down that midfield where you're hanging around and chatting to the drivers. It was very intense, and I'm guessing they're all looking forward to more of the same today.
Yes, that's right. Also, James Hall was out of position on his start line yesterday, so he got a penalty.
Yeah, so if you don't line up exactly where you're supposed to, whether you're in front of your grid spot or slightly out of alignment, they will give you a 10-second penalty. And, with this close racing, that if you get 10 seconds added to your race time, that tumbles you down the order.
That's right. I'm interested to see how Philip Bianchi, because he's got real great pace, so I'll be interested to see if he can make his way in the middle of the top 3.
Yeah, almost certainly, I think, because he dropped back early on in the race yesterday, had a few troubles early in that race, locking up into the chicane, but he fought all the way back through. It got to 4th place by the time we showed the flag.
That's right. Yeah. So close at the top, though, as always with Caterham Racing.
And you can guarantee that it's going to be Dom Mansberger, Taylor O'Flanagan, Hugo Bush, and then one of the other ones that kind of like people like Bianchi who have tagged on with that battling. And we've seen Michael Chaplin get involved, Ephraimidis throughout the season. Paul Mott has even been up there. And Gwyn Jones has definitely been in that battle. So plenty of opportunity for drivers to move forward. And another sort of slightly longer race, so 25 minutes, gives them enough time to move around.
So which, out of all the categories that you raced, Chris, how was the 270s for you?
Yeah, so I really loved the Roadsport race. So going to 270 was quite a culture shock. It feels very different with you get wider tracks as front suspension, and everything's a lot stiffer and more race focused. So it takes a little while to get used to. I really did enjoy of course I did all the steps of the ladder, but yeah, the 270R is the first time you race without windscreen, and it's quite it's literally a very different experience to race without that windscreen and all the wind going on and stones coming into your face as well without the windscreen to protect. But I know that you've driven a lot of these Caterhams as well in your time. And but they're all fantastic to a penny. That all of them are fantastic to drive. Drivers' machines for sure.
Yes, that's right. The only ones I've, drifted mostly is the equivalent to a road sport, but with a limited slip diff. So it makes all the difference.
And these 270s don't yet have that limited slip diff. That's one of the upgrades they have when they go into the 310Rs. So because this car, though, is much stiffer than the road sports, one of the things you see in the road sport and the Academy is when they're leaning into corners, the inside wheel can spin up. I've heard the whistle going, so they're getting ready to go out. But yeah, that limited slip diff then allows the rear wheels to lock, and you get more traction on that 310. So it's one of the upgrades. But we're getting ready for this 310R race. So yeah, it's getting ready for the release out onto the grid then. So I see everyone clearing away, and we will soon be getting the Caterham action up and running for you this afternoon. We've got this race and still one more race from the 7 Championship UK afterwards. But let's concentrate on the Mission Motorsport 270R Championship, Caterham 7 270R Championship. 25-minute race for you today. Out in the sun at Donington Park around the national circuit, 2 miles, 3.1 kilometres around. Never goes below kind of motorway type speeds around here. All about momentum, all about managing the toe. Kind of a game of chess out there, a chess on wheels, high speed game for chess on wheels as they're all getting manoeuvred into their grid spots. Again, that wind's picked up very slightly, so slightly stronger headwind as they arrive on the grid. That also might allow their tyres to cool off a bit, but the actual track temperature and air temperature, as we've been talking about, is very high. Watching those final few cars coming through as they're leaving that assembly area, which is on part of the other version of Donington you can run, the Grand Prix Loop version. Yeah, they use that as the assembly when we're running on the national circuit. So the drivers getting pushed into position, get told where they need to be. Steve Lancaster and that's Max Gaunt there. So Max Gaunt here for his only race this season. He's about halfway up on that right-hand side in the blue with the yellow roll cage. Nice to see him out here racing. And the rest of them further up the field there, ready to see what they can do. And there's plenty of people and drivers in that midfield, which I'll be looking to see whether they can make a move forward. Plenty of opportunity to do so. 27 car field. Lap record around here for the 270 is 119.1, which we didn't break yesterday, and I think again with the temperatures being high, I don't think we're going to see that today either, but these drivers might surprise me depending on the run. Here is the Motor Show, the Ford Mustang GT 5-litre car advertising the British Motor Show, 18th to 21st of August. Come join us. Caterham are going to be there. I'm just looking at Steve Lancaster, who's stuck on the grid. I don't know if he's stalled, but he's stuck there, and everyone's going to go past him, so you're going to have to start from the rear. But yes, the British Motor Show, Caterham will be there in full attendance, drift taxis, live performance, and all the racing steps of the ladder. All the cars will be there. Come talk to us if you want to get involved, find out how you can become a racing driver with Caterham. And I encourage you to do so. 27 car grid, as we said. Let's go through that grid. Dom Mansberger is on pole position, having won yesterday. Taylor O'Flanagan alongside him. Hugo Bush and Philip Bianchi lines up for 4th. Toby Boys, Alex Vincent are 5th and 6th. Michael Chaplin 7th. Christian Ephraimidis is in 8th. Simon Arnold Ramsey lines up top 10. 11th is Mott. Stefan O'Mara 12th. Then we have 13th Hoare, Jones, Lancaster, Mounty comes in 16th. And 17th is Ryan Lovett. He might want to move forward. Max Gaunt, Kevin Turner, Anthony Taylor rounds out the top 20. Gareth Lucas is 21st. James Hall 22nd. Giles Perry, Dave Curry lines up 24th. Mike Hilton, John Cox and Andrew Burbaum round out this 27-car 270R field. There is that car that's struggling. It is the number 49. Let's double check that. It's definitely not going to make the start, is he? He had to sort of roll down the start-finish straight, so looks like he might get pushed by that marshal around the corner. So it is Steve Lancaster. We saw him doing well yesterday. He ended up in 15th in the end, but not going to make progress today. So whatever the issue is, he is not going to make it. As the rest of that field, though, make their way towards that grid. We're not going to have a delayed start because that car is now clear, and we'll just go into Parc Fermé, where you'll have to go and sit and watch his racing friends. Great to see it. Bumper grids across all of the Caterham Motorsport ladders. Third step here with the 270R. This series sponsored by Mission Motorsport. As they find their way back, we heard about a penalty for starting out of position by a car from yesterday. So Dominic Mansberger will be finding his pole position, which is one of the easy ones. You've got a marshal there to aim for. The rest all have to work out based on, you can see how many lines and markings there are out here on the Donington circuit, where we have all sorts of different series and way they line up. We line up 2 by 2 by 2 in Caterham's, but you can have alternate, and also the motorbike markings there. So there's plenty of options to make a mistake on as a driver, so you really do have to pay attention to where you've got to re-pull up to when you're coming back. It's not as easy as it looks, I have to say. Especially when there's a gap in front of you, which wasn't there before. They are all look like they have found their grid spots, though. Green flag waves at the back of the field, so it's about time to get this 270R Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R race underway. Let's look for those lights. They're on. See them top right of the corner. Who is going to make the best start then? 25 minutes of action. Dom Mansberger and Tony Flanagan got an even start. Bianchi, though, was a little bit slow away, and it looks like Chaplin is there making some early moves as well. So got Mansberger taking that lead into turn 1 next to Taylor O'Flanagan as they flow on around Redgate. Hugo Bush in that third place. So we regularly see those three drivers in those first three spots. Are they going to be able to hold on for this full 25 minutes? Well, let's find out. They all look like they flowed and filtered through that first corner around Redgate for this first time. Well, Dom Mansberger, though, leading that field, won the race yesterday and is in good form. He won the last race at Silverstone as well, so can he continue his winning ways? So we watch Max Gaunt being followed by Ryan Lovett there in the midfield of this 270R field. But it's O'Flanagan to the front. We did lead most of the laps, I'd say, yesterday, with Hugo Bush in close attendance alongside Dom Mansberger. Hugo Bush dropped away sort of partially as he had a bit of an issue halfway through the race, but he managed to fight back across the gap and get back up to this lead, or to the lead group. All the cars filtering through, watching Turner going through. And Turner was followed by Taylor, I think, and Gaunt was around him as well. Side by side for front first 2 and side by side for third and fourth as well. They are going to go absolutely side by side all the way through that. Watch out for that inside curb. Hugo Bush very out wide onto the dust as he got pushed out there a little bit by Chaplin's manoeuvre up the inside. We've seen cars clipping a new nasty curbing on the inside of that chicane to discourage people from using it, but when they do clip it, it unsettles us Caterham cars, and we've seen several incidents throughout this race weekend caused by that new curbing. And that happens often when they're going side by side. As we're going side by side through Craner curves, not often that you see that. And Mansberger is going to persist with that inside line. He's going to have the faster line around the outside, but Taylor O'Flanagan is going to take the inside line. He won't have the run up the hill, though, so expect to see Dom Mansberger get past him. He does tuck up the inside Olstroms curve. He'll head on up the hill towards McLean's at the top here. Mansberger has the inside line and will be able to filter that, but it's Taylor Flanagan is going to persist with his move. He wants to be there, going to slow each other up, and Chaplin now looks like he wants a piece of the action of that second place. He was in and around this lead battle for the majority of yesterday as well, so it is those same 4 cars. Efremidis, though, has made some good moves up. He's made a couple of spaces up on the last time through, and he may have even made some more places up since then. And there's Dave Curry in the number 77, so we spoke to him yesterday. It was his first race back for a couple of years, so he's a bit rusty, and he's up there. We've got number 70 in the gravel. That is Hilton. It's facing the wrong way. Mike Hilton in the gravel, and he's looking like he might be able to extract himself successfully from that gravel, so he should be able to join the race again, although he will be distant from the pack, and they are all still pretty much together as a pack. A couple there sort of little bit distance, and Mike Hilton will be off the back of that, but O'Flanagan takes that lead as he goes down this start-finish straight. Mansberger's been dropped back to 5th place over the line, back into 4th as the time they get to the start-finish straight, though, so Efremidis is getting involved today, whereas yesterday he was a little bit more of a distant battler in the pack that was following this lead group. But he's there in that yellow car, the second yellow car you can see in the order. Behind him we also have Vincent and Arnold, and they were both part of the battles yesterday. 97 is Gwyn Jones, who we spoke to. Another gravelly moment for someone coming out of the old hairpin there. Looks like Mansberger and Chaplin are side by side, so I wonder whether it was one of those that went off and dropped a wheel into that gravel. So Anthony Taylor out there in the number 4 car. So he was sort of further down than we expect to see him. We've seen him battling in that lead group. Chaplin going all the way over the curves on the inside there as he goes around Coppice and starts to go down the exhibition straight. Taylor and Flanagan, though, protecting to the inside. Hugo Bush taking to the outside line as they come into the chicane. They have got a little gap back to Don Mansberger, and they're not willing to work together, so that gap will likely disappear, but it's a gap now back to Chaplin as he's made that move stick again. But whilst they're all battling, it does look like this lead 2 have a little bit of a gap to protect. And whether they'll spot that and work with each other, it certainly doesn't look like they're working with each other. I'm not getting the body language of cars that want to work with each other at this stage. Mansberger around the outside of Chaplin. Vincent, behind Vincent was Arnold and Mara. So where's Bianchi gone? He's down in 10th place at the moment, so he's dropped back a little bit. Hugo Bush has that early fastest lap of the 120, so still a little bit to go before we get to the lap record, which is in the 19s, so low 19s, in fact, 19.1. So yes, this high temperatures is not conducive to the ultimate fast lap time, so it's great to have consistent conditions for all these drivers so they can really get to grips with these Caterham races and get down the road. Maybe a little bit more cooperation there from Taylor and Flanagan as they went up into McLean's that time. I wonder whether that's a change of attitude of those front two. Don Mansberger's back into that 3rd place. Doesn't look like everyone else is still in a row. There's a slight gap just behind this Lovett and Paul car. It's back to Gaunt, who's next up behind them. So mostly in a row still, though, in these early phases. 5 minutes of this race complete, 20 to go. Mansberger down the inside of Chaplin the second time they've gone side by side. There's that uncomfortable curbing, and it upsets Chaplin's car, but he manages to keep in a straight line, and Mansberger survives to the outside and does gather their momentum, and there's a little bit of a jostling there between Ephraimidis and Vincent as they go down into Redgate, but they get themselves sorted by the time they turn through that right-hander. At the moment, though, that lead 2, the gap is growing, so it was a second the last time through. We will have to monitor that, because remember when we watched Pete Walters in the 310R, he was able to extend that gap once we got to about this stage. However, it's not a single car up the road at this stage, it's a duo of cars. So let's see how they deal with that as they head on around and up through Swans Curve and up towards McLean's. Looks like they are, I would actually say they are now cooperating. They're working with each other, so whatever hand signals they've been making between them, they've kind of got the gist of things, although the gap is still hovering about the same. Mansberger there, just a little bit of contact, like a little bit of almost bump drafting going on into Druids, but he was definitely sitting there waiting for the action to unfold in front of him. He wasn't trying to make overs. They've got gravel and noise in the background. Who is that? Can't see through the dust right now. We'll get a picture of that at some point, but uncomfortable moment there for one of our 270R drivers, rejoining back into the field. There he goes, wobbling a little bit. I wonder if he's trying to get the gravel out. He will have brought gravel onto that track, so the next time they go through there may well be some gravel to contend with, which can upset the car balance. But it's more hand signals there. So Taylor Flanagan saying Hugo Bush go to the outside. I think it almost might be a bit too late now for them to start working together. They had an opportunity to work together, and I think it's all just happening a bit too late, because this chase 2 of Chaplin, Mansberger, and then they're tailing with Ephraimidis, Vincent, Mara, Arnold, Bianchi. Oh, that's a collapsed rear wheel, and Paul Mott's car, that's the number 96 Paul Mott. And that's just after the Roberts chicane. I wonder whether he's clipped that tyre barrier or even clipped that new curbing, which has broken that rear wheel. He is to the inside of the track, not in a traditionally dangerous place, but it is a car that's stranded and he won't be able to take that any further. So I wonder how they're going to be able to deal with that, whether we will see the Ford Mustang GT safety car, or whether we will be able to get and move on through this race. A little bit of a replay then. Just having a look at that rear tyre there. It already looks like the car's out. Yeah, something's broken already on that car, so the upright looks like it may have failed or something similar, so maybe has been punished over the course of this weekend. As number 84 stopped out there as well. The number 84 is Mara, so Mara was in that lead battle and he's now stopped out on track, and maybe a bit of damage to the barrier over there as well. So has he made it all the way up there? I think that might all mean that we do see a safety car, certainly with 2 cars out on track. Depending on what they consider, so we're definitely on alert for that. But whilst we wait and see what's happening, there is there's Taylor Flanagan with Hugo Bush out front. The safety car is still in the pit lane, so not yet. There is Chaplin, Mansberger following along. So it's the same 4. We have got a yellow flag in this zone, so I think that is where that we saw Stefano Mara maybe up to the inside of the course there. Hugo Hugo Bush currently leads this race. He could do with a win to aid his championship hopes. He came in here in second place behind Taylor O'Flanagan, but O'Flanagan has won 4 races so far this season. So he is doing incredibly well. There is I think that will be, that's Paul Mott, wasn't it, walking away from his car at the inside of Robert's chicane. They flow on around McLean's Vincent as he makes his way and following along. He's been looking at the rear panel of Efremidis' car for a while now, and Efremidis has been looking at Don Mansberger, because since early on where he was leading, he has dropped into that 4th place, and he looks fairly sort of consistent there. These lead 2 were working together, and whether they still are, I don't think they are. Again, there's a little bit of car movement which makes me think they are working against each other, and certainly all that gap's gone, so you don't expect them to work together now. There's no opportunity to develop that gap. We have just over 15 minutes though to work out what they're going to do. Hugo Bush to the outside again of Redgate, and Taylor Flanagan, is he going to let him have that? He does let him sweep around the outside. So one thing they are doing is definitely drawing out this train of cars. They're giving a clean pair of heels, and everyone is trying to cling onto their coattails. We may well see this front 4 or 5 breaking away, and you can see that as the drivers behind trying to get onto terms, but there's some gaps developing. So it is this lead group of 5. We'll give that Efremidis is just about sticking in there in that tow, but the cars behind are starting to lose the tow, which means that they're in. They've got to deal with it now, or hope that these cars start battling again to try and get back in contention. At the moment, they are looking like they're going to go back to battle stations as Taylor Flanagan takes that lead again ahead of Hugo Bush, but we've got Chaplin now in absolute close contention, blocking off Mansberger from his run that he had at the inside there, and moving him to the outside of the track as they turn right and back down the exhibition straight and heading off down to the Robert chicane. Chaplin looking like he wants to make a move, but Hugo Bush is in the tow of O'Flanagan, so he will be able to be dragged forward. They're all tucking to the inside of the track. That's not the racing line. They move out again by the time they move to the chicane, but they're still on a slightly compromised line. Chaplin still again looks like he's got the pace here, finishing in that 7th place, drifting to 7th place at the end of the last race, but we saw him fully inserted in this battle yesterday, as we are today, and great to see Bianchi back in this battle as well, finishing 4th yesterday and maintaining that good form as Chaplin comes across in front of Mansberger, and there's Hugo Bush was on his outside already, so everything getting a bit closer now, a bit more intensity added back into this battle. But Taylor Flanagan meanwhile is having the best run of it out front. He's just put his car in front, and that's his way of making sure he doesn't have to get involved in these battles. There is Vincent and Arnold and Bianchi there following along. Gwyn Jones now has that fastest lap, a 19.8, still 0.7 of a second before we're in lap record territory, but 19.8 is a great lap time for these Caterham 270Rs, and Gwyn Jones has that at the moment with that bit of clear air in front of him, allows him to set that fast lap time, whereas all these drivers out front are all getting compromised by each other, having to trip up each other. Bush there, still in that 2nd place, being a consistent force in 2nd place over the opening half of this race, but Chaplin's been right up there. Efremidis has always shadowed, and those chasing group of cars look like, whilst there is a gap, it looks like they might be able to manage and control that, and they may well get back involved once we start getting the intensity ramping up at the end of this race. Taylor Flanagan coming into this championship race then in lead of the championship and leading this race. Hugo Bush is his 2nd place in that championship. He is the 2 championship rivals out front and ahead of Chaplin, who's come in as a new driver to this racing series, done a great effort. You can see the novice cross on the back of his, which shows he hasn't completed 6 races yet. You get a signature each time you complete a race, and once you get 6 signatures on your race licence, you can remove your novice cross. It's the same across all steps of motorsport in Britain. So there we go with Hugo Bush now taking the lead for the first time in a little while, with O'Flanagan in 2nd, having to get on the brakes, and everyone's sort of coming up to, I wonder whether Hugo Bush missed a gear there or something, everyone having to get on the brakes to avoid contact. It looked a very confused situation going on there, but it could be because of a missed gear. It's very easy to miss gears in those kind of in the tight confines of a Caterham cockpit, and the 3rd to 4th gear change can be particularly tricky. Looks like he's back up to speed and running along nicely, so whatever the issue was, doesn't look like it's a permanent issue. So it's this front 4, and Taylor Flanagan back out in front after the the issues, whatever it was for Hugo Bush, and he does dutifully go to the outside, but he's not going to be able to make that move this time through. So he sits in. Chaplin's having to take to the gravel as he goes across the inside of that, and he cuts across out into the path of Efremidis. He did well to avoid him there, and Bianchi had to spring across the track to avoid him as well. Bianchi, though, has been promoted up into that 4th plate. Then we got Vincent coming around the outside into the 5th, so Chaplin having a bit of a moment there into the chicane, and he ran out of road, had to take to the gravel, and it was probably a better choice than taking to that horrible curve that we've got on the inside. So overall, that was a damage limitation at that point. Efremidis might feel a bit aggrieved as he came across to in front of him, but I think at that time he was just trying to rejoin the track as safely as he could. Flanagan, though, back out in front, there is Chaplin. He's got back up underneath Vincent. He's using all that greenery on the exit there. He may well have got to be careful of track limits out there on that green tarmac, or it's green concrete, I think, out there. They are not allowed to use that as part of the regular racing track. If they go out there a couple of times, then they will get a warning by the marshals, and they'll get warning for track limits. And if they do it again, then they start receiving penalties. Definitely just though, just following on from Vincent, I can hear by the tyres, the audio of this alone, that those tyres are now getting to their hot phase, and we will start seeing cars sliding around a lot more. They're not going to have quite the same braking capability, and the rear end will start stepping out on them as they try and push on through to these later stages, the last 10 minutes of this Caterham 270R race. So keep an eye out for the cars getting out of alignment. Taylor Flanagan protecting absolutely to the inside. Hugo Bush, though, has a nice run on him and is trying to sort of squeeze him before the braking zone. He does that, but Mansberger, meanwhile, has got to run all the way around the outside. He used the full width of the track, had the momentum, and manages to keep it in bounds, so he is ready to go on down through the crane of curves and carries that momentum all the way through. He's going to have the inside. That is a move from 3rd to 1st, just by want of not tucking onto the inside. Taylor Flanagan was protecting so heavily against Hugo Bush that, and Hugo Bush was pinching Taylor Flanagan, that they all managed to get away. But look at this chasing battle now. They have drifted away, but that is Gwyn Jones, who is making his way out from 14th on the grid, and he currently lies 8th. So great movement up through the field for Gwyn Jones, showing he's still got pace in that car. So it's Hugo Bush out front, made it past Mansberg again as we went through the second half of, or bottom half of the Donington Park Circuit. Bianchi now takes that fastest lap down to 19.5, so we're getting close to that lap record phase. And here he is in his white 16 car. He has joined that lead battle, clearly fast, and using their toe to generate that lap time. So a great lap time, and he gets an extra point for that as well in his championship. A little bit of jinking left and right there for Taylor O'Flanagan, who's looking up the inside. They're all late on the brakes. Mansberger, though, around the outside of both of them. Hugo Bush clips the inside curb, makes his car jump a little bit, but he gets it all back under control as they exit the Roberts chicane. You can see that the other train of cars are still distanced, but there may be an opportunity for Chaplin to come back into this battle. He's certainly a fast driver and can get across this gap. Side by side for second, though. Is this going to allow Mansberger to sort of get up and down the road a little bit? I don't think so. I think Hugo Bush has got that momentum, and then he'll pick up the toe from Mansberger. But Taylor Flanagan, the Carbon Creative car, is around the outside still. We'll turn into the inside here. Hugo Bush is offline, but he's going to persist with it. He's going to persevere, dropping back just in the nick of time for old Hairpin, and then he takes it into that 3rd place. Does mean that Bianchi, though, is right on them again, ready to see what he can do. Philip Bianchi is currently 4th in that championship, so these are the top 4 of your championship, and they're all lining up in nearly championship order. I think Mansberger's just inserted himself back into 2nd place, whereas he's 3rd in that championship, but this is your top 4 of the championship, and all doing what they do best, which is coming to the top of this 270R grid. Philip Bianchi has had a best result of 2nd this year, so he'll have to go for a win if he wants to improve his best, but I'm sure he'll want to at least match that, and he's been on the podium a couple of times, so he's certainly been there or thereabouts. A little puff of that outbraking himself, but all back under control nicely. It could have been just a bit of dust on the actual surface of the track as they all went over it. With Flanagan back out in front, though, and showing a little bit of a gap there back to Hugo Bush. Mansberger absolutely on his tail, though, not willing to put his car down the inside there, so a little bit of fighting back, and that's between Vincent and Arnold. In the 51 car, the orange car there. And behind him is that Efremidis car, who's dropped away a little bit. So after that sort of 4th, 5th place battling from earlier on, he is now dropped back into the 9th place. What's this battle? They were race-long battling yesterday. They've been race-long battling today. They have really not had any gap and relent in this absolute baking sunshine. as they head around this Donington National Circuit. They'll be getting hot and out of breath in those cars as they try and manage that situation, but try and remain as calm as possible. Still 6.5 minutes to go. That's still plenty of opportunity to manoeuvre your car and get it to where you'd like it to be. Taylor Flanagan, though, is where he wants to be right now. Carbon Creative, he runs in the James Wingfield Racing awning. He's also supported by PT Sports Cars as well, and he's won the majority of the races this year. Dominic Mansberger has beaten him in the last couple, though. Can he do so again? He's certainly in a good position, currently sitting 3rd place. Hugo Bush is another driver to have won this year, the only other driver to have won this year. He is currently in that 2nd place. I know he would love a win to move his championship towards Taylor O'Flanagan again, who's scampering away a little bit in that championship lead. As soon as we get drop scores into effect, that will still, I think, be Taylor O'Flanagan, but the gaps will be closer. We'll talk about them more towards the end of the season, though. Concentrate on this last 5 minutes or so of the Mission Motorsport sponsored Caterham 7270R race. Side by side there for the 4th place, and that's between Chaplin and Bianchi. So Chaplin fighting back through after that, going across the gravel in the chicane, and has managed to make his way back in front of Bianchi, but it looks like Bianchi's got a bit of a run on him coming up into this. Meanwhile, Hugo Bush is out in front of Taylor Flanagan, and Mansberger sitting in that 3rd place for now. But it is changing every single lap, and most corners around that lap as well. So we've got to concentrate on who's going across the line in the lead rather than where they are halfway through the lap. Meanwhile, it's exciting to see that Hugo Bush now in that lead of the race. Taylor Flanagan does tuck it to the inside, though, so he'll have momentum down the inside and will be able to manoeuvre his car away from the edge of the track, and you can see Hugo Bush leaving in the room to do so. In fact, he's fully ahead by the time they enter into the Roberts chicane. Mansberger in that 3rd place. They will get a pretty good run through that time through, so they will be extending the gap back to the chasing group of Vincent Jones and Arnold, and you see Ephraimides just slightly off the back of them. To the inside for Taylor O'Flanagan, then down into Redgate. Hugo Bush on the outside, and now Chaplin is fully back inserted in that battle, getting his nose cone ever so close to the car in front of there. They get to learn how long the nose of your Caterham is by racing with us. It's an important thing to know, and Chaplin has got into this Caterham racing very well. He's not had the results he'd wanted necessarily, but certainly got the pace. Hugo Bush leads them around the old hairpin this time through. O'Flanagan in that 2nd place, Mansberger 3rd. Chaplin now looking aggressive in that 3rd place, hassling the rear panel of Dominic Mansberger, looking around, see whether there's anything at McLean's. There isn't. They filter back into line. There's still time for them all to manoeuvre around, so they're not going to be too stressed at this point, but we are starting to build to that crescendo. We've got 3 minutes and 450 seconds-ish to go of this race. And you can see that it is now a battle for 5 of them. So Bianchi's joined back on as well. All of these have been podium contenders all the way throughout this season. Who's going to make the best job of it? Well, it's Taylor Flanagan down the inside. Can he get it stopped up? He's off compromised and he's over the curbing. He's cost himself some speed coming out onto the chicane. Mansberger has the one with the run. Has he got anywhere to use it, though? I don't think he has. Grass is his only option. So he's going to sit in that toe and just be patient and wait. Bianchi, though, wants to tuck it down the inside of Mansberger, and I think he's going to do so. Mansberger, where does he go? He is a little bit jinking and a little bit contact there between Bianchi and Taylor O'Flanagan as they all try and sort themselves out. They were all late on the brakes there, all offline, and trying to work out how do they make it around this corner. Well, they just about managed it, but it's Mansberger that comes out of that in the lead. We've got Bianchi with missing a wing, and Taylor O'Flanagan back into 3rd place, I think, for the first time in a little while after that slight bit of contact there as he flashes around through Swans Curve, where I thought I saw brake lights down there. I think it's just the sun reflecting on those rear brake lights. So when I thought that Hugo had an issue earlier on, I don't think he did. I think it was just the way the light shone on those rear brake lights. But Hugo Bush now finds himself down a little bit. If this is the battle a bit further down the order, that is Gaunt that we're watching. So we're watching 15, 16, 17, 18. So the sort of bottom half of the 20. And this back have been absolutely had a battle, race long, constantly changing all the time through all of those. So you can see that not only are we having this battle out front, but we have battles all the way through the field, and that one has been particularly fiercely fought, changing every single lap of every corner of every single lap. Taylor Flanagan manoeuvres himself from 3rd place when we last saw him. He's back into the lead of this race as we're coming into 2 minutes to go. We're on to the penultimate lap then. Covering off that inside line, a little bit late there on Chaplin, who had to jink, and Hugo Bush then got sent a little bit wider still 4 of them all trying to be on the same bit of the tarmac at once. You can feel how this is building to a crescendo, but they still have got this lap and another one. All of them behind, following Taylor O'Flanagan, have got extra pace in the car because of the tow, but they've got nowhere to use it. There are cars blocking them wherever they go. The good move by Chaplin down the inside of the old hairpin. Can he hold it in bounds? Yes, he can. He's not going to have the speed up the hill, but if he can put the car in the right place, he can't protect Hugo Bush clipping the gravel on the inside there. So they're all still, they can say the level of this race has taken a step up. Bianchi and Hugo Bush have a little bit of contact up into McLean's, and that's moved Hugo Bush down into 5th place. He's not where he wants to be at this stage of the race with only this lap and the next one to go. Taylor O'Flanagan, though, has maintained that throughout, so he got back past Chaplin. Chaplin, by having that move down into the old hairpin, may have cost him a little bit of rubbing there from Mansberger. His wheel just caught the back edge of the rear box of Chaplin's car there. You saw the smoke getting kicked out, but Taylor O'Flanagan, in the meantime, has got a sprung little gap as he comes on towards starting his last lap. Chaplin is in that 2nd place, so overall he has gained a place on that lap, and he moves into that 2nd as they clobber those curbs on the inside of the chicane. It upsets the car, but they all manage to land pointing in the right direction as we start the final lap then for this Mission Motorsport 270R race. We've got Taylor O'Flanagan with a tiny gap over Mansberger, who's fought his way back past Chaplin. Bianchi's still in that 4th place, and Hugo Bush is still in that 5th. Another bit of contact between Chaplin and Mansberger. Just again, a little bit of nudging of nose to rear end, just enough to unsettle Mansberger's car, but he's got the momentum as he goes down the hill. And whilst this gap looks like it's fairly significant, it will disappear if they get a good run through the old hairpin. Will Chaplin try a last-minute dive? He won't. So I think they will be all back together certainly as they get back to the Exhibition Straight. You can see how much more speed Chaplin has. Another bit of contact front to rear. Chaplin going around there. The extra toe coming out of the old hairpin. You can see those two are not happy with it. They're out on track, and Chaplin's now lost out a little bit of speed, and Hugo Bush is back into 4th place. How are they going to sort themselves out then in these last couple of corners? We've got Koppis up here, the blind right-hander, and then we've got the Roberts chicane left. Taylor O'Flanagan is still out front, but Mansberger has closed the gap. We've got Chaplin and Hugo Bush all coming together again. It is these top 5 in the championship. They're all running in that order, and here comes Taylor O'Flanagan, and he is going to protect the inside. Mansberger has a run on him to the outside. Who is going to be last of the late breakers? Can they do it? Mansberger's got the run. He's got in just about an overlap. He's not going to be able to make it quite yet. Taylor O'Flanagan has to go in tight. Mansberger, can he get the run out? Taylor O'Flanagan is a bit compromised, but I think Chaplin might even have a run on Mansberger. It's going to be Chaplin versus Mansberger for 2nd place, and I think O'Flanagan is going to take the win. He does. Chaplin takes 2nd place over Bush, who came through and had the run out of the chicane. Bianchi, Jones, and Mansberger showing it in 7. I think is that his, I think his transponder or something is not registered, so he'll probably find himself inserted back into the order. Excuse my croaky throat. As we watch this battle, this epic end of the sort of bottom end of the top 20, Gaunt is currently ahead, and he was ahead of, there's Perry, Curry, Bergbaum and Lancaster in that battle, so they're all going through the field now. There is Perry coming across the line, and then it is Turner, Bergbaum, so Gaunt, another one. I think his transponder is misaligned because it's moving him down the order. But what a series of races for the 720 270R racing. Brilliant stuff out there, and we will get the order. Unless Mansberger got a track limits penalty, I wonder whether that's why he's been pushed back down the order. I will find out for you. But nevertheless, according to the timing screens right now, is O'Flanagan and then Chaplin, and then it's Hugo Bush in that 3rd place. And we'll see where the other all sorts itself out. There is that Carbon Creative sponsored Taylor O'Flanagan car. We've seen him out front 4 times already this year, and let's confirm the provisional results then. Taylor O'Flanagan given 1st place, Michael Chaplin 2nd, Hugo Bush 3rd, Philip Bianchi is in 4th, Gwyn Jones 5th, Alex Vincent 6th, Chris Ephraimidis 7th, Arnold Toby Boys, Ryan Lovett given inside the top 10, Anthony Taylor is 11th, Richard Hall, James Hall, Mansberger given 14th at this point, maybe that is a 10-second penalty, Giles Perry, Kevin Turner, Bergbaum, Dave Curry, Max Gaunt, and John Cox is rounding out the top 20. Then we had Mike Hilton we saw in the gravel, Steve Lancaster, Stefan O'Mara and Peter Mott, who we saw leave the race early. Thank you ever so much to all our marshals out there. You can see them giving a wave to the drivers waving right back at them, because it's a mutual love. They come and volunteer their weekends to marshal our races, and we cannot go racing without them. All of these marshals, volunteers, and greatly appreciated. And thank you on behalf of all the drivers and all the organising clubs for the work that the marshals do to allow us to do what we do. So there he is. I wonder what's happened to Mansberger's result then. I didn't see any penalties, but I was concentrating on the screen rather than the timing board, which may have told me that there was a penalty to serve. But he looked like he was in that battle coming over the line. But there is Taylor O'Flanagan putting his yellow car right back into that lead group running inside that James Wingfield Racing awning. We saw James having some good races in 310 earlier. There is Chaplin being positioned in that second place, and Hugo Bush into third place. Bianchi getting sent through and into the holding pen where they can get checked over. But there is Taylor O'Flanagan extracting himself from his car after 25 minutes of full-on action. Didn't have a rest at all that time, did he? We have, though, Taylor O'Flanagan has jumped out of his car, so Sam is down in Parc Fermé ready to talk to our race winner.
I am, yes, thank you. But first, Taylor's gone to obviously speak to Hugo, congratulate him, and we've got two of the usual three on the podium this weekend, but we've got Michael Chaplin as well. So anyway, I'll grab a word with Taylor first. Taylor, congratulations, a win. How happy are you?
Very, very. Probably the most hard fought of the year. Just it's such a tough circuit, everybody's so fast. But yeah, super happy. It was definitely an elbows out race, but came away with a win, so extremely happy. Yeah. And
you had Philip and Michael right up there as well, so not the usual people that you race with.
No, the first half was pretty clean, and I sort of felt in control of where we were. And then all of a sudden, I think we backed up in the chicane, and Michael and Bianchi and everybody came flying through. So yeah, it was pretty intense from there.
Lovely, thank you. Congratulations. I'll move over to Michael now. Michael, I feel like it's been a long time coming for you.
Yeah, it has been a long time. Let's hope this one sticks. Feels like we've come close a couple of times, but yeah, it was incredibly close. It could have been anywhere on 3 laps from the end, but yeah, fortunately, yeah.
Yeah, we're watching. We didn't really know who was going to come out exactly, on top.
Yeah, neither did I into the last corner, even the chicane. We were 3 abreast coming out of it, so it was very close, as always.
Yes.
So it was good fun.
It is. You're enjoying it as your first year in racing?
Yeah, loving it. Absolutely, yeah. The racing's so close, the cars are so good, it's brilliant.
Excellent. Well, congratulations. I'll let you go and enjoy the podium celebration shortly. I'll move round to Hugo. He's just talking to the circuit radio.
Happy-ish, he said, happy-ish.
Here we go. Hi, Hugo. Another podium for you. You've got to be happy with that after that battle.
Sort of, yeah. Yeah, I'm in 5th with a lap to go, so yeah, happy.
That's it. But it can, you know, the last lap, a lot can change, can't it?
Yeah, I mean, I had to be super aggressive into McLean's to get up to 4th, and then, well, finished 4th over the line, but something's obviously gone wrong with Dom.
Yes, we believe it's a track limits penalty.
There we go.
There we go. Well, congratulations. Thank you. I might try and see if I can have a word with Philip Bianchi as well, because he was almost there, wasn't he? So I'll pass back to you, Chris, for now.
Absolutely was involved in that battle all the way through that race. We see that mock car just being picked up. But we can watch highlights while we see if we can get an interview with Bianchi. So here is the replay of that 25-minute race then. Mansberger was a persistent force with all 5 of our championship rivals right up there throughout the course of this race. And there was Dave Curry. We talked to him yesterday on the grid, but we had a bit of a gravelly moment there for Mike Hilton early on, so getting a bit caught out at the top end of Coppice there. This is where we had that rear end failure for Paul Mott, so he moved to the inside. Luckily we didn't have to have a restart, and also Mara getting stuck up there in the barriers. He also didn't need the safety car to cover them off. They were in positions of safety. So we're able to enjoy this 4-way battle, 5-way at times between different people, but Chaplin had a bit of an uncomfortable run through, didn't he, coming across the nose of Ephraimidis as he rejoined, but he was able to rejoin that front battle eventually after a few minutes of recovering those gaps. And he brought along Philip Bianchi for the party as well. And coming out of the chicane each time, all the drivers were sort of all over each other. We had that battle deep in the to the top 20, all having a toing and froing. There was Steve Lancaster making it all onto the grass, but making it back onto the racing surface. Little bit of contact there, wasn't there? That was Bianchi down the inside, moving out and not able to hold his line and taking one of his rear wings with him. But O'Flanagan survived that, and he positioned himself out front of the field as they came down. But Mansberger was eventually moved down the order by want of a penalty, it looked like. He was 3rd over the line, but the absolutely brilliant racing by all of them there. So O'Flanagan took that win, Chaplin 2nd, and Bush. And we have got Bianchi. Sam is down with him in the Parc Fermé. So let's go and hear how his race went.
So, Philip, not quite on the podium, but you did get fastest lap.
A consolation, nice one to have. I had a bad start, unfortunately, again, twice in a row, second to fifth. But I managed to catch up. Luckily, they were battling, and it was pretty heated in the front, so it was a good race. Yeah.
Talking about heat, how did you find, the heat, the temperature today? Obviously, it's extremely hot. How did you cope with it in the car?
It's intense. Once you actually start, you forget, and the second you stop, it kicks in again. But waiting in the assembly is probably the worst.
The hardest part. But how did you find the tyres throughout the 25-minute race?
It's usually a 30-minute race, so the fact that it was 25 probably helped. But after about 20 minutes, they start to go, for sure.
The car becomes a bit more slidey.
More slidey on the rear, but it's still manageable. So
excellent. You did great.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks.
Hopefully a podium next time.
Fingers crossed. Close.
Thanks, Philip.
Thank you.
I'll hand back to you, Chris.
Good to go towards the podium. Yeah, so we're heading towards the podium.
Bianchi there. Yep. Yep, great to hear from Philip Bianchi there. So nice to see him and nearly getting back on that podium. We've seen him take a second place for earlier in the season at Snetterton, so it's good to see him back in that battle for that lead group. So that's the penultimate race done then from this weekend, the Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R. We'll have a look at their podium in a bit, but we've still got one race to go to conclude our Caterham action here from Donington Park, and that is the third race for our 7 Championship UK. So we've already seen them out twice over the course of the weekend, and they have another final 20-minute race, but that will be after the podium celebrations after a small gap. There's Laura waiting to deliver the third place trophy. So Hugo Bush taking that third place trophy. So he really wanted that win this weekend to try and help his championship, but he certainly solidified his championship podium position. Just Taylor O'Flanagan keeps disappearing up the road, doesn't he, and taking those extra few points. There is Michael Chaplin taking that second place. Congratulations to him on his first podium in Caterham Motorsport, new in this year, and deserved that podium a number of times, hasn't he? So it's good to see him getting that. But it's Taylor Flanagan doing what Taylor Flanagan does and winning these races. That's his 5th race win for this season. Don Mansberger taking that win yesterday, but by want of a penalty, losing out on a podium today. There you go, there is our podium. Again, whether we'll see them spraying the champagne at each other, now they don't have to put those suits on tomorrow. I hope that they do, and indeed they do. Flanagan, plenty of practice there, as has Hugo Bush, but Chaplin, a little bit of a beginner there, didn't get his spraying going quite quickly enough. But well done to all of our drivers. One race left to go, though, for all of us. So we got a 20-minute race of the Caterham 7 Championship to UK, and that is going to be in about 15 minutes' time. So go grab yourself a drink, and we will join you back here in just a little while.
I'm not gonna lie, rather hash bun yagi, her brain fried. My lady papa Zenny, other lady popping molly, why she waiting on me? Yogi my area, yogi my area.
Tiff, come and check out this little bad boy. Look at it.
Look, it's taken me 2.5 hours to get here, and you can't rush a bacon sandwich.
That's true.
And you brought me here for a Caterham.
It's the brand spanking new Caterham 170S, the entry-level Caterham.
170, which means in Caterham divided by 2, 85 horsepower.
Yep.
Well, come on, Paul. The current entry level is the 270s with 137 horsepower. I mean, how's this going to compete?
The lightest Caterham ever built, 450 kilograms. It's like a postage stamp.
450 kilograms? Well, that sounds fun. It's about £7,000 cheaper than the current entry level.
Yeah, so this is going to cost you a shade under 23 grand. The 270 entry level is currently just about 30 grand.
With leather seats. They're not included in the £23,000 price now, are they? They're pretty extras, but
there's a few extras on
leather
this, but-
seats. I'm getting interested now because Caterhams aren't famous for their comfort.
Brand new LED lights. These are a brand new thing for Caterham, so they're going to launch them on this car.
Is that it? You're
It's
going to be excited about LED lights now?
I'm just excited about the car.
It's
a
the same
fun
bodywork,
car.
though. Same bodywork.
Same bodywork, different engine. It's a little three-cylinder turbocharged Suzuki engine, 660cc.
How do you get into these
You
things?
ready for,
I never
go
know.
for a drive already?
Well, I'm gentle. It's a road car, so let's just go. How do I get the door open? I can smell the leather.
You're right there. You want some help? Sadly, I'm going to have to be very close to you because it's quite tight. But I'll let you get in first. And
I've got to find a seat belt. Wait a minute.
I want you to be comfortable.
How do I
first.
plug? Oh, flip it now. I can't even.
With Tiff now comfortable, it was time for an all too socially non-distance road test around the track in this 170S.
It's lovely, isn't it? Leather seats, comfortable leather seats.
Smell of it, the smell of the leather.
It's a bit closer. I've got to.
Get out of the way, get out of it.
Oh shit!
It's quite perky on acceleration, isn't it?
It is perky on acceleration.
What's his 0 to 60 then? Do you know?
We don't really talk about 0 to 60 with this car, to be honest with you, Tiff. It's more about the fun and the enjoyment and how fast you can go around corners.
5-speed gearbox included.
It's really tight gearbox ratio, as you would expect.
Road suspension pack. Well, I wouldn't have thought anything else. I mean, it's a road car, therefore road suspension.
But you know what? It's still going to be fast around a track, isn't it? It's a Caterham. It's
full
light.
windscreen.
Thank you.
Unique key, gear knob, and instruments. What's unique about them?
They're unique to Caterham.
Leather panel, that's actually an extra 500 quid, so I wouldn't bother with that.
No, I don't think I'd bother with that.
Momo quick release, 150 quid. No, I wouldn't bother with that either.
I would probably get the nice Alcantara one as per my race car, but... yeah,
As per my race car. Oh, have you got a race car? I didn't know that. You've got a race... All right, okay, hold on a minute. Lowered floors. You know what that's all about?
Just to give you a bit more room, because, you know, I'm quite tall and all that.
Which bit they lower then? Under the seats?
Under the seats.
That's 500 quid.
Whole floor panel, so that's good.
Here's the crunch. The diamond seat leather stitching, seat armrest, biscuit, tunnel top primary, £1,500.
They're beautiful seats, they're lovely seats. But I think the whole message is you can, like any car, have lots of optional extras. But you can buy this car for a shade under £23,000 or finance it for a couple hundred quid a month.
You can go a bit
and you've got a
faster now.
Caterham. And you've got a Caterham.
All right.
Whoa. The pedals are so close together. Take a bit of curve.
Oh, that took it. That was quite comfortable, wasn't it?
That was good.
Well, you can hit it harder next time.
I wonder what the brakes are like.
All right, go on. Let's have some real...
The brakes. Brakes. Ah, too early. Whoa, far too early.
Have you finished yet? Have you finished?
You know how I feel. What a brilliant little car.
The only thing is, if you turned up on a track day with this, people might look at you and think, well, that's just a road-going Caterham. I mean, that's the only disappointing thing about this 170.
Tiff Liddell, today's your lucky day because let's pull in here and learn to hold. Look at that!
Flipping boy racer. Oh, look, a nice suede Momo steering wheel. Very funny, very funny. Obviously, this is a left-hand drive demonstrator. Oh, but it comes with it's like a very handy optional extra and a little press pack here. So this is the 170R version, same 85 horsepower. But it's 440 kilograms. That's 25 kilograms lighter better power to weight ratio, 192 horsepower per tonne, sport suspension pack, a bit stiffer I'm sure. What else is different? Oh, the price, £1,000 more. But those prices, 23,900, is the build yourself price. So in fact, the S that Paul was showing is more like 25,000, and this is more like 24, 26,000. So yes, more than we thought at first. Limited slip differential. Now that was important because that'll help me beat Paul, although I'm going to beat Paul anyway, but it'll be easier to beat him. I think he's a racing driver nowadays. A few Caterham races, Formula One, Le Mans. Anyway, let's put the steering wheel back where it belongs. Sort out my racing harness to get in. Slide into the lovely carbon race seat. Don't sit on your belts when you're getting in. It's always a big error. Make sure you lift them first. Then it's just click number 1, 2, 3. Pull them all nice and tight. Don the optional extras. Crash helmet might be better on track days, but not for today. Ignition on. Starter. Bye.
Looks like the Red Baron's in the mirrors. Time to let the fun begin.
I got 5th instead of 3rd. I've lost ground and I'm wild. Oh.
He's off the track. He's off the track. Oh, now he's coming. He's coming. Down the inside. He's going down the inside. No, he's not. Got it. Block him. Block him. Shut me off. Whoa, who does he think he is? Formula One driver.
I bet with his windscreen on, he doesn't care about his hair. Let us state of mind.
Whoa.
The wrong gear, Tim. Oh no, I've lost him again.
Come on then, Tim. What's he got? Oh, he's going down the inside. Whoa! He's got me on the brake.
We nearly crashed. I've got him now.
He got me with a massive lock-up. Come on then, come on then.
I can't hear the engine, so I keep on hitting the limiter. Where is he?
I got it down the inside, I got it down the inside!
No! Lock the front brakes up. Whoa, bit of a oh!
Well, I got down the inside this time, I got down the inside.
I can force him wide, he's gone wide, he's gone wide, he's gone wide. I tell you what, this Caterham stuff is tiring, but I'll wear him down. I'm a Le Mans 24-hour driver. You won't kill me, Woodman. You can keep going for as long as you want.
It's safe to say that driving a Caterham is one of the most fun experiences you'll ever have in a car. It's not about horsepower, money or luxury. There's just such a basic charm and a real thrill to being behind the wheel of one. So much so I don't think either of us are quite ready to call it a day just yet.
Welcome to the Snetterton Circuit near Norwich, where the Caterham Academy contestants have gathered for their final 2 races of the season. And after 7 hard-fought rounds, in the green group, Jeff Newman leads Freddie Chinnocks by just 1 solitary point. The title will be decided this weekend. But perhaps more importantly, can Paul Woodman finally get on the podium? Qualifying around the Snetterton Circuit was as frantic as ever, with the 2 long straights meaning a good toe can help you get a better lap time. The championship contenders were separated by just 7 thousandths of a second, with Jeff Newman the man to take pole. Meanwhile, our man Woodman had a flying last lap that put him an impressive 4th on the grid. Jeff, if you win with the fastest lap today on the Saturday, that's it, you're done.
Yeah, so of course I dropped my epic crash at Knock Hill, which I'm very thankful for. But yeah, I guess I hadn't really thought of it like that. But yeah, that's one way to win it. But you know, there's a great story behind the qualifying in that Freddie did an astounding job out front by himself with 0 toe, which just shows how incredibly good it is. And it's lovely to have people like that with us because it just makes us all put in more effort and perform better. And I was behind Paul Woodman and he was generous enough to give me an epic toe on the last lap. And I was just watching my Delta thinking, gee whiz, how am I making all this time up? So I kind of feel that I lucked into, I think, pole position.
Best of luck in the first race. I kind of hope it'll go on for a second race, but should you win today, we will be there to congratulate you.
Thanks a lot, Tiff. Cheers. Thank you.
Freddie, it's been an amazing year of Caterham Academy. It's your very first year in motorsport, but now it's got a bit serious, hasn't it, this last weekend, because the championship is so close yet so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a brilliant year. If you said at the start of the year I'd come into the final round this close to touching distance of the lead, I'd have been happy. But yeah, I know what I need to do. Jeff and I have had some good battles this year, so I think we'll have a couple more to finish off the season.
Yeah, I've been doing my O-level maths, and it is pretty complicated because you've got way more points. You've got 162 points to Jeff's 147, but this Caterham, you have to drop your 2 worst scores. You've dropped a 4th and a 2nd. But in fact, you can only drop a 2nd now, so you can only improve your score by 1 point if you win.
I need to win it a couple of fastest laps as well.
Yeah, because if Jeff wins the first race today and gets fastest lap, it's tears for you and cheers for him.
He won't. He won't. No, I know what I need to do. I'm happy. I'm feeling good around here, and I'm next to him on the grid.
So now you've done a year's racing, you found you're actually quite good at it. Are you now addicted to motorsport? We'll have to go and race something else next year.
Yeah, the plan is we're definitely going to do something next year. We're umming and ahhing what series it's going to be, but it'll be in a Caterham, and I've got to do something again. This year's been brilliant and the best fun.
Right, best of luck, and let's hope that when I speak to you after the first race, you're still in with a championship fight.
Thank you. Cheers.
Paul, 4th on the grid, but actually, first of all, I've got to bring you big thanks from Jeff Newman for putting him on pole position, because apparently you gave him a toe.
It wasn't intentional, but I got to do big thanks to Mark Jones, because he gave me a big toe as well. So
yeah, but don't you think you better apologise to Freddie for putting his opposition on pole?
That's big respect. Fred doing that time with no toe whatsoever around here. And I also got to thank Mark because he gave me the lucky side of the garage. He gave me the right-hand side of the garage. Right. And another little bit of superstition, the white gloves are gone, black gloves are in. So it's all these lucky little... Changed my pants as well. Right. You haven't got my lucky pants anymore?
No. I see you have brought your girlfriend with you today then. She's obviously really enthralled by your exciting 4th position on the grid. So anyway, you had a great last lap, leapt to 4th place, but are you a bit worried that you want to try and avoid getting involved in the championship contenders on the front row?
It will not even be, because I'm in the championship as well, so whatever happens, happens. I mean, I respect everybody, but I want to have a nice, clean, good race and get on that podium.
The podium. You promised me this podium. Now, I will be there with you. You'll invite me up as well, won't you, as your trainee and mentor?
Yeah, well, 100%. There might be a few tears, but you'll be there as well. But don't forget, we've got tomorrow. If it doesn't happen today, we've got tomorrow as well.
All right. Good luck then, Paul. Go and look after Katie. Look, she's going to be bored. Let battle commence.
I needed a good start and managed to get another blinder. Before the race, I thought about trying to tuck in behind Jeff or Fred, and sure enough, all my Christmases came at once. Then it was just a case of trying to stay with Fred on his tail, keeping away from the chasing pack.
Listening to the commentary, it sounds like Newman's made an awful start. Chinnix is leading, and our man Woodman is second. We'll wait and see if he's still there when they come round.
And even though there's plenty of action going on behind, all I was doing was looking ahead and trying to stay with Fred. Everything was good. I was already smelling the podium, watching the guys fight behind me and staying with Fred with his very generous tow. But then, disaster struck. At the end of the fastest straight on the circuit, going at over 100 miles an hour, I went to brake hard, and I had no brakes. So instead of staying with Fred and riding off into the podium sunset, I completely missed the corner and fell back into the chasing pack, and from there on in, it was just carnage. I did somehow manage to stay in P2 for the next lap as well, but I had no confidence in my brakes at all, so I kept braking early to see if they worked and make sure I could get around the corner in one piece.
So it's Chinnix well out in the front, but Paul still second, Newman back in fourth. The battle's on, but it's looking good for Chinnix for the championship, but it's early days.
I was absolutely gutted. Again, some really bad luck. What I found out afterwards to be a leaking brake line, which in turn poured fluid onto the pads and caused intermittent loss. So the sweet smell of a podium was long gone from my little brain, and now it's just smelling like dog poo of damage limitations. But as I unwittingly helped Jeff to pole position with my very generous tow during qualifying, I made amends to Fred and held the whole pack up for over 2 laps, which made sure he had the cleanest and easiest race of the year.
Chinnix is disappearing. The screech of brakes behind me. But Newman's now up to third and pressuring Paul. Paul's trying to hold him back.
Welcome back to Donington Park then for the final race of all the Caterham action we've been happy to enjoy all throughout this race weekend, the 4th Caterham Motorsport race weekend of the 2022 season. We have got one final race to go, the 7th Championship UK race. We've already seen them out twice, and they have 3 20-minute races per weekend, and this is their final opportunity to see what they can post up. Some epic races already from them. Aaron Head winning the opening event, Lewis Thompson in second and Henry in third, and he took another third place in the second race ahead, with Luke Stevens ahead, coming all the way through that field. A little bit of a argy-bargy, I'd say, with Aaron Head, and cost Aaron Head and drifted back into 15th place or 14th, so he's got a lot of work to do in this second race. You can see them all out down there on the assembly, and down in assembly is Sam Parker, and she has stood next to Dale Head, so let's hear how he's going to get on this race.
Yes, I'm here with Dale, as you were just talking about Aaron. Dale, so how are you finding the season so far?
Yeah, it's not too bad actually. It's going okay. There's good races and bad races, but mostly good races, which is what I like to do.
You're making some good progress, and do you find having, obviously, Aaron as your teammate and brother, does that help? Does he give you some help towards your racing?
Yeah, I do get quite a bit of experience from Aaron, yeah. And we've raced together quite a bit in historics as well, which has helped quite a lot. So, yeah, it is.
Oh, that's great. Well, I wish you all the best for the race.
Okay.
Thank you, Dale. Yes, it's nice to have that, the brothers in the same championship, and nice that they help each other.
Yeah, and Dale's managed to get 4th place in the in one of the races. I think that was at Snetterton. He got that. He's also finished 7th quite a few times this season, so definitely doing well, new into this car, and having a good drive. His brother's doing better than him this season so far, with all those wins to his name. But currently, Aaron is going to be starting in 14th, so quite a few places behind Dale, who's starting 10th. Place in today's race, this final race of the weekend. So plenty of racing had under our belts already, and if you've been watching the live stream all day, then we've got more of the same, and we have got Andy Lees down on assembly there. Let's hear from him in his golf coloured car.
Yes, his lovely golf coloured car. Andy, it's such a competitive grid. Are you enjoying this season though?
Well, it's my first season in 420s, and it's I've come up through the different championships, and this car is 10 times more difficult than the others to drive. So it's a massive learning exercise for me, but you can't not enjoy it. It's so much fun. It's so competitive, so close. You know, there's no better motorsport, that's for sure.
Definitely. There's always someone to race against. I've said it many times before, but, you know, no matter where you are on the grid, there's always somebody to have a battle with, and it's great to, you know, work with them. And are you getting used to other people's driving styles now, and people that you can work with to help yourself gain in the race?
Yeah, it's a new bunch of people today, especially the mid-pack. So we're all starting to learn each other, I think, and now we're a good sort of few weekends into it, then you start to learn that's for sure. So, yeah, and it's easy to sort of work together and stay with the front guys rather than sort of battle it out and try and defend. So, yeah, now we're getting there. We're getting there.
And how are you finding the tyres? Because obviously slicks is quite something to get used to, isn't it?
I think your first few test days, you can't believe the sort of strain on your neck, but once you get used to it, then it's brilliant. The cornering speeds you can take are amazing.
Excellent. Well, thank you for talking to us. I wish you all the best for the race.
Thank you very much.
Yes, that's quite a point, really, isn't it? That such a strain with the slicks. It's such a much more physical car to drive.
Yeah, it really is. It's about 4 steps of nutty beyond the 310R Championship car, which is already a very grippy corner-focused car. So you strap these slick tyres on it, and you are able just to carry, acres more speed into the corners. And remember, these Caterhams all generate their speed via that grip around corners, so it really is. I remember the first time I jumped into it last year, and again it was my arms that actually gave out trying to haul this thing around Silverstone before the end of the test day I was on. I know Andy had a test day at Brands Hatch where his neck was certainly feeling the strain, as he mentioned then. But yes, already the Caterhams take corners extremely fast, and by the time you strap these slick tyres and they get up to temperature, you really are motoring around these tracks up to about the speed of a British GT4 racing car, and they generate a lot of their speed down the straights with their top speed is far in excess of these Caterham 420R machines running in the Caterham 7 Championship UK Championship.
And Chris, you've obviously coming up all the way from Academy right through to the 420s that we've got now. Obviously you're racing with a lot of the same people, so obviously your driving ability gets better and better throughout each category. But the car obviously gets much, like we were just saying, gets much more physical when we get to this level. What did you find the hardest bit? Is it the competitiveness, or the car, or the difference in the car with the slicks and everything?
It's a really good question, actually, all the way up through those the championships. So starting in the academy, obviously there's a lot of randomness from the drivers around you, and generally speaking, you at least have drivers that are on the pace. And so, yeah, the tricky thing there is just managing and making sure that some random drivers don't take you out and getting to the end of those results. But as you go up through the championships, and as we've seen all the racing this weekend, the gaps between the races get closer, the racing gets closer, more and more intense. But yes, everyone becomes a little bit more under control as far as mistakes go, but that does mean that if you make a mistake, then you're punished quite heavily for it. And then you move all the way up into the 310R Championship, where we've seen there's just absolutely no gap, no one makes any mistakes, and so if you do get shuffled out of the order, it's tricky. I would say that, yeah, and then when you get to the 7 Championship UK, you've got all these people that know every single trick in the book. They don't make mistakes. They've won championships, most of them. They know how to pedal these things, and so you can't pull a fast one. So there's nothing given to you. You have to fight for everything. So 720 UK, the 7 Championship UK cars were the hardest battle for me, and I had my sort of worst results in it, but it was a great fun challenge. But the 310R Championship, where I actually took that championship, it was the culmination of all those factors about the drivers around you plus your skill as a racing driver, and that was certainly a fun one for me.
Maybe you could go back for another season, Chris.
I would love to. If anyone's out there would like to sponsor a racing driver out of a commentary box, then you are more than welcome to get in contact. But fantastic to see all these cars arriving, and you can go and get yourself in a bit of shade for a bit, Sam. Fantastic. So as we watch these cars then joining from the Grand Prix loop to come down into the starting grid, so getting ready for their formation lap. See that there is, we've got Lewis Thompson there on the left-hand side of the grid. Where is Luke Stevens? His car isn't on that grid, so there's an open space in second place on the grid, it looks like. So Henry Heaton, you can see there in the number 10 Chrome machine. Next to him is Jake Swan. You can see Timothy Dickens in the number 44 there, just to the left of Jake Swan in his white car. And James Murphy is on the left-hand side, lined up behind Lewis Thompson there. I wonder whether Luke Stevens got a problem with his car. That means he can't make the start of this race, sadly, but that leaves the second place open. Clean run down to the first turn by Jake Swan there, and for Henry Heaton as well. So Lewis Thompson on his own out on that front row of the grid. We've had a green flag, so I imagine they're getting ready to sign them, wave them off. You can hear the sirens going, which shows they're getting shown an information board. As you can see, the marshals just closing the pit wall gate, which is why we are just about to get going for our parade lap, or our formation lap. Remember, we are 3 races in for this is their 3rd race of the weekend. So their tyres, they get 1 new set of tyres per race weekend, and they will now starting to become a little bit more worn and used. So this 3rd race, they've got to manage that. So we might not see so much vigorous weaving to get the heat in, especially on such a hot day. Those tyres would have soaked up quite a lot of the ambient temperature that we've got here at Donington Park. Still that field here. Started the weekend with 20 or 21 cars, and I think we've still got roughly that. But let's have a confirmation then of this starting grid. Lewis Thompson is on pole position. I don't think we've got Luke Stevens there, but Henry Heaton lines up 3rd. Jake Swan is 4th. James Murphy comes 5th. Timothy Dickens 6th. Stephen Lyle 7th. Chris Moore 8th. Mike Evans 9th. Dale Head is in 10th. Lee Bristow 11th. And Tom Eden is 12th. Andy Lee's 13th. Aaron Head starts 14th. 15th. Chris Kirby. 16th. Mark Farmer. And then we've got 17th is Griffiths, followed by Johnny Jarrett in 18th, Ian Sparshot's 19th, and 20th on the grid is Barry Benham if he is out there. We saw his car was I think he probably isn't going to be a starter either. His car was badly damaged earlier on in a nasty looking incident, but all driver okay, but the car does need a bit of attention. I expect he's getting that all fixed up ready for Anglesey. Then take these 7 Championship UK. This championship is a national championship, therefore they are fighting for the title of British Caterham champion throughout the course of this season. Henry Heaton came into this championship, into this race weekend in the lead of that fight, although by the time we take into account drop scores, I think Aaron Head was still fighting up there. He had a disappointing end to his 2nd race there with Aaron Stevens, him contacting in the chicane. Looked like Aaron Stevens bumped a little bit wide by the curbs, clipped the rear end of Aaron's car and spun him around. So that's Aaron starting deep in the field, 14th, but we've seen him do it before. He enjoys the challenge of coming through the field. We've seen him do it in the first race at the Brands Hatch, where he stalled on the line, still managed to get through and back into a good position. And there we are, still missing that Stevens car. So Lewis Thompson is going to start all by himself on that front row of the grid. What a great position to be in. A little bit of breathing space before the next line of then Henry Heaton coming up to line with Jake Swan, Murphy and Dickens line up behind. And then we've got Stephen Lyle alongside Chris Moore. And then we've got Mike Evans. So as the rest of the field come and line up into their positions, we can look forward to the final Caterham action of this Donington Park race weekend. 20 minutes of the Caterham 7 Championship UK series, sponsored by Avon Tyres. We have got the green flag waved at the back of the field, so let's look for those lights. At the top right of your screen is where we'll see those lights come up. You can tell that the drivers are all looking that way. The lights come on. We are going to get this race underway. Nice clean start from everyone. No stalls on the grid as the back of the field look like they're already compressing. Sparshot's got nowhere to go, but out front is Lewis Thompson, got a nice clean run. Jake Swan and Henry Heaton going side by side, sweeping into turn one. James Murphy, Chris Moore going side by side with Stephen Lyle. Dickens losing out just a little bit in these early exchanges as they flow on through Hollywood. Again, they've made it through this time, whereas they didn't in that first race. They had a bit of contact there, so it's good to see the field ready to go down into the old hairpin. They are still trying to sort out the chain of command. Who is going to go in front of who? There's a bit of Lee Bristow there just following on behind Aaron Head, so watch for Aaron Head's progress from 14th on the grid. See how quickly he can make it up to this lead battle. I'm pretty sure we are going to see that happen. But Lewis Thompson currently is out front and away from the following Henry Heaton, who has been battling with Jake Swan throughout this opening lap. Murphy and Chris Moore following along behind. Johnny Jarrett currently in the rear of that field in the Oakmore run car. We've spoken to him a couple of times on the grid, so hoping for a better race from him this time out. Lewis Thompson to the outside. James Murphy having to defend from Chris Moore, who manages to hold that position. Chris Moore having to defend from Stephen Lyle, who's going side by side behind with Micah Evans. And I can't see who that is. Is that Dale Head maybe? But Aaron Head is Tim Dickens he was side by side with. Aaron Head, though, making his way through. He crossed the line in 10th place that time, and it looks like he's made another 3 places down the start and finish straight. He is just behind Tim Dickens at the moment, so that probably puts him in about 8th place on the field currently. What a great first opening lap for him as he slots his way through and tries to make his way back to this lead group. This lead group of 2, though, Henry Heaton and Lewis Thompson, are pulling away currently from of the Swan, Murphy and Moore battle that we've got going on here. The 3 cars that you can see line astern. Jake Swan is an independent running in the paddock, running as his own awning. James Murphy and Chris Moore running with DPR Motorsport. Another DPR Motorsport driver there, Andy Lees, in the Golf colour. We saw him talking beforehand about how you've got to get stuck into these races and how much grip those slick tyres give you on this car as they fly around the Copse Corner and down the exhibition straight. Henry Heaton having a little look on Lewis Thompson, but tucks back in, decides he's not going to make that move. It was going to be a speculative one and was going to cost him more time than it would have gained him, so he makes that decision as Chris Kirby and a little bit of contact. Chris Kirby and Andy Lees there as another manoeuvre where the car on the inside clips that little curbing and sends him sort of spearing across the track a little bit and into the line of Andy Lees, who then went out and contacted the barrier. Bit of an uncomfortable ride there. Hopefully Andy will be okay. As the rest of the field, though, are on their way down through. Andy Lees is able to get that out from the barrier and up and running again, but that is a race done for him as far as getting a good top 10 result, which is what he would be aiming for. Here is Aaron Head up the inside of Tim Dickens as they go through Swans Curve. There's not a lot of room there, but he is fully part of this lead group, and this lead group looks like it's all come back together with Lewis Thompson. Another spinner there. Is that Mark Farm? Is that the number 41 car? It's the 21 car. That is Johnny Jarrett. So I'll see whether he could have a better race. And unfortunately, it's ended in the gravel again there as the sun glints off his car. I was unable to see the number temporarily. But let's go back to this lead group then. 3 wide for the lead. Why not? Chris Moore had a great run through the middle, didn't he? And Lewis Thompson now finds himself on the outside. He does break late, though. We got side by side through the chicane. We've seen it uncomfortable before. Chris Moore hangs along around the outside there and does maintain that. There's a bit of debris which Chris Moore runs over. It looks like it has now been pinged to the outside of the track, so shouldn't play play any more effect and didn't look like it clipped his radiator, which is the big worry. Henry Heaton down the inside. James Murphy sweeping around the outside, though. They're getting all three tight. The top 5 here. Lewis Thompson's been shuffled backwards a little bit. Chris Moore up into that 4th place, but Thompson's holding on round his outside. Will have the inside for the left-hander as they go down towards that old hairpin. And look who is here on the scene. Aaron Head has made it all the way up to this lead group and is now pestering them and looking like he wants to move forward. Chris Moore is the next target. He's got Chris Moore's got Aaron Head on his tail, and then got Lee Bristow just behind him, then Tim Dickens. Henry Heaton, though, defending up into McLean's from James Murphy. Swan just behind him, so he's moved him way past Lewis Thompson now as well. And this is all compressed up. You can tell this is the final race of the weekend. They're all using up everything they've got to see what they can do. 15 minutes of this race still to go, though, so lots of time out there on track for these battles to develop. But they're basically line astern all the way through to the top 10. So looking like a kind of, top 10, in fact more than 10 cars, isn't it? As they come down into Roberts chicane, must side by side between Murphy and Swan again. They sort themselves out by the time we get through. Aaron Head's moved past Chris Moore as they go down onto the start-finish straight. A little bit, he picked up that debris again. Lyle runs over it and brings it back out into the track. Chris Kirby's just going to have to avoid it in the background. Side by side for the lead, though. James Murphy is going to go into that lead ahead of Henry Heaton, and then it's back to Lewis Thompson ahead of Jake Swan. And Aaron Head and Chris Moore still arguing over that. Here is that replay of Andy Lee's down the inside. Chris Kirby hits that curb and just spears him just slightly out into the run of Andy Lee's and clips his wheel, and that was enough to send him into the barrier. He was able to extract himself from that barrier though and get racing underway again. Still seeing drivers drifting onto that green part. They've got to be careful of that for track limits. We've already seen Dom Mansberger in the previous race be penalised for that, so got to be careful of doing that. If it triggers a sensor or Marshall calls it up, you can see them all actually using that green part of the track there, so be careful about doing that, especially if you're isolated car on your own. You get spotted a lot easier at that point. James Murphy is leading the third of these seven championship UKs. I'm getting all my numbers mixed up now, but 3 wide. He's not going to lead it for much longer. Aaron Head looking down the inside. Can't go 4 wide there for the time being. Henry Heaton leads. Lewis Thompson is back into 2nd place. James Murphy gets shuffled back into 3rd. Aaron Head sticks in that 4th place, but he is shown that he is willing to get his elbows out. He's willing to shove his nose in where it's not necessarily wanted, but he certainly wants to get that position back. He's defending heavily from Swan, who goes back to the inside, late on the brakes. Can they make it side by side through the middle of Redgate? It's going to get tight, but Jake Swan looks like he's got that move up the inside. He might even be able to get them. James Murphy tucking along the inside of Carrera Curves. James Murphy sticking alongside, though they are ever so tight as they go down the Carrera Curves. No centimetre given here at all out on track. Jake Swan only giving him the width of car, nothing more. James Murphy having to survive that. He took a bit of gravel and grass as he went down through that flat-out left-hand kink in the Craner Curves as the shadow of the aeroplane taking off from East Midlands Airport just comes across the circuit. What a sight that was. Here is Dale Head. We spoke to him on the grid, and he's got Stephen Lyle right on his tail. Again, DPR Motorsport teammates. Lewis Thompson, though, taken over the lead of this race ahead of Henry Heaton. Swan finds himself in that 3rd place currently after that defensive move against James Murphy, who's now having to deal with Aaron Head. Aaron Head looks like he wants that 4th place that James Murphy currently occupies. James not willing to give it to him. The orange roll cage beating the pink roll cage at this point. Bristow ready to pick up any pieces offered. There we've got Mike Evans off wide out the chicane, brings it back onto the track though, so he will sort of live on to try and recapture this. Was that battle with Tim Dickens that caused that to happen, or did he do it all by himself? Lewis Thompson, though, is all by himself out front at the moment after the pole position start. He's maintained it. He's got back to 3rd place, but pushed himself back through to that lead, and slight air gap back to Henry Heaton, who's got Nick Swan behind him. And there is Aaron Head now ahead of James Murphy and looking down the inside of the old hairpin. That will cost him some momentum going up this hill, but if Henry Heaton can give him the toe, he will be able to make that stick. It's the first time I think we've seen that properly stick into the old hairpin. Great move there by Aaron Head. Maybe also on those slightly newer tyres, because I think he strapped his new set on just for the 2nd race rather than the 1st one, so where he may have some extra grip above and above the cars around him, but he now finds himself in that 3rd place. So 14th on the grid to 3rd in the space of, this is their 7th lap, so 6 laps completed as they head back down onto the straight again. And Henry Heaton is trying to battle for that lead then. We've got Lewis Thompson on the inside, Henry holding him there for as long as he can. Aaron Head is next along for the fun and games though, and he is going to have some good momentum as he exits the Roberts chicane. Lewis Thompson gets a little bit of a wiggle on. You can see he's going to lose some speed, so Aaron Head is going to be able to get him down into Redgate. So he's also got Henry Heaton's toe. Henry blocks him off, and that means that Thompson's got a good run. They might both get past Henry here. They both sweep around the outside, although Henry's holding that inside line. Will have the inside for Craner Curves, but that's going to move Aaron Head into the lead of this race. 14th to first place in this race as we watch them all going down Craner Curves. The rest of them are by no means out of this either, and they're squabbling between Lewis Thompson and Henry Heaton. They had a good old battle in race one, didn't they, between themselves, working out who was going to do what, and they're still trying to figure that out whilst they've now got Aaron Head in front of them. Jake Swan there still with James Murphy right on his tail. Currently it is Dickens in 10th place who's got the fastest lap of the race, but he's part of this. You can see Dickens going through. He's part of this battle, absolutely, and getting stuck in there with a 12.758. Lewis Thompson in that third place behind Henry Heaton. They are not letting Aaron get away. Aaron is ahead currently, but Henry Heaton will have that toe. Lewis Thompson will get the toe from both of them. They're going to go 3 wide into the Roberts chicane this time. Who's going to be able to break late? It looks like Thompson's got some momentum around the outside, but that's going to pinch everyone to the inside. We've got side by side through the chicane. That didn't work out for Aaron, and this time he decides to let Thompson go. He's going to lose momentum. It pushes him down to that third place, but he is going to lose some momentum. He's got the toe of the 2 cars in front, which is going to make him draw him back into that lead battle as they go to Redgate. He sweeps around the outside of both of them, so he was able to get that toe a little bit later, uses the momentum, sweeps around the outside, and they head off Frank Craner in changing the order on every single corner of every single lap right now. This is relentless stuff. Well, that's Chris Moore with a bit of an issue there in the pits, and unfortunately that looks like the end of his race, so he cannot make any further progress. So unfortunately Chris Moore will have to get his car put right and back into the race. Lewis Thompson looking at the inside though. I can't even finish my thoughts right now, such as the relentless action out there. He's the outside of McLean's. You can make it stick around the outside, but it's a bit dusty out there, especially on slightly worn slicks. He is going to make it work though. He uses a bit of the greenery and does make it. There's a little bit of manoeuvring to say it's my corner now, but Aaron Head disagrees, goes up the inside of Coppice. The side by side is going to mean that the Henry Heaton following him behind is going to have a great deal of momentum. So is Jake Swan. Are we going to see all sail change? Henry Heaton might have to take to the grass again. Jake Swan going to the outside of the track. They're 4 wide coming into the Roberts chicane. Aaron Head though got inching ahead as he comes into the braking zone. Henry Heaton manages to hold on to that second place. Lewis Thompson and Jake Swan. Aaron Head has managed to ping off the front by just having that slight little bit of a gap. He doesn't have to worry about the cars behind. He's just trying to shake their toe at this point. And Henry Heaton and Lewis Thompson, whilst they are starting to close in on him, they might well go side by side. They're not going to go side by side, so the gap that has developed will probably disappear again. Am I going to get any period of relaxing in this race? I don't think so, and judging by the ferocity of the racing going on, it's fantastic close action we've got out there on this Donington Park National Circuit. Aaron Head still has got that little gap. I just expect to see Lewis Thompson close in on him before the time we get back down to that back straight. Watching there Lee Bristow after his run up the hill at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, now back in his race car here at Donington Park for the 3rd race this weekend. 20 minutes of this Avon Tyres Caterham 7 Championship UK race. Looking at Henry Heaton and Jake Swan, they are now in that 3rd and 4th place battle. Lyle is next up, his first outing this weekend in that new car that he's running. He's jumped up from the 310R Championship, where we've seen him for the opening 3 rounds of the season, straight into this. He's not bothering with that toe right now. He just wants to keep things under control. He's trying to shake the toe of the cars behind him, keeping that nice comfortable position. Aaron Head's gap, which looked a little bit more comfortable last time through, as we see Dickens with I think he locked up his front wheels there and he couldn't get the car stopped in time for the chicane. Just maybe slightly outbraked himself with Mike Evans pressuring him, and then Mike Evans going side by side with Lee Bristow in that gap between. But that gap for the lead has disappeared. Aaron Head is still in the lead, but Lewis Thompson was right alongside him again. Aaron Head having to use a bit of the greenery, as did Stephen Lyle on the exit of Redgate, as they head down then with 7 minutes of this race to go. And it is still Aaron Head out in front from 14th on the grid. Don't forget the DPR Motorsport car, multiple Caterham champion, multiple 420R champion in this race machinery. This is the first time he's run with the slicks on this car, though, that makes it the 7 Championship UK car. And it was Chris Moore apparently is overheating in that pit lane. That's why he had to come in. He was getting warnings on his dashboard. So it's really hot temperatures out there. So if something in the cooling system didn't quite cool off, he would have got the warnings and he had to finish his race, unfortunately, especially when you're running this close. Keep an eye out for anyone else suffering from that. Tim Dickens with a slightly askew nose cone there. Not going to be helping his aerodynamics, so maybe there was a bit of contact with Tim Dickens and someone else. But we are going side by side for the lead once more. Slightly more spread out in this lead bunch just for the moment. Aaron Head's able to protect the inside line there. Lewis Thompson slots in into that second place. You've heard how thirsty Lewis is for these wins and these podiums. He's not even happy with second place anymore. He wants those wins, and he certainly looks like he's going for it now, racing wheel to wheel with Aaron Head. Last year didn't miss a beat in the 310R Championship. For all the events he attended, he won them, and he's looking like he's jumped into this 420 on there. So we're seeing another car with overheating. James Murphy has disappeared from this battle. He's had to go into the pits with an overheating issue. He's gone back out onto track. But is that an issue for all these cars? Anyone in these mid-pack battles, they're going to be suffering from that same lack of air, and cool air is, you know, it's hot air going into a already hot and angry car. So that's a couple of races have had a bit of a problem there with overheating. Let's hope it doesn't affect our lead race, a battle between Aaron Head, Lewis Thompson and Henry Heaton, as long with also Jake Swan has been there from the start of this race. Stephen Lyle, though, has moved ahead of him in the number 43 car. There, the DPR sponsors all over that, so he runs out the DPR tent, and he's recently moved up into this championship. He's doing a great job, currently sitting in that 4th place, looking to see whether he can get past Henry Heaton running out of Oakmere Motorsport. He's not going to have a run up the inside that time, or he is. He's going to force it. Henry Heaton's going to have to go across that uncomfortable curve. They both bounce each other, and then Jake Swan's just got nowhere to use that extra momentum he had. Has he got time to come back at them? Henry Heaton was definitely disrupted by that curve again on the inside, as the suspension gets more stiff as we go up through this championship order. And this top flight, this suspension really is very stiff, and that bump would have really unsettled his car. And you can see that has cost him from 3rd place down to 6th as Dale Head gets through and past him on his route through this race. Henry trying to see whether he can go back up the inside on the left of the Craner curves. He does do that, but he's then got to go the long way around the old hairpin, which he doesn't manage to do. So Henry Heaton has got a lot of work to do in this final 4.5 minutes if he wants to recover back to that podium and to continue his championship charge, because one of his main championship rivals is well out in front of him now in the lead of this race, ahead of Lewis Thompson. A little bit of a gap between those two. Then Stephen Lyle comes through in 3rd place. Can he make it a podium in his first race weekend in this championship car? Let's see what he can do. And Jake Swan will be doing everything he can to deny that, and Dale Head's had a great run through the field to make it up here into 5th place. He started 10th, so he's made good 5 places up through the course of this race. Aaron Head weaving to get rid of that toe and succeeding so far. Lewis Thompson will get the extra addition of that toe, but Lyle's protecting up the inside. Dale Head's gone side by side with Swan on the exit. Will he have any room to use? He does, and he's going to have to take maybe a bit of the grass as well, but Jake Swan has let a car go around his outside. Dale Head gets a mega run as he gets the toe from Stephen Lyle. He goes to the outside. Henry Heaton follows him. Can they sweep around Lyle? No. Lyle protects the inside. He's late enough on the brakes. Managed to pinch in Jake Swan, who loses the rear of the car. Is that the tyres starting to cry enough? He had to pinch the car in quite tight. So the rear of the car said, no, I can't do that for you, and slid away. And he had to relent and come out the throttle to let these front two, Lyle and Dale Head, go slightly ahead of him. 3.5 minutes to go. Dale Head, what a great result this would be for him. Already been near to the podiums before in the past at Silverstone. In fact, he came 4th place, so he's got nearly there, and he's close again. Can he do it this time through? Well, he's in 5th place. A little bit of lock up there from Jake Swan as he tried to avoid. I think his tyres are quite tired in that Jake Swan car, and he's asking a bit too much of them right now, and the battling they're all asking for those cars to do is tough. Dale Head, though, looking down the inside of Stephen Lyle and making it through into that 3rd place. Can this be his podium? It's going to be someone's new podium. We've got someone in the gravel. That's Chris Kirby, and the gravel is that up at Coppice. It looks like that kind of area. So Chris Kirby getting back up to speed and back into the race then. Aaron Head, though, is scampering away, maybe on slightly newer tyres, but Lewis Thompson is just about clinging on in there, and with 2.5 minutes to go, he could still have an effect. Dale Head, though, is also in that 3rd place, so we've got a Head out in the lead, and we've got a Head into 3rd place. Henry Heaton now comes back past Stephen Lyle into 4th place. He's going to go back and see whether he can get onto that podium after he got shuffled down to about 5th or 6th after the chicane moved between him and Stephen Lyle. So he is now back into that 4th place and looking to see whether he can get past Dale Head. Dale Head's got some good speed in that car, though, as they head around and down the old hairpin up to Schwanskirk with only 2 minutes to go. Lyle looking up the inside of Schwanskirk, having to use a bit of that gravel and grass to make that look, and didn't come off in the end. So Henry Heaton is still going to be in that 4th place. Jake Swan, though, is back for more action. He tucks it up the inside of McLean's. Meanwhile, the lead two are about to where they were before, scampering off into the distance. It looks like we've got a penalty, black and white, for 79. So that's not a penalty just yet, but a warning that 79, if he carries on, that's Lewis Thompson in 2nd place. place. So if he continues to break track limits, he will get a penalty. So keep an eye out for that, as this battle for third has now gone back the way of Dale Head and Henry Heaton. And yeah, for number 43 has received a 5-second penalty. That's Lyle. So Lyle in that battle is going to find himself shuffled back as but contact between Henry Heaton and Stephen Lyle. They just missed the end of the pit wall. That could have been nasty. Stephen Lyle, though, does extract himself. He's got a problem with the car. I think he's got some steering arm problem. So he's pulled quickly to an exit point. There is a gate there which they can extract that car through. That was a scary moment, though, as the two of them tripped up each other. We're just talking about that 5-second penalty, but he was not happy there, and just missed that inside pit wall. Both of them were having a scary incident. But here's, meanwhile, the lead. We are onto the last lap for 46 seconds to go. I'm assuming this is going to be close to the last lap. I don't know whether it is. Aaron Head, though, is out in the lead currently, ahead of Lewis Thompson. Got a nice little bit of a gap, a little bit of chirping from the tyres as they just on the absolute limit of braking. He was a little bit wider there than I think he wanted to be, but he's still maintaining that gap and still managed to weave and try and shake the toe of Lewis Thompson, who might have to settle for second. 24 seconds still to go, so I think we have still got enough time to get to that start-finish line. Again, that little bit of dust there. Aaron Head all the way over to the curves, leaving a little bit of the greenery on the exit, and his pursuit of trying to keep this lead for one more lap to go. Last lap board is shown then. 10 seconds. We are on to the final lap. Can Lewis Thompson do anything about Aaron Head's speed this race? He is pushing that car to the absolute limits. We've got Dale Head in that third place. Henry Heaton after that uncomfortable ride here and a bit of collision going behind Jake Swan, who takes that fourth place currently. Can Henry make it through and into that fourth place? Let's see as this final lap unfolds itself. Final lap of our final Caterham race for this race weekend. We have certainly been treated to some fantastic racing all weekend, and thank you to all the marshals, drivers and everyone who makes that possible. As we watch Jake Swan still ahead of Henry Heaton. He'll want to get ahead of Jake Swan to trying to protect his championship lead at the moment over the one where you can see Aaron Head here in the lead. He's gone very wide out of the McLean's corner and into Coppers. Is Lewis Thompson closer? I think he is, but he don't think he's close enough to make this count coming down here. Is Aaron Head going to have a free and easy ride through that chicane? I think at this point he probably is. Number 19's also got a black and white flag. That is Aaron Head, so he needs to make sure he doesn't have any more reports up, otherwise he will get a 5-second penalty as he breaks down for the Roberts chicane. Looks like he has done enough. He scoots across the Roberts chicane, comes out, and then he's going to take his win of this race weekend. Plenty he's had so far this year. Fantastic for Aaron Head to get back onto that top space from 14th. Lewis Thompson, another spectacular drive to another podium position for him. Dale Head making that first podium, and I think it might have been Heaton above Swan as he went across that line, so he does take that fourth place. And it was indeed Tim Dickens there now got a nose rub onto his front tyre. Tom Eden watching just him going across with Mark Farmer in the most intense race I think we've had all weekend. My voice is starting to struggle, but Aaron Head crossed that line ahead of Lewis Thompson, and Dale Head makes 2 heads in the top 3. What a great result. And Heaton in 4th, Swan, Bristow, Dickens, Evans, Eden, Farmer, Sparshot and Kirby. Yes, it's what an advert for Caterham Racing. If you're sat there watching these streams and you want to get involved in this, you can do. Come and see us at the British Motor Show 18th to 21st of August in Farnborough. If you want to talk about it, ring up Caterham, get on the website, have a look what's involved. You too could come and win races like Aaron Head does in the spectacular car machinery across all of the steps of the Motorsport ladder that we've shown you this weekend, from the Academy all the way up to this 7 Championship UK car. It's an awesome piece of kit that delivers some of the best racing you're going to have with the best drivers that pedal Caterhams out there. As they come round, let's have confirmation then. Provisional results. Let's see how that all lines itself up. Lewis Thompson has been given that race win according to the provisional result, ahead of Aaron Head. Has he been given that 5-second penalty? I think he might have done on that last lap. So Lewis Thompson ahead of Aaron Head, Dale Head in 3rd place, Henry Heaton 4th, Jake Swan given 5th, Lee Bristow 6th, Timothy Dickens 7th, Mike Evans 8th, Tom Eden 9th, and Mark Farmer in 10th place. And Ian Sparshot, Chris Kirby, Andy Lees, Simon Griffith, Johnny Jarrett, Stephen Lyle, James Murphy, Chris Moore, the order they've been classified, although some of those didn't get to the end of this race. So was that a 5-second penalty in that last lap that's denied Aaron Head a win? I think his Lewis Thompson's marshals, or mechanics, are telling him he's won that race. Aaron Head will not be happy with that decision, and I'm sure there'll be another discussion over that. But it's a judge of fact when those things go up to the race steward, so there's very little chance of that being overturned. And looks like Thompson has been given that win then. He will be shuffled into the lead of that. Well done to him. So that will be 2 wins for him this weekend if that is confirmed as the result. Aaron Head winning our opening round yesterday, but he finished 14th in after Luke Stevens' contact in race 2. Dow has been shuffled back by 5 seconds and put into 2nd place on the last lap there by Lewis Thompson, who continues his relentless drive into this championship. He's really asserting himself up there. So whilst it won't affect championship totals too much, whilst it doesn't affect the championship totals too much for Aaron, he does lose out on an extra sort of bonus point for that win that they get. And he didn't get the fastest lap either. So here's Lewis Thompson, who's been put into that lead group then, and you can see he is readying out the car, and Sam is down there ready to talk to someone. Well done to him.
Well, congratulations, another win. Obviously, you didn't know you'd won until you got here.
No, I didn't. Yeah, it was quite a different race, the first 2. I know Aaron broke away, and I followed him, and I was trying my hardest to catch him, but he just had enough of a gap to hold on. But as I started catching up to him, it was only a 10th or 2 a lap, wasn't enough to really reel him in. But then I started realising that there was just quite a lot of track limits, and I was a bit annoyed about it anyway. And I got a 1 before him, and I knew I had track limits less. And then the last lap he just did track limits, and yeah, I thought that was a bit close, that one, and yeah, got away with it. So happy days. So yeah, brilliant. 2 for 2. Yeah, I don't know what.
Congratulations. I think probably an exhausting day, needs some water.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks to the team and everyone. Yeah, brilliant.
Thank you, Lewis. Oh, Aaron, I'm gutted for you.
I know, I know. We obviously had the pace. I think the tyres probably just need to come down a little bit more. The last 3-4 laps were real struggle, but you know, Lewis was just sat there just in the slipstream, and I was trying my best, but really could have done with Dale some brotherly support to come and catch him, to be honest with you, but obviously he didn't do that. But
I think he was trying.
He was trying, probably, yeah. Thankfully he wasn't too close, so I still got 2nd.
Yes, exactly. Otherwise, yeah, you'd have been demoted more. But no, you know, it was a win on the road. But yes, track limits put you to 2nd. But still, you were, you know, from where you started, amazing race.
Yeah, exactly. As long as Lewis gives me the trophy, I'll be happy.
Congratulations, Aaron. Thank you. We'll move over to Dale now. Dale, you're on the podium. Congratulations.
Oh, yeah. What a race. Yeah, it was great, yeah. So battling through from 10th place was really fun. But it was a nice clean race, which was great. And then once I got through the pack, there was a bit of free air, and I just got my head down, and that was it, really.
And did you find you had to watch the temperatures? Because we had a couple of cars retire through to, you know, overheating.
I didn't notice anything on the car itself, like on the dash or anything like that. I was just focusing on the road, but tyre temperatures, they were getting hot. But I think everybody was struggling with the same thing. So
yeah, at least if it's an even field in that respect, isn't it? Hopefully, exactly, most people's tyres go off at similar times.
It just flattens out. Yeah. But it was good. It was a great.
All right,
race.
Thank you.
Right.
Congratulations. Right, we shall move through to some a podium shortly, but I'll hand back to you, Chris, for some highlights.
Thank you, Sam. Yes, let's see how we do on highlights for that action-packed 20-minute event. Lewis Thompson started out on that front row all by himself with no Luke Stevens there for company, and he made the best of that early on. And look, Aaron Head was already around the outside of the field there, wasn't he, as they went through on these early laps. He was coming from 14th on the grid to try and get to this lead group, and it was a fierce battle. Henry Heaton, James Murphy, Jake Swan and Lewis Thompson all there early on, as was Chris Moore. We had this side-by-side Chris Kirby and Andy Lees making contact heading into the barriers. That soft barrier though doing a good job and protecting, and we saw Johnny Jarrett there spinning out into the gravel on the outside of the track. Not a great weekend for him, and one he'll have to tidy up and see whether he wants to come back and do Anglesey. Another car off wide, that was Mike Evans, wasn't it? And we saw Dim Dickens with a slightly wonky nose cone, but there was battling galore as they went down into Redgate. It's pretty much, it was rare for them to be anything but side by side through there. A little bit of argy-bargy, wasn't there, down into the coppice on this corner between Thompson and Head, and it would be those two that would eventually solidify that lead, but it certainly wasn't clear for many laps as Stephen Lyle came and inserted himself with Henry Heaton, who lost out at this point, drifted all the way back to 6th place, and that was the run through for Dale Head. There is Chris Kirby losing his car up at McLean's. He just got into the dust, and that was that nasty contact. It still takes my breath away watching that between Henry Heaton and Stephen Lyle, both lucky to get away with that, and Stephen Lyle stopping his car soon afterwards, obviously with steering arm braking quickly We recognise that. It was these two that, though, disappeared off down the road. Aaron Head crossed the line first, but was given a track limits infringement on that very last lap, which moved him back. Luckily, they had 5 seconds over Dale Head, who had a clear run all the way down to third place, and great result for Dale Head in that third position. So we have had plenty of Caterham action here at Donington, and it ain't long before we get to do it all again. On the 13th and 14th of August, we will be at Anglesey up in North Wales. Please do join us at the track if you get the opportunity. If you're in that kind of neck of the woods, come along and watch this racing. It is spectacular to watch live, as it is on the live streams. We will be live streaming for anyone who cannot make it, or people who want to watch back after having watched today's action out there. See the two, Dale and Aaron, there speaking to each other, and Aaron wondering where the toe was and why he wasn't acting as interference. But there we go, Dale getting awarded that third place trophy there. Well done to him. He's stepping up there for the first time in this championship. Great result for him. Trophy to take home and share with friends and family. So in second place then, his brother, although he crossed the line first, but it's Aaron who takes that second place trophy in the race due to track limits infringement right at the end there. Congratulations to Aaron on a win and a second place this race weekend, and one to probably drop away from his score by the time we get there. But Lewis Thompson continues his run in this 7 Championship UK with a win now, 2 wins this race weekend. What a great Donington Park race weekend. Inserted himself into this championship. He may not be part of the overall championship results, given that he's got too many drop scores, too many events he couldn't take part in at the beginning of the season, but he's doing very well out there. Thank you very much. And Tim Dickens took the fastest lap. Shout out to Tim Dickens for that fastest lap, taking an extra point to his championship trophy as we get to spray the champagne for the final time this weekend for all the Caterham action. Lewis getting absolutely drenched there by Aaron Head. And it's all over before you know it. Like I said, Anglesey is next up on the 13th and 14th of August. I would like to say a massive thank you to all of the marshals out there, all of the track staff, organising committees, everyone who makes this happen. Thanks very much to Sam Parker, who has been out in that sun all the time, all over this weekend, while I've been in this commentary box in the air condition. Thanks to Hay Fisher for all the live pictures and this live broadcast that we've got going on, to Caterham and all their staff. And a quick mention to say Graham McDonald, the CEO of Caterham Cars, did step down and retired a week or so ago, and we wish him all the best of luck for his future, and looking forward to the new adventures that's going to bring for him. And we look forward to bringing more of the same from Anglesey then on the 13th and 14th of August. And don't forget about the British Motor Show, 18th to 21st. And Sam, you're out on there ready to say goodbye for our weekend.
I am. I'm still cooking down here, so thank you for your thanks there, Chris. But yes, a bit loud, still a plane going over. But thank you all for watching. It's been a fantastic day, weekend of racing, close racing, and we'll see you all at Anglesey.
Yep. So thank you very much, Sam Parker down there. Chris Hutchinson here in the commentary box all weekend. I will be back for Anglesey with you all, and let's get that show on the road. So we'll see you at Anglesey and at the British Motor Show, and we will see you in a few weeks' time. Until then, goodbye.